wonderful day of Valorant Game Changers, a day full of drama, top-tier gameplay, and I cannot wait to get started.
Corner, the TP out. It is pouring right now.
Oh, blue water! But Harper injects a little bit of hope.
Has to give up a life with another team. Oh my gosh. This is the play that I think KIRI was worried about.
Alright, but so all Starbound able to get one. Oh, but there's still two.
Fine! Starbound might pull this off. Health bar so low. Starbound gets 3 and the defuse.
That lurk gets the positioning and moves perfectly in time with the step of Marceline.
I love that she knows she has a valuable weapon, so trying to play this as intelligently as she can with the metal, and it's a livable moment to say the least.
Right side, but they're not really working off it. Everybody's up towards that top, trying to see if they can peer down into the site. Multiple guns firing from on high now. No, they're looking for the ace, yes. Be blocking their own teammate, but they come back from the dead for the final kill.
Game Changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us.
It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for 6 days.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Hello and welcome to Verizon Game Changer Stage 2, Day 4. If I'm not mistaken, boy, this really does happen fast. I'm Doug. With me on the desk is Dryad and Athena, too. I mean, the brains, the brawn, really everything that you could possibly ask for. It's been a wild tournament so far. Dan,
I paid him to say that, by the way. Yeah. No, it's been really fun. I feel like Game Changers is kind of always what we expect of, you know, having your Shopify continuing to get those wins. To be fair, I mean, the first match that they played into this bracket was a little messy, but they're fine. They're still that favorite team. And then you also have those teams kind of second, third, fourth place kind of fighting to see who's going to make it to the grand finals potentially with them as well.
Yeah, I mean, there have already been a couple of really good stories to play through. I know we've also got Athena on the desk. I would love your thoughts on the tournament so far. Anything stand out to you? Anything, you know, get you all excited?
Sorry, guys. I was just speechless and muted because I couldn't
Takes
believe
your breath
my
away.
eyes.
I know.
It just took my breath away. That's what Game Changers does to me, is that it takes my breath away. But yes, Game Changers has been crazy so far. I was just saying that since when I was playing till now, there have been so many crazy changes. We've seen so many new talents, and I feel like now we are starting to see kind of what Dan said, where Shopify is on that brink of kind of feeling what they're losing and seeing all these new talent coming up and kind of shooting back and going crazy. It's really, really interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been a ton of fun to watch. And as we think about the last couple of days, and as we think about the couple of days before us, we've got to talk about stakes, because it's always about the stakes. Points are up for grabs. We're nearing the end of the year. We'll take a look at the point situation here in just a moment, because Dan, Shopify is in a pretty comfortable spot, but 2 and 3, we're getting real crowded there.
Yeah, I mean, you see 14 points, it looks pretty good. And then, yeah, like you're saying, you see 9 points for WADA and YFP. WADA, as we remember, they won kickoff, but those points for kickoff don't really count. So you're only looking at stage 1, where they made it to grand finals alongside Shopify Rebellion. And again, also a YFP that has been very, very consistent. So they're very close. Shopify Rebellion, that if they're not able to win the event, get that number 1 place, they would still, no matter what, win through these points. But if not, for WADA and YFP, like we're saying, it's very, very close between the two, and it depends on who's going to get that win.
Yeah, I mean, you even think about Athena, you even think about just yesterday, the standings for circuit points was different. It was YFP who had 1 more point than WADA did, and we're watching this evolve in real time, and it's changing day over day.
I mean, literally coming into today, I was asking, wait, what are the points again? Because this is so close. So the stakes for this is actually crazy. Just one match made WADA kind of have that 1 point over YFP. And now we're looking at, you know, YFP has to win in order to make it to that LCQ. And WADA is kind of sitting in the back, trying to make sure that Shopify wins this game for them in order to kind of make it to that LCQ. And Shopify, they kind of have their big names to step up to too. I mean, that 14 points is great and all, but they still have to win today, and just in general win the whole event, just to make sure that they get those guaranteed points to go through and kind of prove themselves and solidify themselves as that #1 seed.
And I know we all put them as, yeah, of course they're going to win. Of course they're going to be that #1 team. They don't even have to worry about the points. But back in 2023, when we thought that's exactly what was going to happen, it was the opposite. It was that one time where Shopify Rebellion, this core team, they didn't get that win. It was actually that Evil Geniuses team that came to be in that international that got that #1 place. So Shopify actually made it through points. And, it's a thing that happened before, and it could happen again.
That's drama, baby. It doesn't get any better than this. We'll take a look at the bracket on how we've kind of gotten to this point. Beautiful timing from the production side, by the way. It was almost like a sentence hadn't even left my mouth. We've got Shopify up against YFP. That's going to be the first match of the day. And then, in case that's not enough for you, you want to get a little hot and bothered, WADA against KIRI's right after. I think both of these matches, Athena, there's a lot to be excited about. We've touched a bit on Shopify, we've touched a bit on YFP, but if you will, give us a little teaser, right, of what you're looking forward to in that second match.
I think WADA versus KIRI is going to be the most explosive game. We've seen KIRI upset 100 Thieves, getting that 2-0, and WADA beating out Blue Otter 2-0. Blue Otter, the team that was the first team this event to take one map off of Shopify. It has been an insane run for both of these teams, and they have this huge kind of underdog kind of feel to them where they have to prove themselves. WADA, they made it to the finals last event versus that Shopify, and they really want to make it through now. But KIRI, they came out strong versus 100 Thieves.
I was honestly very surprised when we saw WADA take that first loss. I mean, WADA, as we mentioned, they won kickoff when, of course, Shopify Rebellion were not playing into that kickoff tournament. They were able to make it to the grand finals and lose against Shopify Rebellion, and now they're in that lower bracket for WADA. That match matters a lot. They need to get that win to have a chance to make it to the LCQ, make sure that YFP don't get more points than they need to.
And so that sets the stage, albeit briefly, but that does set the stage for the second match. But we've got a banger before we even get to that point. So let's go ahead and introduce the two teams that are going to be playing in this opening match. Up first, let's talk about Shopify. Dan, you mentioned it. Prolific, really household name. I mean, synonymous with winning. What is it about this roster that's so good?
They are incredible. They're obviously very consistent. They're very close as well. I think it's something that people around them have talked about as well, that they're all constantly having fun and also constantly wanting to improve. They don't get comfortable with getting a few wins. They want to win everything. They want to be the #1, and they want to keep improving not only, in what they've done in Game Changers, but also what we were able to see this year throughout Challengers. Even if they were playing that promo relegation recently and it didn't go their way, that experience has really helped them become better players, especially with the changes that we saw kind of recent, Alexis playing a little bit more of the Sentinel. There's a lot of things that have been working out where everybody is comfortable, everybody is, very close to each other, and that makes a difference when they're going to the lobby.
Yeah, and I feel like for Shopify, the biggest thing that you touched up on is this is a team that does their homework. They see what the mistakes that they've done, and they work on it instantly. They are not content with just being, the #1 or being the first choice in everyone's minds when it comes to GC. They will always innovate, be creative, and work on those mistakes. And that's why we talked earlier about the Blue Otter, getting that one map off of them. I don't think that's going to affect them at all because they are learning how to kind of adapt and take over and see what the holes and gaps in their kind of play were, and just see how they can push that forward and play the way they play.
Yeah, they were even laughing about it a little bit because that Blue Otter match was so close. They said, it was just for the entertainment. It's just for the people. So they're entertained watching that game. But no matter what, still, Shopify Rebellion, they're able to close out these series that are very close. And a big reason why is Noya. We just saw some highlights from her. We used to know her a lot, mainly on that Sentinel role that we just mentioned. It went into a lot more of what Alexis has been doing. So you see Noya a little bit on the Sentinel, mainly on this Viper, and she is incredible. It seems like every time she's by herself, she's always making the right decision. She's always going to flick and get that kill, and is just the best player that we have right now for Shopify Rebellion when it comes to stats, but also just in the way that she plays. She's been my favorite player to watch in Game Changers for now 2 years. She is honestly incredible.
Yeah, I'm going to continue gassing her up because one of the biggest things that I love to see is mechanics. And Noya is just insane insane. I would go out on a limb and be like, right now in GCNA, this must be the most mechanically well set perfection player. Noya has just had such good crosshair placement, such good trading, making sure that she's getting in those clutches and putting herself in those positions and just playing really, really insane and doing such a good job for Shopify overall.
Yeah, I think you'd be hard pressed to find somebody who would disagree with that. I certainly wouldn't on the side of Noya, but we've talked a bit about Shopify. We've talked a bit about Noya. Let's talk about the other side of the stage. Let's talk about who they're going to be going up against. It is YFP. And there are a couple of ways we can go about this conversation, Dan, but you know, is there something that kind of stands out as an X factor for you here?
Yeah, absolutely. This is a team that I feel like people don't talk about enough because of the experience that Scary Shark and Corrupt have actually playing in challengers. And we talked about, you know, Shopify Rebellion as a whole team playing in challengers, but Scary Shark and Corrupt were playing in challengers with a different team and then going into Game Changers and playing with YFP. So being able to be part of two teams pretty much at the same time is really incredible, very respectable. And there are some of the star players that we have here for sure.
Yeah, and I think Scary Shark you mentioned Scary Shark. This player has played on so many teams, got the experience, but also has constantly been filling in roles until they found themselves in that controller role. And I feel like they really solidified themselves in that place, making sure they kind of play the way they play, have that play style. They switched off of the duelist role. They switched off of that jet, and it just found like they found their comfort, and it works really well for this team.
You know, talking about comfort and how that really kind of leans towards some of the advantages of this team. We've got to talk about the chamber. We've seen it kind of have some relevance. We've had a little bit of it come up in GC, obviously in regular VCT as well. But what is it about the chamber that just works so well here?
Yeah, I mean, for YFP in general, their play style kind of depends on this chamber getting those opening picks. And who else to do it but Shara? They've looked so good with these opening picks, trying to get the kind of map control on the other side for their team. YFP, they have this play style where once they get that opening pick, they're not slow. They tend to go fast. They will execute on a site, whether it's on the other side of the map or taking over those opening kills. They tend to run over the other team. They take really good care of their momentum, and they enable Shara to kind of get those lurks and get those kills. It's a really, really good setup from YFP. And I think against Shopify, it would be a really good opener for them to kind of find holes in their defenses.
Yeah, Dan, what does that do to the opposing team when you've got a chamber who's, you know, potentially on the soft side of the map, able to get openers and really able to kind of set plans on the back foot? What does that do to a team's game plan?
I mean, it can absolutely be a nightmare, and it's something that Shopify Rebellion had to deal with when Star Brown was, you know, playing in WADA and also was constantly doing this in stage 1. That one-trick chamber that was so annoying to deal with. So it seems like that game plan had to change a lot as the games passed by. And you see it with Mel. Something that she's really good at is adapting on the fly and being able to answer of, okay, if the chamber is getting that pick towards mid on Sunset, for example, how are we going to try to counter it? How are we going to try to slow it down, try to get a trade, get some answers here and there? And it's something that Mel is able to do really well. It's something that she's done in the past, but it doesn't really get any easier. No,
and I mean, it'll be tested today. We'll see how they're able to navigate around that in that potentially, man down situation consistently. I think one of the other things, Athena, that I would love to get your thoughts on is the duelist head-to-head, because that's often the first thing we talk about, right? And those are often the stars, or those are the ones who steal the spotlight. But in this instance, we've saved the best for last.
Yeah, I mean, stats-wise here, you can kind of see a quite big difference, which you would expect this to be kind of lopsided in the other way, knowing that Shopify is the team that they are right now.
Yeah.
But Oriental, they played so well. That ACS being up there, they did a really, really good job of getting those opening picks when they needed to, having that neon movement going in, even if it's kind of against the meta or against the grain, they've still managed to fit that playstyle to how YFP is kind of figuring it out, as well as being able to kind of be that movement and entry for their team that they need.
But you also see the difference in numbers. It really comes from the playstyle for both teams. A Shopify Rebellion that is a lot more slow, a lot more methodical on that attack side, while on the other side, YFP is a lot more aggressive, and they're going for these 5-man hits, where Oriental is the one kind of leading the charge and getting that opening over and over again. Dorona even though she's able to do it sometimes, it's not really the approach that you see. I mean, I feel like Haven, for example, is a good map to compare both of them, where Shopify Rebellion, they're taking their time, they're playing very slow, and on the other side, YFP, they're a lot faster. They're going for these 5-minute hits towards A, they're going for these 5-minute hits towards C, and it's just who is able to get the advantage when the pressure is on, when the time is running out, and Sorrento can take the advantage in that way, but it doesn't mean that Dodono has been playing bad or hasn't been stepping up as a duelist. It's just very different in the way that they play, and you're going to be able to see it today.
Yeah, for sure, Nan. I feel like it's full circle too, because when we go back to Shopify and we look at Dona and see how she's playing on that duelist, we also look at the Noya and see all the lurks that she's kind of put in and taken that map control for her team. And so in general, both these teams have their play styles figured out. It's just a matter of kind of who is able to adapt first and kind of push through and see what's kind of going on. And I mean, both teams, they look so good doing it so far this tournament. I think it's really a flip of a coin right now.
Yeah, I mean, one of the other things we haven't really touched on, I believe these will be ready here in just a few moments, is the maps, right? Where is this series going to be taking us? How does this lean to some of the advantages that we have? And again, lo and behold, production, perfect in the timing. We've got Lotus, Sunset, and then dessert, if needed, will be Corrode. Initial thoughts, Dan?
This is really interesting for this side of Shopify Rebellion, because so far in the 2 matches that they've played and the 5 maps that they played 4 different maps. They played Ascent, Haven, Abyss, and Corrode, but they've yet to play Lotus and Sunset, or map number 1 and 2 that we're going to be seeing today. So that means that not only they're very comfortable in the map pool, already playing 6 maps, but also willing to show some things early on. Sometimes they're saving things for the final, but they're willing to test the waters early on. For Lotus, of course, this is a map that for YFP has been incredible. But for Sunset, I want to see what Shopify Rebellion are able to do here and why they went with this pick.
Yeah, I think one thing to touch up on for you, Dan, is you're talking about Shopify's map pool, and I'm literally just remembering Alexis tweeting, "I hate Abyss." Like, that map is dookie.
Yeah.
And that's the only map that they've lost so far in this whole tournament. So I fully understand that Abyss is not here, and for that reason, I'm like, yeah, I think Shopify understands what they're doing at this point, because as long as Abyss isn't there, I think they're fully confident. But yeah, 100% agree. I think Lotus is that map that we touched upon for that chamber. Sharad being on that chamber, trying to get those opening picks, trying to get a lot of that to make sure they enable YFP to get into sites and have that map control. It's a lot of individualistic at the start, but in the mid-early rounds, they group up and go and kind of steamroll. And so I think this pick definitely makes sense for YFP. But I agree. I think Shopify on Sunset's going to be a little bit of a surprise, little back pocket kind of pull-out thing that they have, because we've seen Noya on the Cypher and just kind of being insane, but on Sunset, it's really depending on those rotates and depending on not giving up map control. It's going to be super interesting.
Yeah, for map 1 and map 2 for Shopify Rebellion, we also have to see if they're going to bring any changes. Last time that they played it was still when they were playing promo relegation for challengers, both Lotus and Sunset. So did they change anything? Are things going to remain the same? How much have they improved and evolved since then? Because that was some really good practice to have, but it's been about a month or so since they last played it.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
What do you guys think about Corrode? Because I'm gonna be real, I can't remember Corrode Shopify or Corrode YFP right now. I'm blanking right now, but I think there's a neon in there somewhere.
I think it's super smart as a decider, especially because when you think about Shopify and having a possibility of, playing Haven, a map that they're so comfortable in, and then just having a single VOD of Corrode, I think is a good opportunity for them to, if it goes the distance, for them to close it out in a way that we haven't seen enough.
Yeah, I agree. I think we will... I think it makes a ton of sense as a decider. I think there's a really good chance we see the neon. There's also a really good chance we see the Yoru here, Myrna.
Dude, the Yoru for Shopify, I think, comes out majority of the map so far, and the way that they've been playing it has made so much sense. Kind of getting in the back lines, kind of putting themselves into better positions, not necessarily trying to hold W and go as fast as they can. Whereas on the other side, YFP, they're just ready to steamroll every time. So I completely agree. I think Corrode, again, is going to be one of those kind of 50-50 maps where it's down to playstyle and adaptation. But I'm just excited to see Corrode, because if it goes to 3 maps, that's going to be kind of insane.
Dan, would you say that there is a good chance it goes 3, given how some of this map pool has gone out, particularly for Shopify?
I mean, it's hard to tell because, I mean,
Sure.
we just mentioned we haven't seen Shopify Rebellion play these 2 maps in quite some time, and we don't know if they're going to bring any changes. But I do feel like it is very possible, especially in the main reason is because YFP is really, really good on Lotus. I talked about how aggressive they like to be, how aggressive they like to take A control, and then on the attacking side, I feel like this is their comfort zone. So if we're going to go to the 3 maps, it's going to be because of that Lotus of YFP.
Yeah, we will see how things shake out. We've got the maps, we've got the yappers, we've set our pieces, and now it's time to take a look at the agents and see what they are going to be busting out. And it seems like they're, while some things change, many of them stay the same, Athena.
Yeah, I think pretty standard for both of these teams. I will say I'm going to be a little bit biased here. Donut on the Raze. Obviously, she was my former teammate, and this Raze is really, really good for her. A lot of the movement there for Donut. She's mastered a lot of that. I think we're going to be seeing a lot more explosive plays versus that Yoru that we've seen from Donut before on that Haven or on those other maps. So it's definitely going to be a little bit of a change of pace. But Noya and Alexis, these 2 players, they're so good at doing these ping pong lurks on their attack side. The Viper wall and the Vice just kind of getting their own entries, getting their own kind of plays, and this is just makes a lot of sense for Shopify.
Shopify Rebellion, they keep that composition the same from the last time that they played it for Prime Relegation. And it's a composition that, as Athena was saying, works out really well for them. Not only because Dodo is mainly known for her race, but also because of what everybody else is playing. Mel, of course, in her comfort role, playing that Omen. And also Noya on this Viper once again. If there's something that you need to be paying attention to, is going to be what Noya is able to do on this Viper. Because YFP, they should be, honestly, the favorites to win this map of Lotus. But if somebody's going to slow it down and shut that down, is going to be Noya.
Well, the stage is set. We've got the 2 teams. We're ready to go. All that's left to do now is throw it over to the caster. So, to take us through this series, the Canadian comrades of Lemon Kiwi and Vincili. Take it away.
Thank you, our American brethren. A challenger approaches for that crown, though, and YPX, they're stepping up to that play, and they have these new roster upgrades since their last encounter. But Vance, this is Shopify Rebellion Gold. We're talking about a legacy that is yet to be broken.
It's still a cool story, though, if you're looking at the main stage of stage 2 so far in the playoffs, because now you're looking at 100 Thieves already being knocked out. You're looking at FlyQuest that never even made it into the playoffs yet this stage. And also at the same time here, WADA was probably the second favorite to really go deep in this tournament, but they got upset by YFP already. And that's also based on one of these maps, which is the reason why we're seeing Lotus today. They were so good playing on the attack when they played against WADA earlier in the past. I think that Des was mentioning it, how good Sherrod could be in terms of like activating lurks of what they could do potentially on the attack side. And the good thing as well is that they get to start off on defense this time around. It's probably a weaker side for them, but there hasn't been that many rounds played there yet. So it gives a chance right now for YFP to still come up with a surprise here on deep.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Sherrod's chamber, especially when they don't want to have a hard anchor, someone who's stationary. Sherrod can be so fluid around the map and has been a big statistical addition to YFPX, and we'll be playing as a duo with Scary Shark where they can play around the smokes, a paranoia, but SRG on their lurk, Noya's not someone who, well, they have the firepower to take this 1v2 and is going to make contact and disappear away.
Right now, they're still rotating quite well for YFPX. Even for SRG, things went very slowly. Looking at them to finish towards that C site seemed to be a good read, but because there was only one player playing on top there, but finally Corrupt comes in for the rotate. Now they're able to stall even more.
Ooh, paranoia seems solid from SRG, but as soon as you took a peek, Sarah's head was found, and YPX have the first blood, and just knowing that SRG would still want to push that 4v5, YPX going to go for the retake. Now you kind of have these fakes, you have the door opening, and YPX just waiting to see what the hit's going to be. With Scary Shark still on B, though, they know that's not going to be the hit yet.
Yeah, they don't need to. They never rode that trip on the B side on the attack, so on defense, you can just stick around the back C site.
Hey, another pick. Now SRG more comfortable, safer to plant, getting behind cover. And it's Alexis that finds the shot. Now it's a bloodbath. And Sherrod already gets 3 before being put to bed. 1v1 to decide this pistol. Scary Shark, Noya backing away. Now the spike gets tapped. Noya knows. Now on the high ground, back corner. Keeping things quiet, keeping the aim steady. But Scary Shark lurks and keeps the defuse in YPX's favor.
And there's always something about Scary Shark on this map too, because I remember that one time she kind of subbed in a couple of seasons ago for EG and was owning as a Guardian. And I think this is a map of Lotus that's also her playground. Overall, though, like I said, you're trying to create some rotates when you were kind of stalled on the C site here for Shopify Rebellion. But when you're tapping on that door, but that trip never gets broken up, it's very hard for you to still try to hit that C site. So you just have to be pristine, on the shots, which it did at least. And if you're looking at it from the second round, though, they're not going for a stinger by after the plat, so you want to play most comfortably. Look at Donut, even just classic only. I wonder if you want to try to go for an attack side op to fight against Shard.
Oh, and Zoriental not going to go for the early nade. No early pressure, if anything. Wants an early exit. Knowing the numbers, hearing what's up, and you already have Scary Shark taking damage, so I like that YPX are going to award this some space so you can have reinforcements rotate in, and then they can start to take the perimeter around SRG's path.
Keep an eye on the YFP reaction on how SRG is working around that map. I mean, first off, yes, Shard already in his fourth position, which will allow for you to get some easy kills here with the Outlaw. But look at the smokes that are being placed by a Scary Shark so far towards Rubble. Also through the one-way smoke towards that seaside, it really blocks all the vision that SRG are trying to take in the early rounds and on their sight hits. And that could be a pain to deal with once they're going into the gun rounds.
SRG are not left with many options now that their spawn has been pushed by the Outlaw, so they try to set their sights forward. We have Sherrod also going for the ace. Very possible to do so. Sarah is able to get a bulldog and has to hold her own on an island looking for a raft, and there is the ace for Sherrod on the anti-eco, and this has just been such an explosive addition to this team coming in for the Swiss stage, and 41% headshot accuracy in the stats. I mean, this person is insane. iBUYPOWER ace for Sherrod.
Yeah, the new look from YFP in this stage is really, really nice. Even if you've missed the match, I would recommend for you watching it against the WADA matchup last time. Sherrod and also Zoriental have been monumental to the success that they've had on the upset against WADA on Sunset, which is going to be our second map in this series. So we'll cross that bridge and talk about that once we get there. But look how comfortable you can play here on this chamber. Look how early they pushed down there towards that C mountain because they could just use the TP when needed. And then when they see no pressure, easy to walk down, continue to push forward, block those lanes, and YFP hold a perfect flawless.
Just getting info for Corrupt, though, to get a peek at what's going on with SRG. The Boombot going to check that close left. Prowler is going to layer up. SRG take it one step at a time with First Blood, trade by Corrupt. And that's all you can ask for from a Stinger holding that close, not able to exit. SRG won't have their full numbers, but still an equal match as they look to plant.
Just very nicely played, because now you have Snakebite playing close range, so you have the Stinger that's going to try to mow down some players crossing over, but those that made it across that are still vulnerable could get Ares down by Glowstick, who's most likely going to be playing good old Odin on defense on this map. Now it's up to YFP to go for the retake on a 3v3, but thankfully SRG still has decent positioning on the pulse plan.
No smokes could be hindering Sherrod. You still have Haunt, Prowler from Glowstick, and you take a lot of attention away from Sherrod and thought the silence was enough, but SRG front and center to protect this plant. Now Glowstick just hopes to summon attention their way, and SRG take their first rival round.
Being very smart in the positioning for SRG. Nobody really in great position to trade off each other. It was mainly a let's see what we can get. We play the off angle and try to survive off the duel if we miss that one. But the positioning you saw from Noi on the top of the boxes, watching towards that spawn, instant headshot, instant kill. Then right over here, Alexis at the bottom. Nobody clears that right side, but she could trust her teammates at least to watch that back because Noya's at that position to be able to watch towards that spawn. And you know damn right that when it's Shopify Rebellion going into the duels, they have the firepower for that, and you have to give them that respect and make sure you're working better in tandem here for YFP in these retake plays.
Oh, it's a lot of B action. Sherrod gonna call that out and disappear. And YFPX have been so good in these early rounds to know where the initial push is and to adapt and take map control around it. That was what was so good about YFPX's anti-eco, at least in that second round. But SRG have plenty of ideas up their sleeve, but now two very critical members missing.
Just beautifully done now. SRG looks like they just want to gamble into the B site. I think at this rate with a minute left, I was going to say it's time for you to just try to save. You can't do any more econ damage. The stack is perfect for YFPX. How the setup was for the beginning of the round was good for them too. They have the turret watch in the C site. Even you have Corrupt playing it passively, and they already had full rubble control, as you could already see Scary Shark picking up this last kill onto Mel. So what does it leave you with? You Prowler towards that front, it gets contact right away, and it's the person that's going to break that Prowler, the fade, so that the chamber could come in for that tap. So right over here, beautifully done here for that to be done for Sherrod to get that pick. And actually, the Prowler never got shot. They were just in a position that could just TP away to safety and just basically half tank the Prowler coming towards you. So SRG now have to be a little bit more heads up here when they're trying to clear these corners. They can't only trust on these Prowlers on the side of Sarah.
RPX have had good timing, yeah, knowing that util could be coming out. Now SRG just have to be more aware, but that haunt is gonna at least ping one from SRG. But because of this Noya wall, you can kind of creep up, take that space for free, where YFPX have to make the decision whether they want to reveal themselves shooting through that or not. And so far, YFPX are very quiet.
They're so nice, though. I love how they're moving around. Look at how the door opens, and you already have Shard watching that front B. Then everybody can stack towards this A site. It's a 1-for-1, and looks like SRG are trying to find an opening, but pivoting back towards B. We're already two players rotated on the defensive side.
Scary Shark tries to get ahead of the game with the Paranoia out and working alongside Sherrod. While the rest of YFPX watch their spawn. They don't know if SRG have fallen back towards A, and the answer is there. And blood is on the floor, but SRG recovered the spike. Now you hear the steps at the top. The boom bot is trying to hide away. If you don't need to shoot it. You don't need to, and the Viper's Pit will seal up the site. But if anything, SRG are gonna leave and force YFPX to have to explore through that, and that's a good time waster.
Yeah, it's a great delay. That gives a chance as well for Noya to rotate across, and Mel just has to stay alive here. They're both playing towards that Mel, watching that cross, and thankfully, no smokes for that cross for the defensive side for the retake.
Spike gets tapped. Need to see some action, and SRG just line it up, and it's a thrifty of all things. And it's just throwing out fakes and always going up to backup plans, and how SRG never hesitate on these decisions. And you call upon the leadership of Mel, who not only studies, well, the game so much and prepares her team the best that she can, but knows so much about her opponent as well.
Yeah, and that's also with the coaching staff that you have around there, with Effie's being the head coach of the team for such a long time, and Veer most recently joining this team from Challengers, having a chance right now to work and learn alongside Effie's and the best team that we currently have in Game Changers. And now you're seeing that the macro's working out. Showstopper out on the attack, and it connects off the glow stick.
Yeah, good find. SRG knowing YFPX like to hold that left side, and they cower away when the Noya wall comes up, and SRG, they're knocking at the door, and they want to battle. They're not going to get it anymore, and despite just such early energy from Dodonut, SRG were more victims in that fight.
Look at them group up. It'll be smart right now for them to scale exactly how Noya's been doing, so they could flash to the corner. Because as soon as you walk in, this is a free kill for Sherrod. They have to expect it because you've never placed position and any type of players at the very beginning in the front of the C site. And there you go, beautifully done. Flash, orb comes down. Oh no, still stays.
Sherrod played that perfectly, just such under pressure. SRG adapting to, like you said, Sherrod taking a more forward position when the right side of the map gets pushed. Still gets away with the one, and Sherrod lives. Now that door opening, not gonna fall for those tricks. Not with Zorienta watching over B, so the hit is still decided for SRG, and YPX may even think pushing, or they're just gonna stay within that smoke. I thought Corrupt was cooking something, but with the judge, nah, just gonna be dwelling in the smoke.
Yeah, and that's the way you play it. Even if Corrupt dies, there's still two more players to support them inside the C site. SRG definitely going on that save. I mean, the idea, as we mentioned before, was perfect for them to scale back into the C site, but it's the execution that was lacking a bit. Because that flash 100% comes into contact for Sherrod. So you call that audible for SRG, but there's no double swing outside of the smoke. We walked out one by one. It almost feels like maybe, I don't know if it was the hue that I saw of what came out from Noya when she's walking out of the poison orb, but she kind of looked like a little bit blind out of that one. Nonetheless, you didn't have that buddy system to really overtake that C site, and that stops everything right away. And I think it just makes sense for you to call the timeout now for FEs, because if you're looking at the state of the game of how YFP are currently setting up their defense, is they are not afraid to continue to move forward and take space when they're not being pressured at the beginning of these rounds for SRG. If you're looking at it from the C side, the amount of times that Sharon's been moving out here with the Outlaw, with the Op, and covering that lane, that allows more players to stack up on the A side, and then it becomes just an aim duel of who shoots better, which allows SRG to get that round number 5 in the previously, because they were just able to shoot back. But now, macro-wise, SRG needs to find better ways to really push this Opper out of that line and keep them back, so you could actually manipulate the map a little bit more. Allows for you to manipulate the rotations a little bit more and have better entries towards the sites.
Like you said, SRG know that Sherrod has been the threat and how you can clear them out, and as soon as you push one part of the map, Sherrod and the rest of YFPX will take over the rest. So is this going to be SRG deciding on how they want to diversify and even divide their forces, or is this going to be find where Sherrod is, try to pressure them, but you got to know that Sherrod's bringing the op into this round. You never removed it from the previous, so that is a threat that remains in this round, and SRG have to decide how they want to address it.
Yeah, well, when Athena was mentioned at Dest, the strength right now for SRG in this comp is the power of the lurks of Noya and Alexis, which is why, again, if you're able to force the Opper back and then you manipulate the map a bit, that's where your flankers and your lurkers could activate. So far, you kick things off with a 5-player hit for SRG on the A side, though, and nobody's going to be pulling back. So you're just going to wait this out and probably go for a late hit back into the A site. Maybe just not even a committal towards B, because now you're playing into the unknown if you're going to try to go in that direction. Has to be a double ult thing to get into A site now.
Yeah, it could just be a front hit off the Nightfall here from Sarah, and so it'll be. YFPX now going to get pinged on the site, and SRG going to send through over in tree, but now someone has to cross through in front of this small door. That's where YFPX have liked to have those cutoffs, and so Oriental is good for their one, and now it's a scrap through on the site. Glowstick trying to anchor as best as they can, and all the pins line up. Usually these double swings from SRG are so clean, they get in each other's way. Noya has a lot to deal with and not enough. Well, help coming their way. YPX definitely exploiting those mistakes.
And the thing is when SRG actually ulted into the A site, the tethers did actually ping onto 2 players. But unfortunately, as I mentioned before at the beginning of this game, what could be a thorn in our side of these smokes being thrown out by Scary Shark. So as she throws the smoke towards tree, it even nullifies, and the paranoia she threw also nullifies the Nightfall, so you lose count of how many players are inside that site throughout the chaos, and you totally forgot about Glowstick. And they were just able to pick up an easy 2K. A 2-piece on that right side of the site, and SRG cannot commit. At least they have, at least of a silver lining, another ult to work with for a flood into the site. So there's half-wide. And thankfully, Sherrod just missed that first shot.
Sherrod is going to reposition, and almost clipped Donut. But what a nice nade. That tagged up Sherrod. And still somehow got a shot onto Donut. So SRG will have to go on without it.
That was insane.
Yeah. So insane. Sherrod is, I think, was 13-3 at one point, now 14-4, putting up the numbers, but SRG are putting down the spike, and this could still be turnable. And SRG already pulled off a thrifty before, so don't underestimate what SRG can do on a lower buy. But the ult's in YPX's favor. You have a Nightfall, you've got the pings, you have the advantage now, YPX, but the flash is in place for SRG, and YPX don't care. They poke and prod at range, and SRG can only cower in safety, and the smokes, but the Prowler goes on even on top of the box. That was pretty nice, and SRG just get dismantled.
The most important fight onto that one was for SRG was Noya needing to win that fight on that flank against Scary Shark. So that gives an opening here for Shopify Rebellion Gold to really fight towards that water and escape back towards main when needed be, because if you're looking at that retake, you're facing up against a Nightfall for the side of the defense, while you, with your 3 players left in the post plan, had no util to work with, and you're going into a half buy. You picked up a Nop on top of that, and it's being smoked out by Scary Shark on that box, so Mel has no value on that C site again to try to pick off some players. I think Dryad was mentioning at the desk too, this should be a map won by YFP just on how good they were they've been playing this map. And hopefully, chat, now you're watching this game, you're seeing how beautiful their defensive plays are so far. And at least how the macro way and their macro approach to this map is quite nice for YFPX.
Yeah, you had to expect this map if you're SRG, because this was picked by YFPX against WADA in the semi and against KIRI Magenta in the quarterfinals. So SRG very comfortable on this as well, but lacking behind on the round so far. At least they have a full buy this time, but Mel separated away from the flock. And that's all thanks to Corrupt. Snakebite, Smoke, so good at dividing it. And SRG have to recover this spike, like you said, and very difficult to do when Mel is not there.
Yeah, and your ult's already gone. You can't smoke sight anymore. You have to walk in now for a quad flip in through the smoke.
No, it's going to be an explosive sight as Oriental couldn't stop the util, but Corrupt could stop too, but SRG still able to make the most out of that deficit, but the op still being within the site is a surprise to Noi and to all of us. It allows YFPX to still take the round.
You have to give some points again. I'm gonna keep hyping up Scary Shark so far, even though if it doesn't look like they're really on that kill feed or whatnot, just a util around. The stalls that she's currently doing too is just so nice. And this, I at least love the entry from SRG, how they adapted. No smokes to exit. Well, at least you throw the poison, or Noya kept it in her hands so that at least they could trade out into these sites. But then you have to play against the off of Sherrod, who's been pristine so far, on top of the game this whole half. 15 kills so far on the chamber, and looking to tally up more as they're pushing up for aggressive control into Rubble.
Just always got to expect the unexpected with Sherrod, who's been so much at sea these early peaks, and to be pushing Rubble with an op, it's going to be able to teleport out and have the support of Scary Shark. That's been a duel. YFPX have moved around the map before, but SRG move into Beam. They're just cut off by all the util and Glowstick, who shuts the door. And SRG just go in blindly and get almost nothing out of it.
Well, this is where, if I'm Effie's and I have to call out a timeout, you have to start ironing out those little things, those 101s. You want to try to get into the B site? Well, you're not playing against a Vice, cool, but you're still playing against a chamber, and you've never really figured out and spotted where that chamber trip has been a lot of these rounds. Like your C exec, it hasn't been there. Your B side lurk, you've heard it once. This time you hit it, you're hit by it. If you want to try to hit that B site, man, just have Donut throw some paint shells, something, break that so you could actually explode into the site. You're already making so much noise trying to go for the execute, might as well just make sure that you get rid of the util on top of that. But so far, it's SRG with a very slow start on their attack side. As we mentioned when we got into this game, this should have been a harder side here for YFP to play with to kick off the series.
There.
SRG could still take care of this Viper's Pit, especially with how forward it is and the fact that Dodonut has a showstopper. Prowler's going to do the initial surge, Haunt at the very back. Doing just that, Mel is going to use the ult to teleport behind the Viper's Pit, and the showstopper is just to evict the Viper's Pit member, and YFPX won't be able to get much use out of it. SRG be able to jump through the hoops, get through the obstacles, and be safe enough for a plant. They're never able to have the full 5 stack for the plant, but SRG, we'll see if the post plant will still stand with the Viper's Pit on the offensive side, blocking off Waterfall, which will be in Corrupt's way.
They have Nightfall too. They're in a good spot here, SRG.
Having to invest a lot, YFPX all spotted, and now the guns have to do all the talking, and YFPX have been so good on these C retakes. Just 1, 2, 3, all down. SRG not able to fight back at these deficits.
Oh man, we're missing a little bit of help. I need some help somewhere. As you saw here, we're trying to move up outside of that pit to look towards that spawn to answer back to the Nightfall, but unfortunately, Noya already lost a teammate inside that pit, returned back in time to really try to stuff those players rushing back from lower site. I mean, look at this. The Nightfall hits. It's already a 5 versus 3, or 5 versus 4, sorry. That Viper should have been watching, Noya should have been watching Donut actually. That was Donut that's going outside of that pit, and Noya was watching towards that waterfall. But somehow they squeak through and both of them fall, and the post plant becomes abysmal for SRG. They had everything to be able to at least get that 3rd round. But now it's not the best buy to try to salvage the last round of the half.
So many of the first bloods have gone YPX's way, and Oh, it seems Oriental. I was just gonna get shot in the back and still... It's even numbers. And just YFPX, the way they flood into sites is so clinical. They have all their bases covered and they come in with such pace that even a team as bolstered as SRG can't hold it back.
Look at that. You wanted to pivot really quickly towards the A side, but you're still afraid here of Sherrod with now the Outlaw. So you have to wait for the fuel to come up, Prowlers to try to find some players, and finally, Sherrod gets pushed back, and now finally SRG has a chance to work around the map. We're going into the mid round where they're really good at it. They can open this door, fake back into the B site, and play a good pulse plan where they got their second round of this half from a pulse plan on B.
Still need to clear into B, but not too worried after how they pulled YPX towards the right side. Teleport from Scary Shark. It's gonna get spotted.
30 seconds left.
SRG still have to duel against that staircase member, and Scary Shark gets that win, so SRG have multiple angles to have to worry about, including Alexis that could be cut off at any moment from the wall. Needs to be in this fight for the flash, and now SRG just stagger in. But the layers, they peel back YFPX, will now enter the site, and now SRG, they just get dismantled and erased yet again. This is a 10-2 half for YFPX.
Yeah, it was a nice try too. The C's was perfect with the flash, but unfortunately the flash was actually too close and tucked into the wall that a couple of them were only half blind for YFP. So being once again very good into how they're trading off with each other for the side of YFPX, and a very dominant first half that we've seen on our defense. And this is where it gets scary because YFP against WADA were just very good in this type of setup. If you're looking at the minimap right now, this 4-1 that they constantly do on the attack side, where Sherrod peeks out with Headhunter, baits util, TPs away, you're pressuring towards that C site, you could split towards B as well. There's just a lot of avenues you could utilize with this composition here for YFPX. But now, as I mentioned, how they like to do these 4-1s, looks like for YFP, they just want to make sure that they fight toe-to-toe and can trade off each other once again, as they already have such a strong commanding lead, so might as well try to death ball our way through here this piston round.
A must-win round for SRG with the 1-2-2 split.
Bring them down.
And SRG are such a cohesive team. It's not about one person being the shining star. This is now a unit. They have to work together like one. SRG just listening, waiting. And now YPX, the ball is in their court, but the thorns will be the obstacle. The hoop that YPX have to jump through, the Prowler, the Paranoia. They know exactly where SRG are hiding within this tree area. And Alexis just dodging the nade. YPX take control not only of the site, but going through the stairs. They're wrapping around. SRG not even aware. They're still trying to clear through the site, realize no one is there. YFPX are ahead of the race, and SRG's defenders on B could only hold them back for so long.
Now there's going to be a lot of question marks for SRG to try to retake that side. Actually, YFP are running all the way back towards C. Now they're losing players in the process. They had an opportunity there to play a pulse plan in scenarios where SRG don't really know where the positions are at. But now it's YFPX that's going to have to keep on their toes, because there's 3 players of SRG currently flanking on that C mound.
When you have so much time like this, YFPX can take some creative extensions. Never mind. Donut's going to eliminate Scary Shark.
And
now you know where the push is coming from. Yeah. Still have the Haunt, Glow Stick, just using it to clear towards B and SRG. Oh, not the nade they were looking for, but Sarah's got the shot that they like, and SRG takes the pistol.
At least we'll have that. The paint shells are just a ruse here to have you listen to audible cues, and then everybody runs through and trade off each other here for SRG. Very nicely done towards the end. Very well salvaged for Shopify Rebellion Gold. A slight overcook, at least for the side of YFP, but I mean, that's on Corrupt to really understand what they could call here, right? They haven't really seen too many players. They've already caught 1 player off guard. They've already forced rotates and players to stick inside tree for SRG on how you execute it into pushing into the stairs. So technically, you know it's an open site on C, but just 1 player was feeling very confident. I think that was Sheridan, as I mentioned before, trying to fight back towards that spawn that got picked off. So now SRG has a little bit of room to breathe. YFPX doing similar things where they're not buying stingers on that second round. They just want to make sure here that they have good econ on the attack side and managing to, min-max the orbs, and that's going to be Glowstick picking it up.
You have a high-low with Mel and Donut. Try and get see some foreheads on top of this wall. Worst case, you have a Paranoia. Heard the drop down, and now there's some activity in YPX.
Cover going out.
Just get cut at the heel. The spike is down too, so this is going to start pulling SRG towards the left side of the map, and Sherrod is still just at spawn, making sure that there's not a push-up between at B.
I have the spike.
YPX are very limited on what they can do right now.
Toxins going up.
I mean, dropping some players at least, making it expensive. Trying to get a plant down would be kind of good here for YP at least. Mel's out in the open, and we'll be able to get that kill at least onto Scary Shark, who isn't watching the right angle. A little bit of room to breathe now for SRG.
Oh, Noya. It's just great team effort from SRG, and Noya, like the desk pointed out, one of the best players on SRG when it comes to the stats and how reliable they are under pressure like that. So SRG convert that round, bring a couple of guns in, and the YPX are still just that close to the finish line.
And there is what I'm currently seeing is what they're trying to do here for YPX and what was their bread and butter here. So Sherrod is going to be listening and trying to bait all this util out towards this A site. There's 4 players of SRG there. And as they listen and see all that, they can call it through, and you can stall right away here for the attack side for YFP. The thing is they haven't added too much. They haven't been adding too much players on the C site at the beginning. So if they're planning to do that, it's going to have to be a later reclear with the util that you currently have from Glowstick.
Bring them down.
SRG still working to cover those gaps as they enter B and deny that. They have Thorn set up at C, so SRG get orb and a good early start to the round. But here now the ball is in YPX's court with Prowler in. Still Prowlers and everything they need. Triggering though the Vice Wall is going to have YPX rethinking this, or at least waiting for that to be expired.
Yeah. And that's again where they find a lot of success here against WADA, who plays a double senti comp on this map. The more that you're baiting out the util and you're keeping them anchored up into these deep lines on B and C, the more you can work around that map. Look at what happens. You're going to push away Mel here from this position and Sarah. It's going to be very difficult for the others to rotate because they already have to stay inside sight to make sure that they watch that wall that already got procced up and have to watch the C site hit.
And there's pressure here with the shots from SRG, and YPX is still going to test those waters. They're going to swim and even fly through it. Look at Zoriental, man. Insane little satchel. Take Ruins, or Rubble, and now enter B after that clear from Corrupt. So, like this plan from YPX, this is a dangerous round to drop if you're SRG.
Yeah, well, you're going to just have to go for it. This is your bonus round for SRG too. Try to make it expensive here.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, Donut adjusts, and at range is not going to put up a good fight, so Alexis is in a better range position, but the C's, the nade, Alexis right on the edge of it.
Flash placed. Not ready yet.
Now the Flash is trying to bait them into a good fight, and now Alexis is just going to get run over, and that'll put YPX up to 11. Now another much-needed win coming up for SRG once they buy up, and it's getting pretty dire.
Yep, the game of comebacks now with this standard comp for SRG. Most doable, especially on this side with the comp that they currently run. You can already see how much util they have to really fight towards that rubble. But again, as I mentioned, when YFPX are able to manipulate the map like that, and you see this 4 players swing outside of that smoke, the third player that's rotating all the way from the B side is a little bit still too far out to be able to trade out with her teammates. And it gives here a chance for YFP to just brute force their way through here wherever they want around the map. And that's a good way to answer back, you know, disrespect the counter smoke with a counter spam.
Yeah. YPX just came in with so much confidence, and SRG just checked that at the door. Look at the stack towards the breakable door. YPX allowed to grab that orb. Not an immediate strike from SRG, but what timing from Sarah! Ace opportunity! And Spike within grasp of SRG. And YFPX just will not be able to recover this, so how much do you want to give this to Sarah? She's going to pick one side. Donut watches the other. Someone has to be sacrificed for this ace. The Prowler to get Corrupt unstabilized. And Sarah just needed to reload. No ace for her. but still a round win for SRG.
The thing too is that Mel was just standing on top of the rubble and trying to let her get that ace, but despite that, I still don't think that's a good play. If you're already looking at it as Sarah getting her 4K into that round, yes, it's cool to boost the ego to get that 5th kill, but you need those ult orbs. Have somebody else hunt down those kills so that you could actually start rotating a little bit more ults on your side to start this comeback game. It would have been smarter already off the get-go if Mel was already going in for that kill, or Donut or somebody else that Sarah uses util for gets that kill. Hopefully it doesn't bite them in the end for the side of SRG. And they're still able to come back in this game. YFP, though, still in prime position and good control. Only a Sheriff, though, in the hands of Corrupt, so that they could buy a weapon for their entry fraggers, and they could just call the audibles here as the IGL.
Yeah, and how early does this Nightfall come out when you hear the door open for Tree early enough, and YFPX knew this was coming, and do still get pinged, but are not as trapped as they were. They have space to work with, and even their own wall, and now deciding to pivot after hearing how many of SRG are still around, while keeping, of course, Corrupt around.
And the wall is also towards that C site, so SRG are still in prime position to play stall. So the insert now comes into, again, where YFP finds a lot of success on our attack side. The noise that you make now Corrupt has to hear if they could sense a rotate, if they see other util coming through in close. Prowler towards that front, and now you're adding question marks for SRG. Is it going to finish towards A? Is it going to finish towards C?
30 seconds
Now the
left.
gamble is back towards the A side, and the haunt, though, just pushed Sarah away, so this makes it very difficult for Mel to anchor the A site.
But Sarah can still get in position, get the Prowler and Haunt going, get as much information as they can, while Mel can use the ears and now her own gun, and it's only good for 12 seconds, though. All SRG need to do is prevent the plant, and it could be easy. Especially with the cutoff from Noya at Staircase. And YFPX had too many problems to address, and SRG will go back-to-back rounds.
You nailed it. Too many to deal with. Too much to deal with for YFPX because there was just too much noise coming from different angles. You already see Sherrod trying to focus and fight towards, I think that was going to be Sarah towards the break room, the breakable door. That gives a chance for Noya to swing out, get an easy second kill, and then also capitalize on a 3-piece into the round to allow SRG to now pick up 4 rounds into this half. And you're seeing very similar things as, although in different positions here, but SRG are able to find like some nice little off angles that are not going to be checked here by YFP, and those end up being round-winning plays, both from the IGL of Mel from her position in the A site that just has to get her one and done because she was playing that spot solo, and then also just Noya finding her timing and also continuing to build up those numbers that the analyst desk were praising for Noya in this GC scene. So this timeout's finally coming out here for YFP, though, and they still have some ults to work with on the attack side, and it's going to be their decision. Right now is they could work on warp control, then that'll give them at least 3 ults to work with on top of maybe a stinger buy that could really prove to be the winning game for SRG, because SRG is not going to have the best of buys after that. They'll have to go into like some sort of rifle buying for each other, and in the long game they're just going to run out of money.
Just kind of judging by the YFPX buys, not going for anything crazy. Definitely think grabbing that ore for Zoriental would be huge, especially if you're worried about the Viper's Pit for Noya, or just depends on how much you want to invest in this round. So, but Sherrod has been the star for YFPX. We'll see what kind of play they can create on the Slurg. They're gonna get so much attention. Whoa, just lightning fast recall right out of there. Calling out the few members. The stack on the right side. The Prowler gets YPX set up on Mound, but they still have to trigger the Vice Wall. So there's some comfort from SRG, and especially off of that pick, just spamming through the smoke blindly. Alexis will still keep things secure for SRG.
That's a great start because that's the pit down. But the stinger buy is still there. They still have the Nightfall to work with. If they open up this site here and Alexis is able to anchor it up, though, that's a great stall and a great hold in the end by SRG. And that will foil the plans that you have, at least for what you're trying to cook out for this timeout for YFPX in a half buy. But you still have to think about the next round where you will have weapons here for YFP.
That's such a risk for Scary Shark to take that teleport when you still hadn't got the wall down and knowing the Sentinel util that can trip you up, but yeah, this will be SRG trying to create a bit of a win streak. This will be their third in the row, depending on how many bodies Glowstick will leave behind. What was that?
30
No
seconds
way.
left.
One of the newest additions to YFPX, proving their worth. And now with the upgrade, oh, thought Mel would have been at the back of the site. Now round salvaged by SRG, but expensive.
And one of the rare moments that playing uncoordinated for the side of SRG saves in that round, because as Glowstick gets that third pick into the waterfall, and you don't really spot Mel playing in the buddy system, you're expecting that she's rotating towards that spawn, and Mel finds the lucky timing to get the side kill on to Glowstick. But look at these shots when Glowstick's going to move in, opening that door, trying to clear them out, not looking after each other here too. There's just a little bit of a miscomm on trying to re-clear, but at least thankfully they still have money to work with for SRG, because that was 3 rounds in a row for them. But you can definitely see that they're scratching very close to the bottom of the barrel to try to stay in the game in terms of these rifles.
Wow, what a push from SRG and Dodonut to get that first fade back and take out the lurk from YFPX. So this will force Sherrod to be that person and for YFPX to re-clear through B and to the opposite side of the map. But SRG have all their pieces, all their pawns in position, so they're comfortable this round.
It was a great start for SRG. It's one of those rare moments that you've walked out in front of the B main, probably the first time you've done it in this half. So it was unaware for the side of YFP and an easy pick for Dodonut. Now they can play numbers advantage. Solo site A hold and 3 players holding towards his B site. But you are technically seeing here, as they're playing numbers, they're also giving up a lot of space for YFP.
Now Glowstick has to wait for everyone to be in position before night falling in. Left. But the Thorns, the Flash, SRG have good delays, and Alexis is going to proc that and keep themselves still anchored within the site as Oriental goes fishing with the Showstopper and is not going to pick the lucky side. YFPX will still hunt down Alexis. And now the steps are clear, and YFPX bring the round back in their favor. After that early loss, no pit, but still a nightfall for YFPX to play with to build some delay, to keep SRG guessing. And the one play could be Sarah coming up on the flank, needs to sync up. Wow, what a shot from Scary Shark. No showstopper, no fun, but Sarah's always good for multiple. The numbers are equal, but time is ticking. Important round for YPX. This will get them to match point. Noya being a distraction, being bait, taps the spike, gets the attention. Glowstick, oh, it's gonna stagger in. It just has to shoot Mel one last time. The defuse is gonna be stuck. And no, Glowstick can't do it. But now there's no time for the defuse. Holy, that was a close round. A Red Bull clutch.
Match point.
You saw that Glowstick was scrambling once they pulled up the secondary and saying, oh crap, it's only a Bucky at this range. I will never be able to get it. And thankfully enough, they had time on their side for the side of YFP, which unfortunately here, Noya was forced off that spike to get that pick. Again, I had a little bit of a tisk right there. The satchels and the showstopper coming through, but there's a lack of util to try to clear out towards that pit. I feel that there was we were missing a little bit more. Maybe try to stay a little bit closer to that smoke behind the boxes, time things out as you're satcheling through to at least try to go for a trade if you don't have a flash or a haunt to try to clear out towards that pit. And that kill right there, once again, impact frag by Scary Shark allows your YFPX to put themselves at map point.
And that could be the round that decides it all and definitely breaks the win streak of SRG in a timeout to see how they can execute the next couple rounds. And YFPX just need to not lose their lurk and keep their options open, but still SRG can deny one of those options with an early pit, which I assume is going to be on the menu for Noya, but is Alexis going to want to play for an orb to get the Steel Garden going?
You almost have to at this point, but also at the same time, it's very dangerous for you to try to come out here towards the C side to pick up orb. Maybe is while you're seeing that Alexis is rotating back to hold at least the B side to start. And then you have the 3-player push down to take Rebel control, which maybe could allow for her to pick up the orb a little bit later on, but YPX doesn't want to let that happen. You already see Jared watching across the smoke, and they're looking to fight back here once the smoke dissipates.
Jared is still inserted, so as soon as the smoke dissipates, if you think SRG are only going to insert one into Rubble, this could be a good 1v1 for Sherrod, but more than expected, and Sherrod does not miss those teleports. Has not been an early victim in those scenarios, but still is going to be missing HP.
Yeah, they're lucky that Sarah was playing with a Bulldog there to absorb a little bit of those shots and be able to TP on time, because Phantom, with the way that Sarah's been playing on this defensive hold of Rubble, they should have been dropped right away here for Sherrod. But here comes a TP inside the side, very similar place to SRG, forces out Noya from the pit, but she's able to walk right back in as the ult cancels up. Now SRG back at the advantage in terms of the state of the game. Clock's still on their side, and they still have great util to stall here towards the C and B site.
Because Alexis minimizes those risks, her being alive in this round, it just keeps things sealed and certain that no one is at B. Now with the flank removed, YFPX have to get through this util one way or another. Now gonna have to go to their last and final option towards the right side, but there's only 12 seconds. So you see Oriental has to be there quick, and SRG had the trap set, and now the spike in their sight. So SRG will get another life, and YPX will just save.
And Mal finds another great timing on that flank before getting rid of the rate boss. And on top of that, Scary Strike also falling to me, the second rate boss down for YFP. But Sherrod dying, not allowing YFPX to really get some sort of walk into the B site for a pick. Now you're scrambling with the time remaining. You couldn't really cancel up that pit on your side because the exec wasn't really there to flush Noya outside of the pit. And you're just running. Thunderfooting back towards the A side makes it easy here for Sarah. And I think it was Noya on the other side here to just hold out. Or sorry, Alexis to hold out towards that A site and push them away. SRG still in this fight for now. Ult available. And our hero rifle for Corrupt. Sees Nate down though.
And Sherrod found a great adaptations once again for SRG to recognize what's happening by YPX in these early rounds. And I just applauded Sherrod for being so good at getting out of those situations. And one hero rifle. YFPX just praying they can get a post plant so that Corrupt can use that ult, but it'd be really hard to do so.
I'll have to try to play for picks for YFP. Right now, it looks like we're trying to make noise in front of that B site so that Corrupt could try to go for some sort of a look play towards A. Already, the little haunt already came out, so that gives their position away. They're just going to meet up with everybody to go for the Hail Mary into the B side plant.
Oriental spotted just defending themselves, barking back, and is gonna cut noise and try to get the reinforcements. And Donut just shows up, doesn't get the ace, but is explosive as ever. And SRG are not giving up this map, not without a fight.
Now the Econ's back on the side of YFP though. In very rare moments where they're going for a very much quicker pace hit towards the C site, it seems. There is a couple of pings there. You still have this lurk on the A side from the Viper. But it looks like you will try to leverage Sherrod to move up with the team to take control here of the C side. You mentioned orb control could very much be in the hands of Glowstick so far, which would put them one away from a Nightfall in the post plant.
SRG decided to use an early paranoia and just kind of invest more into that A-lobby fight, expecting Sherrod or someone to still be there, but YPX are not even going to bother this time. Just trying to trigger the Sentinel util as fast as possible, and even getting the boom bot out of Donut. So hopefully, you would think YPX would have an easier job this time. Scary Shark's teleport is punished. YPX are divided from an initiator at least. And you just go for the Viper's Pit to secure what real estate you have available to you. While SRG, all they can do is watch this plant go down and hope that Sarah's Prowler at least gets them in position for a flank. The Nightfaller pushes SRG back from Waterfall, but there's only one member there, so YPX are still clueless on what could be happening, and it's all on the flank. It's SRG, though, picked apart as YPX step out of the perimeter, and this is for the win, and it's all up to Mel to stop it. And now the security of YPX within their fortress, their castle. This is their map pick, and this is their playground. YPX kick off our series.
And YPX were able to win that round with what they're intended to do in the first place in that stick around, a couple of rounds ago. Just trying to get the pit in, brute force your way through, open it up, and then you saw there on that 3 versus 5, SRG had no util left to go for the retake, and you know it was going to be a GG there for YPX, but that is great preparation on that first site, on that first map here. It's almost potentially a similar storyline now to the SRG versus Blue Otter, where Des was saying, surely this is not going to happen again, right? But now we're back into a similar story.
Yeah, you're going to see Alexis tweet, I now also hate Lotus on top of Abyss. But one map we weren't expecting SRG to like was Sunset.
Yeah.
So that's going to be an interesting one. And YFPX are now 3-0 on Lotus, picking this all 3 times in their matches in playoffs. And it's going well for them. But will it end well? We'll find out after the break.
It's for you. Do you like it? Come on, Charlie. Use your new door. Come on, let's go. I said go. Let's go. Silly dog. I'm gonna trade you for a cat. Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Well, if the first map was any indicator of what we have for the rest of the day, it's going to be a very good evening. Welcome back to Valorant Game Changers presented by Verizon. The first map left a little squeaky bum time there, where we thought, is this comeback going to happen? Who knows? Dan, what? I mean, surely you were at the edge of your seat as well.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned it at the beginning. We talked about how YFP, they have an incredible map of Lotus, but I don't think we were expecting a 10 to half. And then also a little bit of a fake comeback for Shopify Rebellion. I feel like the comebacks for Shopify Rebellion, we do expect a little bit more, but it was just, they barely had any room to work with. And it was a first half where, I mean, YFP was incredible.
Yeah, it feels like every single player on YFP had at least one of those really big impactful rounds where they had multi-frags. Every single player kind of put up those numbers and made sure to kind of keep up with the distance, hold it down, even glow stick with those really, really good kills. Doesn't matter when it came to the end score, there's a lot of impact from each one of these players for YFP.
And something else that we mentioned too that you really get to see into this first half and why YFP got so many rounds towards the beginning was how aggressive they're getting on this defensive side. And also an attempt of an answer for Shopify Rebellion that was failing every single time. Sometimes and oftentimes you use that showstopper, for example, to get that space when you already take a little bit of, that robo control. But because they were not able to get that robo control, because YFP was taking all of it, they had to use a showstopper just to get that space. They get traded and they never feel comfortable into these rounds into that first half. So YFP, they get away with this map and they play it so well, especially into these early rounds and how they end up turning into this victory.
Yeah, and I feel like the biggest thing too is look at these stats. They're kind of close. Like both these teams,
sure.
It wasn't some crazy standout where, one team had the most first kills or not. It just came down to that mid-round kind of knowing how to play off of the aggression, the initial aggression, knowing how to play when you have those numbers. And YFP, they just seemed to be a lot more collected and a lot more ready for every step that Shopify was about to take.
One of the things that we talked about prior to this series starting, and we kind of shone. We're gonna go with shone. A spotlight on the chamber play in particular, and how we see that, playing out. Was that what you expected, Myrna? I love your thoughts at first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Sharad here did an amazing job. Dan mentioned the aggression. Even on that defense half, Sharad was just going crazy, taking a lot of that space. Shopify, they kept trying to shut them down with their utility, using the fade to get info on where they're playing, but it never stopped them in their tracks. You can see here, Sharad just playing out towards that sands. Doesn't matter that there's a flash, just continuously going, getting aggressive and following up on a lot of these kills. It really opened up so many maps for YFP, and it was just a stellar performance overall.
It was amazing. I mean, we saw that round 2 where Sharad got the ace, and immediately we were like, okay, we're gonna talk about the chamber. We're gonna talk about the chamber. We have to highlight this because it is something that we've seen before, but I feel like it really surprises because teams sometimes they look amazing and players individually sometimes they look amazing, but when they go against Shopify Rebellion, maybe it's a different story, but that didn't really change at all into this first half. Again, YFP looked incredible, and it was some of these openings that the chamber was able to get, but also that aggression that everybody else in that team were able to meet.
I think too, in general, from this, we can see that all the players on YFP put up numbers. Everyone was there. The ACS was all up there. Shopify, they just needed to clean up a little bit. It was really, really, really easy to see when you're watching the game, but then you saw the slow comeback starting to come to life, and I think that's Shopify starting to warm up. So going into the next map, I'm expecting to see things be a little bit more crisp, a little bit more, well-rounded together. But Sharad, they need to keep up the aggressive playstyle. YFP, they just steamrolled a lot of those rounds, and it worked out in their favor.
Myrna, what was it that stood out to you when we saw that comeback start to really come to fruition there?
I feel like we saw Shopify just start to be a little bit more dynamic, a little less static. They were trying to counter the aggression with their own aggression, making sure that their util is actually used in good places. And we started to see Donut actually start to perform really well on that race. The numbers were a little low at the beginning, but she came back into it using that util, setting up for a lot of these retakes and post-plants really well. And so going into Sunset, I'm kind of expecting Shopify to look a little bit better, a little bit more controlled since it is their pick.
Something that we mentioned before that is going to be really important once again is what Shopify Rebellion is going to be playing on this Sunset. I always like seeing the Sunset for this team, even if, you know, when we think about Shopify Rebellion, we think about Haven more than any other map. I feel like Mel having really good calls in this map is something that we've seen throughout the years, and I'm excited to see once again. But again, it's a mystery. It's a map that we haven't seen in about a month, and even though they kept that same composition in that map of Lotus from when they were playing promo relegation, things can change a little bit here.
I think the only thing that I'd be scared of from Shopify right now is that they might be playing a little bit back, giving YFP a little bit too much respect. They're putting a lot of attention on trying to find that chamber, trying to find where the aggression is, and attempting to be reactive. Whereas I think we've seen Shopify in the past always be proactive and making sure that they make YFP play at their own pace. So for Shopify going into this map, if we want to see a map 3, I'm really expecting them to just play at their own pace and kind of make sure that they're pulling out the strats, doing the traps that they usually do, and making sure they put that aggression on hold instead of just playing to what YFP's strengths are.
It's also in map 1 a moment where we highlighted a lot of what everybody was doing individually when it came to the Viper, when it came to, you know, what these controls were doing, when it came to finding timings as well. But when we go into this map of Sunset, it does change a little bit more. It relies a lot more on to what these Neons are able to do. And even though we already talked about Dodo, we talked about Zoriental into these in the race plays that they had on Lotus, that Neon plays a lot different, and you need to be very confident trying to find those openings too.
If there were an X factor that you were looking for on the side of Shopify, right? Maybe not necessarily a usual suspect. Who is it that you're looking for to deliver?
I want to say Alexis, if she's still playing that deadlock here. I feel like I don't know if she will. I feel like she won't, but whatever she's gonna be playing, I just feel like Alexis has been looking really good on the Sentinel. I feel like before, when she was playing a lot of the Breach, a lot of that Initiator, she had some amazing moments. She's incredible at supporting the team. But when it comes to, you know, this new version of Alexis that we're seeing, I love seeing it. I feel like she's able to pop off and be a big difference maker too.
Yo, what if we see the battle stage again? Yo, I'd be so down
insane,
for Alexis battle stage.
I mean, so it was on Twitter. We saw the clips. She was low key
and
farming.
It's Sunset,
on the
so
stage.
they could do it.
It could be
A little
cooking
paper
here.
comp.
Yes.
I see it.
Effies, if you're watching, you give us all the credit. If the stage comes through, and unfortunately, this just goes to show that we don't know what we're talking about. Lexi is on the Breach, and you've got Sarah on the Sova.
That is crazy. Yeah, I mean, I just talked about how Alexis has been playing a lot of the Sentinel as of recent, but now she's going back to the one agent that not only we, but also she knows and loves so much. She is the best Breach player out there, especially here in Game Changers, and I'm sure that she's happy that she's able to play this again, especially setting up Dodo up for success. We talked about how much it really matters for these Neons on both sides to be confident as they're taking these fights, and that wouldn't be able to happen without this Breach.
Yeah, I think we've seen Alexis just be so solid, 100%. Looking forward to see kind of how she sets up the rest of her team. But on the YFP side, we've seen Glowstick on the Fade in that last Lotus match. Did really good with their util, and I'm looking to see a lot more from Corrupt. I feel like Corrupt was a little more on the quiet side in that last Lotus game, so I want to see a lot more with this KO. Looking to see a lot more with these setups, making sure the ult is going in, getting ready for these executes. But again, they're starting on that defense side where they do a lot of good aggression, so I'm looking to see that, but they don't have the chamber for it, so it's going to be interesting.
The first map was a banger that unfortunately left us a little, you know, maybe a little disappointed. I was a little fooled by the fake comeback, but we'll see how the second map plays out. Lemon Kiwi and whoever the other caster is, I forget. Take it away.
We're in the same chat. You can see it. If not, read the bottom. There it is. There it is. VANSIL. I mean, there's even a neon there that my wife bought for me. Doug, learn that one.
I had to let him go first. I knew Vance was going to have some kind of retort, but we also need to see SRG have a response against that map loss. And, you know, they can lose maps sometimes. You know, Blue Water already showed us that even SRG can bleed. But SRG haven't also lost a series since, what, 1 year ago in GC3. And guess who that was to? YFPX. Biggest caveat ever, though, that SRG were playing with a sub then. But it's for the narrative that YFPX could be the queen killers, if you will.
I'm still very nervous, though, in the second map, even though it's Shopify Rebellion's map pick. First off, you're still bringing the breach back right now for SRG, which I don't think it's necessarily a bad pick, but I feel like I would agree to the sentiment of the desk seeing Alexis on a deadlock or a Sage would be kind of fire. But at least now, if you're thinking about, okay, well, the game plan is for you to try to bring that momentum, bring the aggression, and take control of the wheel here, especially now you start off on the attack side, as Athena mentioned. But this is also where YFPX dominated against WADA, was on how good Sharad has been on the defense, as well as Zoriental. So many multi-kills, 1 ace on a defense as well. And hopefully SRG could avoid all of that as they take the plant towards this B site.
Yes, please, Sharad, tell us how to say your name, or I'm going to resort to Cha-Cha very, very soon. But
yeah, or C. Harrod. I think that's the same.
Holy, now there's some mid-control. YFPX got that, but it costed them a lot. Oh, slipping past all the defenses and the shots. Sarah has Donuts back, though, with the trade, and numbers are in SRG's favor, and it's just up to Corrupt. Flash and knife in hand, and barely any HP to play with, and with this crossfire, SRG pretty much have secured themselves a pistol. Let's see if I cast or cursed it, though. Little jiggle from Mel. Ooh, and a dink, too. Corrupt has some time to play with, and you're gonna see the reveal from the Sonic, and SRG will get away with the pistol after all.
And that's a great way to kick things off, too, when you're looking at where the trips were being placed on a defense, though, for YFP, is that they were expecting a whole push and a fight back towards Boba on the post plan, especially when you're running a Neon on the side of SRG and you're just trying to trap Donut. But you go for the standard side for SRG, you play the post plan on the outside, and it works out. Let them flood against you, and you're able to win those duels in the end. And also, the other thing that was scaring me about seeing SRG on this map reminds me a little bit of Challengers, where Sarah had like 3 aces and like 2 4Ks or something like that on the attack, and they still lost against Legacy, if I'm not mistaken, back in like stage 2. So hopefully they have fixed a little bit of what they're trying to do here on their attack side. And you're able to see this third map against YFPX here, the champs of GC NA and the champs of GCC. Getting a run for their money here against YFPX, who are now looking to play for this front B take.
And Sharad is just trying to do what they can when they were just stuck at this B main position, and best case would have been winning the 1, but doing damage is good too. But man, these B hits from SRG have been practically flawless. The only chance is Oriental with the Bucky doing damage, and just turns and flicks onto Noya. Looking very limited, costing now SRG 2 of their guns going into the bonus.
And very good so far. I mean, yeah, it has been a little bit expensive for the damage you've done here for YFPX, but the fact that you're looking at SRG going into the bonus round, potentially now, I would say working the map fairly slowly to try to maximize orbs and plants would put yourself in a good position here in your rifle round, because a lot of them are halfway, so you could take your pick in the litter and figure out which one you want to start working with here on in terms of your ults for the gun round. As I say slow, it looks like we're going to try to fight towards this B main quite early once again, but Corrupt's there, getting ready to knife it out.
Sharad is now getting some assist here from Corrupt, and the trip to help mark it out, and no vision on mid, which is something SRG have prioritized in the past, but knocking at the door, though, is SRG. Got the walls up from the Neon, and Sharad just checks Donut at the door and almost got greedy to just keep getting kills from the reinforcements of SRG. Sharad will fall. The rest of YFPX will take over. SRG look to wrap around. Oh, the paranoia from Scary Shark just goes right in between. And I guess Sarah's going for a hero play, and why is a big cross? Is SRG now dropped the spike in the middle of the map?
Thankfully, the weapon could get picked up. That was a little bit of a Guardian damage or Phantom damage, 140 onto Scary Shark. That forces her back. I know I could still somewhat make a play. There's 40 seconds left. You've identified the Omen on top middle. You just heard the haunt here from that B site. Looks like Noya's going to walk right into it, hoping to isolate some fights here.
30 seconds
I'm
left.
surprised Noya would have just wanted to go to the other site, but will at least clear what Sarah's dead body left behind. We'll lose the one against Glowstick, so YPX being able to maintain a lot of these rifles is going to bode well. And they had such a fiery start on their defense on the previous map. Like the desk said, no one expected a 10-2 half, and but this is a whole different map, and this is SRG's pick, and see how we go forward with Glowstick one away from the Nightfall.
Yeah, and when we talk about YFP, how good Zoriental and Sharad has been on the defense, comes down a lot to this Corrupt on the knife as well over the KO. They throw a lot of this double initiator right into the entrance of this A, just to try to stall, hold back, and even try to go for the knife to even stop the second wave of util trying to move into the site. But as you see here, the haunt gets value. Already pinged some players, so you could save the knife a little bit later on into the round for YPX to find that info. Now you'll notice lane is clear, so you're inching now that you're inkling, sorry, that the hit's going to be happening towards this market.
And Glowstick did just pick up the orb for the Nightfall. They're a little bit behind. Should still be able to hit the stack of SRG. This is really good stall from Sharad that was left behind. SRG are still trying to clear through B, all thanks to what Noya was able to do, but will still be victims to this Nightfall. So the advantage in YPX's court, and it's Corrupt that leads the charge. And SRG are just all corralled and don't know where the threats could be coming from. It's just great execution at the end of the day of YPX knowing what their win condition was around the Glowstick Nightfall and how they're able to just trap SRG in the spot to hit them with.
It's Lotus all over again, where the util is just good from A to Z, from left to right, from the first page to the last. It's the haunt that pushes players away, the knife that sees nobody towards tiles, so you could think that the hit's coming towards the B side. Everybody instantly rotated towards that side. And as you mentioned here, Lemon Kiwi, if it wasn't for Sherrod's stall with that cage, with the trip inside the market, it was maybe a chance for SRG to move through. But they have to find ways here for SRG on this hits to realize here where the cipher is being set up, where the trips could be, and how they can hopefully enter the sites a little bit more quickly. Because if Sarah doesn't break trips, it makes it a lot more difficult here for Donut to gain that space on these site execs for Shopify.
YPX have just been allowing this mid control, but SRG may just try to cross and top side. They think that Scary Shark has been pushed away from the side. The paranoia pierces through SRG, and Scary Shark can form. Smells blood in the water. Will continue to be stoic. And just the re-swing completely catches SRG off guard and breaks apart their plan to win this round.
And you see the differences too on how these players are currently facing off against each other. Athena was mentioning SRG playing a little bit more reactive than proactive, and for YFP side, they are just playing with a lot of confidence. Even if this is an anti-eco, the fact that Scary Shark re-swings outside of that smoke just to refight on middle when she's already identified 4 players in the very beginning here when she threw that paranoia. That shows that YFPX are not afraid of the pedigree that SRG carries when they come in with this aura inside the server. So she disrespects it. Allows YFP here to get the first map in this series on Lotus. They're now forcing SRG to scratch their brains, scratch their heads a little bit to figure out how they can manipulate the attack side a little bit better for their side.
And for YFPX to be able to integrate these 2 new players just in Swiss, and these players, Sharad and Glowstick, who don't have as much experience. You have Glowstick coming from Berserker's Dawn. They compete in the qualifier, but this is Glowstick's first time in a main event. And Sharad has been putting up numbers despite kind of flying under everyone's radar. This is their first time being even in Game Changers, and they've been in a ton of community tournaments, but it's incredible that YPX have not only been able to scout such incredible talent, but bring them up to speed. And now they're up a map, and they're ahead in map 2 against one of GC's best.
GC's best are looking the good old tried and true fault line for control here into elbow. Drone's a little bit too late too, as Recon was already used at the beginning of the round. They try to find that early info into elbow, and now you don't have too much left to retake towards that site.
My ult is ready.
I'll have to come down here to probably just the Mel ult for info inside the site.
buried.
They already lost their entry.
I like that Sherrod is being also is mitigating how greedy they want to be for these kills. It's now getting the one. Doesn't have the luxury of teleporting out like the chamber previously. Now is able to be more measured on their approach. Not going to be a victim. Now getting more first bloods in YPX's favor. Forcing now a backup plan for SRG.
Which is Noya try to activate. Find your timing, win your one, get the ult, and you pivot with 30 seconds left in the round. So you have to move around a lot here. And almost make yourself known for SRG. Fortunately, she loses that fight.
Oh,
and now question marks continues for SRG.
Oh, I'm gonna knock out a different house and be rewarded as SRG now the last option, top mid, risky, with only 2 players left. But YFPX were more stacked on the left side. Someone that can catch them is Scary Shark.
10 seconds
The plant will still go through with 9 seconds left.
Look at this. She still has a flash to work with for them to flood retake. That's how good YFP has been in managing their util on defense throughout this whole series so far.
Oh, this paranoia from Scary Shark is going to get the Alexis destabilized and unable to trade with Mel, and it's so fluid to watch YFPX be able to keep up with SRG and even be able to beat them on rotations at times. I mean, the desk pointed that out, just how even these teams are.
Even, I don't even know if I can even say that in this series
Yeah,
yet.
not anymore, I guess.
Right? YFP's been looking very good and in control this whole series. And already, every time you're looking at the state of the game, the first timeouts are always coming out for the side of SRG. You had some room to breathe by having a very nice pistol round conversion to an anti-eco that was fairly clean. But everything after that, it comes down to SRG just running into brick walls for every type of lanes that they're trying to take. There's always one piece of util there trying to stall them back. So if it's working up middle, there's a flash there. If it's a late round pivot, there's still a camera up on the A side. You're trying to hit the B site. Well, Sherrod is somehow there as well to stall you out. So they're doing a great job here for YFPX, reading the tendencies of SRG round after round, even when they're changing positionings on their defensive side every single time. You would expect your double initiator with a neon that you're just going to try to plow it down and be very aggressive on a defense to try to hold off lanes, but they've just been very good on stall util and fast rotates after that to just really win these rounds.
And same timing on the timeout for Shopify, I should say, which was after round 6, just like Lotus, except then SRG didn't win a single round after that. So it's going to be centered a lot around Alexis, Sarah, how they can explode onto the site. They know there's these forward members from YFPX that like to get these picks, like Sherrod over at B. You know that's where a lot of the Sentinel has been centralized. Let's see what SRG do around tiles using Noya's camera. Not getting the battle that at all towards mid. I don't know if they want one, but now they're going to be contested for this control. Sliding in is Oriental. Kind of caught in the middle of nowhere, though.
I still like that, though. Look at the trap play that they're trying to do. Double flash with a haunt. And then you make noise and you don't even commit, so you can go for the surprise kills right there. So yeah, you're going to get your one and done, but you're also stalling the attack side to try to go for that second phase hit right after. Especially now that you've lost Alexis. That could add a lot of util for you to entry towards that site.
That could have been even deadlier for Zoriental. Kind of a lot of panic setting in. And SRG, they try to find some comfort in catching Glowstick. Still have a neural theft from Sheridan. We'll have a corpse in mid if they do want to invest that. But SRG just want to get ahead of the rotations. Paranoia even early out from Mel. Threat comes through the top of the site. There's that neural theft invested by YFPX as a slow flank begins to form from Scary Shark. The trip will detect it, but with how close SRG are, Scary Shark could still be in a good position. 1 versus 2 though. And at least you're good for the one. SRG should be good on the post plant. Teleporting away from the spike though. Sherrod just trying to get halfway. Denies Mel a chance to strike, but Sherrod doesn't have time. Just farming up orbs. And not able to keep the weapon either.
And thankfully for SRG, yeah, even though you've lost that 1v2, but or 2v1, sorry, and you won it on time, it was still a lower buy that you had on your end, so your economy is still very good going into this round number 8. So it worked out quite good. I was going to mention again, praising what YFP is doing to stop the breaks into the trap play they were trying to do towards middle. Seems like Zoriental had the sixth sense saying, okay, well, maybe we haven't flashed anybody really towards tiles because the double flash is really to use for information on middle and to fight at that spot. So Zoriental doesn't go into tiles, holds that pillar, but the insert that Donut was on the A side to open things up here for SRG allowed for them to capitalize around in the end as they reacted quite quickly after the trap play attempt from YFP on middle.
Now SRG have to work through a one-way and just going to use speed and violence just to break that setup. Now at YFPX, they have Corrupt, who has flashes too, but just leaving Scary Shark inserted, no paranoia, but hoping to just keep things held for YFPX in terms of space.
She made a step.
Off your feet!
Oh, but the Rolling Thunder is still towards the site, and Scary Shark goes undetected. Elbow still held by YFPX as they hope to flash in off of Corrupt.
Spike down A.
Donut with the old no just gets shut down, and Scary Shark just picks them apart, being able to play off the other initiator. Now the spike is down, and this feels impossible for Noya. At least she has the information of the two over in that alleyway, but not where the last one is.
Cage trigger.
Gotta pick your battles.
30 seconds left.
Noya still trying to isolate where she can. Now hearing the orb could just still be those two members from Elbow, and could not find where Sherrod was, and just strikes at the perfect time. YFPX keeping their lead.
You gotta think what the story would have been like for SRG if they actually had more players to commit into the Elbow. Again, I feel like Scary Shark made a sidestep right into that cubby, but maybe through the comms of saying when we're gonna try to exec. Coming out from the camp of Shopify Rebellion, they didn't hear that coming out here from Scary Shark. She's able to get 3 kills out of that. Full control of Elbow, which doesn't allow SRG to go for a full split. Putting your initiator alone to try to take up the A side as everybody's trying to commit from the left side of this short A. It's unfortunate there for SRG's plans, but a great hold by the side of Scary Shark of YFPX. Another eco for SRG now.
SRG are just, they're gonna scale A, right? That's kind of how Donut started. Very quiet, got loud in the end, but it's who wins that matters. And YFPX want that ticket to the grand final, and it's man Corrupt getting active. Glow stick with the assist, and SRG hope to just keep the one rifle they had or recovered. And that was a quick round for YFPX.
Yeah, high-low disrespecting smokes again. So it almost seems like YFPX are playing almost like a Cloud9 in VCTs when they're playing an anti-eco, just chase for those kills. Try to build up the ult orbs and try to continue to build that confidence for the side of YFPX. I mean, if you're looking at it, the frag distribution is fairly even across the board. Scary Shark finding her moments here towards the anchor of the A side. Sherrod every time being contested. Great delays, even good under retakes for the team. The only one being quiet is Oriental because this comp doesn't really allow for you to have the best of trap plays. So let's hold that thought. Here's a full exec of SRG right into this A site.
This is really gonna break apart YFPX, but not if Sherrod still stays stoic over an Elbow, can play off the camera and just wants to assist Corrupt holding that link side. And then what is this flank from Tiles? Scary Shark gets away with murder. As SRG, we're still just trying to find their footing off of being challenged off of their Hunter's Fury that did not net too much of a positive for SRG.
Yeah, Noya had to be somewhere to try to cut these rotates when you're going for this side execute for Sarah with the Hunter's Fury. Technically, somebody has to watch your back, 1, and 2, you have to expect YFP to continue to push aggressively like they've been on Lotus before. Oh wait, this is a silent drop.
Oh,
no!
That's a trap! Sherrod.
Dude!
Oh, the timing on that too.
Noya jumped over that. She called that there was a trip there. So she says, let me jump over the box. I'll jump down it. I have a timing for that. And Mel still walks into it. That unfortunately is one of those things that when you're looking at this game, it's just like, okay, well, there is something happening here in the camp of SRG where they're lacking that coordination. And now you're definitely seeing it happen in the server.
Can't let this break you if you're SRG. Already used one timeout and want to make the other one last. Camera, though, from Jared is gonna see SRG only for a second. And on this lower buy, SRG, oh, they get all flashed up and buried 6 feet under, man. Sharon has just been forming this lobby.
I know exactly where you are.
SRG will make the most out of this and have brought YFPX down to limited numbers and rifle upgrades for SRG at that. This is salvageable after a beautiful 3K from the defense. And now the blinds, that was huge. The Nightfall invested too. YFPX want to be certain in this round, and only one remains after all said and done.
Oh, it was so good to start. Almost saved it for the side of SRG, almost salvaging another eco round. A thrifty on their side. Again, they've noticed here that every time they're on an eco and they're spotted by YFP just wants to disrespect and go to fight against you. Thankfully, you had some players playing anti-flash. You had perfect trades on your pistols for SRG. A 2v2 with the hat allows for you to tempo a lot more quickly into the site for a plant. But just unfortunately, the coordination from both Glowstick and Scary Shark, from Nightfall to Paranoia, just did not allow Noya and Alexis to save that round.
Donut wants to make a big play and will do so solo, but now that Mel teleports back there, it's a deadly duo that moves to put pressure on the backside, while Alexis forges through the front, through market, all sides from SRG as they puncture through the defenses. YFPX put up a good fight. It's Glowstick that could find timing as SRG still have to recover the spike from a backstab. And now this is confidence blooming for SRG, just getting that last round of the half, but still a ways away from catching up to YFPX.
At least a little bit better than what we've seen here on the first map. A 10-2 half in favor of YFP. Now SRG salvaging a couple of these rounds. Yes, they were spaced out. Look at how many rounds it took for them to finally get a round through. Both times YFPX were able to string 4 rounds in a row. And it came down to, again, I think a lot of the storyline comes down to, if you're looking at it on paper, though, it looks like it was domination for YFPX, but some of these rounds are still quite close when it comes down to these fights that YFPX are able to win, outside of the anti-ecos that they're just dominant on here for YFPX. Now SRG has a chance to play the defense, and it seems as though we want to try to go for some early information. Recon towards that spawn, maybe a high-low, a triple actually stack on the high-low to look down towards the mid-line.
It's interesting, YFPX have Zoriental kind of lurking solo, while Donut, at least their style throughout, has been more of a Death Army, and Zoriental, they're in these spots where they catch SRG looking away, and I feel like Zoriental could get so much more, but SRG good to react, but not this time. At least the trades, not too much of a slaughterhouse for YFPX when they surprise SRG. It's a great flash, everyone is pretty much blinded. It's about who can recover and stabilize, and it's Corrupt that gets the last laugh.
No heroics this time from Alexis. No triple kill for the round to save the pistol win. She was low on HP, and she has a player just right-click classic jumping against her. Just unfortunate there, and it almost worked out in the end for SRG. They had the perfect setup in the very beginning, though, in the macro. A trip to find information towards that front B side. The hole that they have in the middle that stays quiet allows for them to fast rotate and to work as a team around the double initiator and a neon. But again, it comes down to the duels. One here by YFPX, and now just potentially running away with the series. A gamble stack now for SRG to walk down towards middle. Spotted by Zoriental.
Now just the full swing from SRG, and wow, so many ult orbs for Zoriental in that moment. Share it to YPX, dangerous territory now, double digits. Could be giving SRG their first GC loss since last year when they had a sub of all things, and to go to the grand final, which, I mean, the desk broke down what that means for points, and but at the very least SRG are guaranteed LCQ and also a lower bracket if it comes to that. But is this going to be a fake comeback or not, or no comeback?
You bring up a way better point there too, saying that the last time that they lost was with a sub, but this time it's with the full roster potentially here that they're going to lose this series, and that's going to hurt and sting even more. And finally, we're trying to prevent that from stinging more. Donut finally gets a duel. Neon Diff against Zoriental, attempting to take elbow control.
YPX only won that pistol by like only one person. So close, but that could be what dictates the conclusion of this series, this final. But with YFPX just getting a little too antsy, just blindly sliding into elbow, losing a second member. SRG hoping to conserve all the weapons they can. We have to find good timing on the planter. Gonna wait for them to exit, but the patience does not pay off in that moment. SRG are always good for trades, and Sarah picks up the last one. It's only 5 for SRG. An uphill battle awaits them.
And this is where I want to see this happen. Sarah's starting to activate on this map because, again, remember that time I was mentioning where they lost against Legacy? I think she went like 17-4 just on the attack in itself before they actually lost that series. And now if you have somebody like Sarah being able to pick things up here on the defensive side, that will also pick up the morale. That might give a chance here for SRG to fight back. This is good here to at least win their rifle round without losing so many players. Now if they could convert a second one here, that'll force the eco again on YFPX, and SRG will finally start to find some sort of grasp into a potential comeback.
Trying to fight for orb. YFPX want to get Shared's neural theft online, and Sarah's more for mid control, just trying to get her ult with just the kill, and Dodonut catches them by surprise. A 3K when YFPX hesitated. SRG executed.
Make that add a quad onto it too. Very nicely done here for SRG, and very similar storylines to Dodonut in the second half, just like Athena mentioned before. A little bit slower in the first half, now having to play here the second one, activating a little bit more. I think comes into like what, 4 to like 6 kills within the last 3 rounds for Dodonut. And that will now be a second time now that the A site has been shut down. Not only by util, but the firepower of this defense. So now YFP will probably have to try to find a way here to counteract on this. And remember, I mean, it's very rare that we see KOs on this map right now, but the radius that you have for these KO knives are actually quite big. You're trying to hold these angles that are pinned up here into the corners of the elbow, short A side. All that util is already going to be gone because there's a lot of unbreakable knives that are being shot from the other side of the wall or thrown from the other side of the wall that would not allow for you to stall as well as you could here with the util. And maybe that could be the type of conversation right now from Corrupt with the rest of their team. Try to figure out here if they could leverage this double initiator a little bit more to give more room here for Zoriental to get that spacing, especially now that they take the attack side.
And like we said, Donut starts out quiet, and she gets so confident. Now she's sliding out, and then YPX think that SRG just have this buddy system, that they're going to have this setup. But now there's aggression, SRG fighting fire with fire, which we saw even later on in Lotus when a lot more from SRG was being invested to fight a lobby, for example. But YFPX gonna go back to what worked out for them before, which was a B push, but not with any mid focus this time.
Yeah, just trying to get the plant down. Make some noise. Once you're spotted by the camera, you're making noise now. Just pick up the orb. Now you have the overdrive for Zoriental. That'll be your opener for the site.
Oh, yeah. Watch this happen. Trip could be what SRG executes on. No, they're going to take control before that even gets triggered. They can fall back to that if needed. SRG find luck on the left side. The Prowler will reveal SRG at the back. The YPX just going to play at their half while Alexis tries to find a crack in the armor and the smoke. And look at this death ball of SRG behind Dodonut, the tip of the spear. Now YPX definitely have to start being careful of the SRG comeback.
And that's nice. The reposition from Noya inside that site. So orb gets picked up. You know that it's Zoriental now with the ult when you're hitting tab, that it is the Neon getting ready for the full execute. So Cage gets procced up. You reposition yourself, and when you hear the overdrive tagline being called out, counter utility comes out for SRG, and you get 0 value on the exec and not even given a chance for YP to go for a plant down. And now, in a rare occasion, we're seeing an op come out on the side of SRG. Donut has enough now to invest and look into the tiles while they have Breach ult to work, install, and play the retake. You're starting to see the rotate out from Alexis. You're playing soft side on the A site. Mel's able to TP out in Paranoia whenever she's going to get pressured. So SRG in a pretty decent spot right now to once again play this a little bit more reactively on their defense.
It's like YPX just want to wait out this one way. Prowler through in case anyone's forward, but Alexis has the trap set with the Rolling Thunder. just depends on which opening YFPX want to walk through. Is it going to be the op in mid, the trip through top mid, the rolling thunder through right side, or the camera at B main? I mean, SRG have their faces covered, but the body's been opened up, and YFPX, they nightfall in, and no chance for the rolling thunder to come out from Alexis. There was no backup, and there's no help coming. YFPX just dismantle all the plans yet again, and an Earl theft from Sherrod to reveal how close those reinforcements are, and it's Zoriental on duty. Now just shooting through the box. It's proactive, it's quick, and wait, Noya does not care! The numbers in front! The 3K, the clutch goddess, and the Hunter's Fury to set YFPX back. What an insane, but 3v5 comeback that was.
Yeah, I apologize, I take it back. Swing into Noya 1v1, that's what happens. 1-by-1 rather, is that what happens. You're seeing YFPX continuing to add a little bit and trying to bring back that confidence that they had from the first half. Noya to win individual duels face to face. But then Noya had something different to say. Nice little off angle every single time that she's playing in crosshair placement that Athena was mentioning at the desk before the series. Ends up having a beautiful 4K into the round. Ult to get information too, adding 2 more kills to the tally. And now they break the bank for YFPX one more time. And I was just about to mention, it's a 3v5. You got to save the op. Pretty much at this point, because you've already lost so much map control when Mel got picked off the way that she did. Alexis couldn't rotate, couldn't fall back because she was getting run down and couldn't really get outside of the site. And I thought that was GG because the Rolling Thunder was already out of the question.
Now Dodona has the op. An elbow of all things, kind of unconventional, but Rolling Thunder is still there, but not going to be the same trap after how quick SRG got cracked up like an egg. I don't blame them for wanting to take a step further back. A Paranoia only limits YFPX, only slows them, and Zoriental is cut off. There's so many smokes and walls in place, and the Rolling Thunder pushes back the members from elbow. But within, on an island, was YFPX, and they all get shot down by SRG. Maybe the comeback is real after all. Glowstick with just the Sheriff in a 1v4, and with how rich SRG are, it's just not gonna matter at the end. So it's gonna go plant elsewhere.
Yeah, but you're seeing it from SRG. They really wanted to try to take that round. So you're looking at the previous round, you double ult it with Overdrive and also the Hunter's Fury. This, with the Neural Theft, and this time the Rolling Thunder with the Hunter's Fury. Left. You're looking at the next round, the Cycle ult is back in favor of YFPX, where SRG will still be behind only by 1 round. Unless Glowstick goes nuclear one more time like they did before. On that Lotus map.
Nailed the Rolling Thunder. Glowstick was so nice with some of these Sheriff one-taps they had on Lotus, so... Oh, it is an aim check, though, to go up against the Neon, and tried to be patient for it. Hey, the SRG comeback could be real, y'all. It's 5 rounds in a row, and only 1 round separates the two. And SRG, they can be at deficits, but they have not experienced a loss in GC in a long time.
Yeah, so here is the big swing round here for the confidence of SRG. So again, Rolling Thunder being utilized and depleted at the very beginning. So the respect that you're giving here to the side of YFP, just to try to get the round on your side of SRG. Now you have the KO ult for Corrupt. Full rifle round here for YFPX, and I like that we're going to potentially try to walk down here for Donut, potentially towards Pillar, so that you hold middle one more time.
Zoriental looked to be the hero if there was some kind of a scrap through A, disrespecting the one-way. YFPX just gonna head through B. No camera for Noya. Prowler, null command will remove any util Noya could have, so need Alexis to hurry up and get in position to try and get a fault line or some kind of destabilization, but now could be backstab now that YFPX have mid control, so the only thing YFPX even have the plant. SRG are behind on trying to stop this, so they'll have to retake 1 step at a time. They'll have Alexis flashes, but she's pinned in market, and it's gonna need some rescuing. And Sherrod is gonna try and find that kill along with Zoriental, and SRG needs to get revenge on this. Paranoia comes out from Mel. YPX are just disjointing SRG limb from limb, and it's flawless at that.
Another round where Alexis unfortunately is left alone to her own demise. You see the setup you were just mentioning before. They needed Alexis's utility is starting to flood retake. But when the shot's already missed behind her from Zoriental at bottom middle, and now she's being pinned from both middle and the front B site, and everybody's waiting for the flood for her util to come out so they could flood from the back of Boba. You need to just pivot back. Somebody has to call the audibles, change your plan for a bit, re-clear back towards middle, try to take down Zoriental, so you could actually now go for a pincer maneuver on a 3-2 instead of a 4-1 if you're able to trade off and pick off Zoriental at that point. And because of that, none of that util was able to get used by Alexis, so the flood on the back is also nullified because there's no util to help. So you can already see the game plan. There's no pivot into how you want to really try to fight for these for this map control for the side of SRG. Unfortunately, I think this is where Effie's is going to have to iron out the playbook at least to try to potentially get something done with early type of plays. Try to close down that line, trying to find value off Donut with the operator. Just push her down and try to get her to a spot so she can get a pick. Because so far on middle, she hasn't seen anybody yet.
Because YPX are choosing for Zoriental to be a lot of the times that lurk, she can rotate so quickly around the map as that Neon. How she was able to pin Alexis into market and kind of create such a troublesome situation for SRG to rescue their initiator. So now SRG feel like they have to strike early and they have to strike fast before YFPX's plan really develops, which I thought was going to be that position where Donut was with the op and B main. Now is going to rely on the camera from Noya. Now have to reposition instead.
Yeah, because the camera, I'm pretty sure, saw Donut, so she has to move back. So that space given away, but thankfully the camera's still inserted at that side, so they could play soft side towards B. And Mel is going to get tested very soon at this elbow. Remember when she jiggled last time around this corner, got instantly popped. This time, as soon as there's util, she decides not to overextend her stay. So they are playing, once again, a little bit more reactive, stalling on that side for SRG. But nobody's really moving out to cut a different line except for Donut watching down towards that middle with the op.
I must wait a moment.
And it leaves Oriental behind. Just keep noise going over at A, which leaves Mel and a lot of the initiators to the right side of the map. So YPX could get a free sight here. All depends on what work Noya can do. And usually very fruitful with the multi-kills, but YFPX bulldozed their way through any competition, no matter what name is on the other side. It could be putting themselves on match point, but it is 3 versus 3. And Alexis still has a flash.
So does Mel.
Combine here with Sarah. Yeah. Now have to get through who's going to teleport past the trip, and Corrupt knows something is up. Just flashes for themselves, deals with Mel. Sherrod is at the front, collects both, and it's still a YFPX match point.
Oh, the underhand throws from Corrupt. That had to be the biggest fight here that was going to make it or break it here for SRG. And it feels that util was also the bane for Shopify on the defense on that round. I wonder when Donut came out, I'm pretty sure a haunt came through, nobody shot it, and she got pinged down, so YFP could start spraying off their attack side cyber cage and just get a pick off here into the B side entry. Feels like, unfortunately, just an off day for the side of SRG, but that renders costly. Scenario scoreline to finish here for the side of YFPX in their victory. But thankfully, with these rounds being picked up for the side of Shopify on the defense, they could still manage up a very strong buy.
Very quiet mid-approach. Sherrod watching over the right side with a camera. Now flash out and caught with a drone in hand. Sarah's still smoked off and just hopes to just shoot through the smoke and add some assistance. Mel, though, has them pinched, has them caught, and YFPX will not be able to cross the road.
Oh, that was nice. SRG thinking and feeling that YFPX are going to try to change something in the playbook for a top mid control. And look at that paranoia with recon dart from both Mel and Sarah. Got so much value. You're spraying flares through the smoke, through the walls on top of that from Donut. Right? I think that was actually a wall placed up by Zoriental for them to try to run away from. But the L drone got too much. Donut was actually watching down towards that elbow with the op. This time they gave the op to Mel, by the way. So they are going to try to play aggressively for A side orb control and deniability on that side too, because Zoriental's one away from the ult.
Donut using speed. Just fight for the orb early. Expecting this was going to be the hit for YFPX. Now nothing really heard from the YFPX side. And gonna respect the one way. Now that it's gone. It's all in the hands of Corrupt. The flash. Mel misses the shot. Backs away. Teleports. Paranoia. And YFPX don't want to rush this down yet. They don't want to walk into an unexpected trap. Oh, but wait for this double swing from SRG. But YPX, we're ready for it. Now the Nightfall covers the rest of the site. And Sarah has to take over, but she's smoked off. YPX just punished more and more, and the judge heads in deep. Noya will punish. And there's still a chance for SRG. Wow, Sarah, what she can do alone is incredible. Noya by her side now. Neural theft and at a deficit. SRG, they come back better than ever.
Noya and Sarah on a 2vx, holding it down on a retake for SRG and keep them in the game. It was already over from the very beginning again. SRG trying to rotate across, trying to surprise some players. 3 players are watching that walk down towards that short A side. And they get instantly dropped on that defense. And then look at this retake towards the end. Individual plays from Sarah, dropping down solo, winning that first fight on Sherrod. And look at that flick towards that top. Another one of those hero moments where the ult is procced up from a kill from Noya. And now they have a chance to push this into OT. Zoriental even popped up their overdrive when they already got the entry into the site onto Mel, so they don't have that overdrive to work with anymore in this last round of regulation. So their buy is not going to be the best. Their ult cycle is gone, but thankfully for them, also it is for SRG. So it has to come back down once again to the macro play into even weapon scenario for both sides. That it's been back and forth at least in the second half.
And it's been tricky to find value with the op on the SRG side when you're just getting hit by so much util. Like, YFPX aren't entering any territory without some kind of util, some kind of blind being thrown, which, I mean, SRG are reacting well to. They're able to, Mel is teleporting out, Donut backs away, there's backup, there's a fight from SRG. I thought that double swing from SRG was going to have good timing, but YFPX, like, they haven't left any lapses, any gaps in their knowledge go through. Now it's the last round of regulation.
Look at Donut. She just, you're looking at the weapon cycles, and she bought a rifle on the top of the staircase, dropped it, and then a judge right by her feet. So she's going to be the strong point here to hold towards News. Falls back, though. I'm going to have to try to pull the rotate.
Getting that op to reposition is an initial dub, but what a ping from Sarah! Okay, can you get the finish? Good for one. That's better than nothing, and YPX a little bit trapped here in mid. Nervous on how to proceed when top goes unsmoked, but is an option for YPX to explore.
Now there's no flash to move through. She's already pinged 2 other players. Glowstick and Zoriental are super low. Now they have 0 map control. They can't break the util yet towards this B site, and SRG is already pushed out the way that they did, and they're watching every single angle right now. So south side A site once again, but they have such a stronghold on this B site lean to try to keep this OT alive.
Yeah, and Sherrod had to be the one who swings in, clears, and kind of inspires YPX to keep going into B, but the trips go untouched, which could hinder YPX as they have to run around, but they just stay put. And SRG are staggering in. They gotta work around, but Alexis has no util. Donut just tries to break them up. Alexis begins the roll, and Donut, the teamwork, vanquishes YFPX, and we will enter overtime.
And that was, again, another close call. Numbers advantage for your side, HP advantage for SRG. And then once they start rotating off the spike plant, no more buddy system on the top side. One gets punished by Glowstick's lurk on the top. One walks down inside the B site with no breach util to support you to walk down yet, so you get picked off as well. So it comes down to a 3v4 to try to retake, and thankfully the shots came true for SRG. And OT is now on the cards.
Both defenses 8-4 in their favor, and YFPX will kick off first. with trips set up deep into the site. Hopefully catch Dodonut is the idea, while Corrupt will watch mid. Maybe look for an early knife, but based on this setup at A, YPX may look to scrap. It's the Prowler in one-way setup. No, it'll be a slower round after all.
Yeah, especially once the knife stalls a couple of players down bottom middle. You're going to have to start waiting things out, starting to default to break util and play into the mid round. Uh-oh. The camera's up. Noe was kind of out in the open, and thankfully the cage was the thing that saved her, and now you're starting to group up to try to re-hit towards this B site. Shock Dart to break in can really brute force your way in towards this B site now for Shopify.
Just playing off the trips low to the ground. There's the shock, but Sherrod could still poke and prod, but because of the neon wall, it's tough, and the drone to reveal the spots from YFPX. It makes it easy for SRG to execute, all because of Sarah. The rest of YFPX wait in the wings at the very back, while Scary Shark is far and away, hoping to be involved because the paranoia is very much needed. But Glowstick still finds their shot, but with market control, SRG have some space to work with. They could even cut off Scary Shark as they hope to be involved in this fight. But they know it. They're gonna stay safe and not cross until the paranoia comes out, which keeps SRG a bit distracted. And maybe Sarah and Mel to work a crossfire together. And Waze Oriental tried to be nice with it. Dodonut punishes. And it's just Scary Shark. Man, SRG had such a good post plant setup. And now 1-2-1, but caught with the spike in hand. SRG match point.
Ends up being quite nice for Shopify Rebellion. 3 players. I mean, they hurt 3 sets of shots for YFP when they threw that haunt right into the market. So I love that you had to reposition from one of the players of SRG to look back towards that B site. When the paranoia hits 2 of her teammates back towards the market, I think that was Alexis that pivoted towards a drop off. She's able to hear the rotate back and the fled back from that B site. They're able to help and assist each other here with Mel to set up that crossfire to be able to win that round in the end. So, and again, it was off the cuff kind of decisions you need to make on the fly here that was lacking a little bit for SRG, but looks like they're finally woken up here. It's looking a little bit cleaner on how they're adjusting into the hectic moments of this second map of Sunset.
And to win an offensive round at that, where both teams really struggled in that department, being down 4-8. So SRG began the comeback on that second half on their defense. And it's Mel keeping elbow. Alexis further back. Don't want to be caught and overwhelmed by util. So safer positions, less risk. This YFPX kind of in a stalemate. Looking for some contact plays.
And when the map has been 8-4 on defense for both sides, both teams showing a lot of grit, holding off these sites. And SRG just won their first round on attack. Huge advantage now on their side as they know they have the confidence to be able to fight this back. YFPX are about to go for the Hail Mary B-side execute.
I can't use that.
The trips, both of them dismantled by one shock, and that leaves the playground open for Oriental and friends. And the trades in YFPX's favor, but this market push from Dodonut is ruining YFPX. Now it's just a 1v2 for Corrupt to save this map when YFPX were ahead. It's not going to be about the spike, but time is on the line. 12 seconds, and it's over. SRG's comeback was real after all. And we'll decide this on Corrode.
And in the end, when it comes down to what the desk was mentioning before, you give them a little bit of room and they will always be the comeback queens. A 10-2.5 was a little bit more difficult for them to do on the first map, but this time on Sunset, an 8-4, a map that we haven't seen from them in a couple of months, a map that hasn't been the best for SRG in terms of their career throughout this year on this map, in this game of Valorant, but now they're able to really claw their way out of this victory, and we're able to now witness Corrode.
It was so funny when we were like, why did SRG pick Sunset? Haven, Corrode, Icebox were all more popular map picks, but then you look back at the last time these two teams met each other and SRG picked this very map and beat them again on it. Now, albeit very different rosters and different ways to get there, but coming up next, one map that at least SRG are very familiar with, Corrode, one of their main picks throughout the season. We'll see if they'll still be able to cash in that grand finals ticket after all, after this.
Got the new iPhone 17 Pro and Verizon picked up the tab.
No way.
It's me. Handsome and hilarious. It's a rare combo.
New and existing customers can get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us on the best 5G network.
I mean, where else would I get it, right?
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm a man of my word. I promised you bangers, and lo and behold, we got another one. This time, Shopify able to tie it up. Welcome back to Verizon. VALORANT Game Changers North America. I'm Doug. We've got Dan. We've got Myrna. We've got Action. We've got a banger series on our hands too. Dan, we're going the distance.
It's another map where YFP, they have the advantage, but this time around, it's a successful comeback on the side of Shopify Rebellion. It was a little bit of back and forth, especially when YFP, they got to match point. It was that round 23, where a 2v4 happens for Shopify Rebellion. They finally secured that round. It takes us all the way to overtime, and at that point, they're able to close it out. It's such a Shopify Rebellion way to win this map, to be honest.
Yeah, it feels like at the beginning they were kind of like figuring out the ropes, but they solidified so much. I think the biggest things that I noticed was them just shutting down any of these post plants, making sure they're ready for their team to flood in. We talked about earlier how we wanted to see Alexis with a lot of that util kind of going in and setting up for the team, and we saw those retakes happen, the flood retakes, the denial of map control, denial of a lot of the early map aggression, and just playing with all of that util. This felt a lot more like the Shopify that we've seen before, but YFP, they still gave them a run for their money.
Yeah, and I imagine that's going to continue as the series has gone on. I think we've seen a lot of grit out of YFP, but I mean, there are so many highlight players that we can look at on the side of Shopify. Sarah obviously comes through as the MVP. Noya was insane. Mel had wild moments, and Donut continues to look more and more comfortable on the duelist role. Athena, what is it about Dodo on this duelist role that it seems like there's a little ramp up period at the beginning? And would you say Donut is starting to hit her stride here?
For sure. I think especially compared to the first map, that Lotus game where Dodo had such a slow start, but then came back into it. Now we're kind of seeing how Dodo has slotted into this team really well, doing a lot of the movement plays, a lot of the early aggression, making sure she's flying in and enabling the rest of her team to even come in and trade. I think there was even that one round where Dodo was just sitting on site after YFP had executed, just waiting for the rest of her team to come save her from such a weird position. And it worked out so well because she kept them all so distracted, looking at her, looking for her. And just as a duelist, it doesn't really matter that the frags aren't necessarily the top frag every single game. She's still doing such a good job.
It was mainly in that second half where we got to see not only Dodo, but everybody else kind of step up on the side of Shopify Rebellion when we thought maybe there was a chance that it was going to be over. It's going to be a 2-0 for YFP with the way that they were looking. But yeah, Dodo looked a lot better. She was also able to buy an operator that she was holding as well towards market in a few of those rounds. Sarah, as well as we mentioned before, not only was winning clutches, but also opening up a few of these rounds with the Hunter's Fury, with that utility as well. So everything worked out so well. And this composition that when you look at it for the side of Shopify Rebellion, this is honestly the comfort pick for everybody. I mean, you look at Mel in the Omen, you look at Sarah on the Sova that we know so well, you look at everybody else, and they're exactly where they're supposed to be. So it makes sense for them to make this comeback happen. And for YFP, if anything, I hope that they're able to reset, because when you lose like this, it does get a little tough. It was only one round away. It was a 4v2 that they lost, and it caused them to now push us to a third map.
Yeah, we don't talk about that 4v2. Don't bring it up.
Okay, sorry.
No, that one doesn't exist. But I completely agree. I think for YFP, they still need to be proud of this map, and they still need to kind of push forward and see what they can do. I mean, Sharad too, we talked earlier about how when they're on chamber, they tend to be a lot more aggressive and getting a lot of those picks, but they still did a phenomenal job on that Cypher, holding it down. A lot of those lurk plays working very well. They struggled a little bit getting that mid control from SR, but it doesn't matter. They still put up a really, really good fight. I think now this last map is really going to go down to YFP's mental versus SR adapting quick enough, and kind of who kind of gets the upper hand on that. Because I feel like, you know, first map SR took a little bit too long to adapt. Second map YFP, they had it, but their mental just kind of held them a little bit back. You know, they weren't able to push forward and just run it over the line. And so going into Crowd, especially when it's such a fast-paced map, such an intense early game map, it's going to be super important.
Yeah, I think, Dan, you know, we were obviously watching the game, and there was this feeling, this suspicion that we'd head into map 2, Shopify would be able to put that first map behind them and then just kind of roll through map 2 and just kind of set a tone and set a pace for map 3. But Dan, it obviously that wasn't the way that things went down. If I were to map kind of force you into making a call here? Who do you feel like has the momentum going into map 3? And we can go ahead and pull up the maps and as we think about what's next.
In this map of Corrode, you know, I think that the obvious one that most people would answer is, yeah, Shopify has the momentum because they were able to come back, win in this overtime, and now going to a map that they've been pretty comfortable in. But to be honest, for me, I actually want to say YFP because of this chamber, because of Sherrod going back on this chamber. I feel like if anything, this is going to be all about the all about the Sentinels with Noya and Sherrod and what they're going to be able to do, and very different agents as well. With the Noya that sometimes is able to get space, but for the most part, you see playing maybe a little bit more passive, trying to play with the rest of the team, trying to find some individual timings. But if anything, Sherrod is going to be hyper aggressive on this chamber. So I want to say that because of this chamber, YFP could take the win here.
Actually, that's super interesting because I think for both these teams, the playstyle difference is kind of wild, especially on Corrode, where you have, like you said, super explosive. They have the chamber both on defense and attack, getting those opening aggressive kills. But you also have YFP just as a team who tends to group up and go a lot quicker than Shopify does. When it comes to Shopify, they like to get the information. They like to set up the lurks. They like to take map control with as minimal utility as they can, unless it's really needed. And I feel like for a map like Corrode, I'm also kind of leaning towards YFP here because I feel like that playstyle of the early aggression, of the ability to just ramp up and go together, kind of roll over and steamroll into a site is something that's super important. The only drawback I have is if Shopify is playing a lot of those flood retakes again, YFP needs to adapt faster.
Shopify Rebellion, last time they played this map of Corrode against Blue Otter, their attack side, their defense, when they were able to come back, it looked great, but I feel like it's still a point where I want to see a little bit more of them, a little bit more of what they're trying to do with this composition, with the deadlock as well. And also, it was a map where Noya got, she went 29-8, by the way. So... we know that she's capable of doing that over and over again, but if that's not the case, what are some of the win conditions that they're going to be relying on? Because you know that on the other side for YFP, they're going to be hyper aggressive, looking for that opening over and over again.
I worry a little bit about that being the stylistic approach on a map like Corrode, because if you do tunnel vision in a little bit too hard, if you are just concerned about slamming sites, you lose any sort of mid control. All of a sudden, you're getting pinched in on very easily, and I feel like that map, Corrode in particular, it almost feels like when you force yourself into one site, you often get yourself in trouble. We take a look at the agents here.
Wait, this is not real.
I think it is.
This is.
I'm gonna go ahead and say this is true.
Dan, you go take this one because I need a minute to soak this in.
Okay, out of all the changes that I would expect, if anything, if it was a team that I would expect a change from, maybe Shopify a little bit, right? Okay, it's not. It's YFP. Out of all the agents that I would expect a change, it would be anybody but Sherrod. On the chamber that we highlighted so much. Sure, last time they were struggling a little bit in the chamber, but I think it was just something specific about that series, something specific about that match. Now this Clove, though, I don't think anybody was expecting this.
Okay, listen, I've let it marinate a bit.
Yes.
And listen, we might be cooking here. The Clove might be going crazy here. They could still be going super aggressive and making sure they have that extra set of utility for that aggression. You know, a lot of these choke points on Corrode, especially deep into the mains, it's hard to take control unless you have those smokes ready. And you only have one on the Omen if you don't have that Clove. And I think potentially it might be good to set up for the aggression versus just having that mobility to be able to get out of those situations. But for Shopify, I mean, this is just the typical comp. Honestly, I was kind of hoping we see the Sage Alexis, but we don't get to see it, unfortunately. But I still think this makes sense for both teams. Again, they're picking agents that fit their playstyle.
Are we not concerned about the lack of trips? Are we not concerned about the lack of passive info on the side of YFP
Yo,
here?
just shoot them.
I am.
Right.
This is not what I was expecting at all. When he talked about who had the momentum, I was expecting a little bit of that YFP position that they're playing for those third-party tournaments and that we just talked about with the chamber. But now as things change, I feel like this composition for Shopify that they played before, that they won before, should be enough to get them the win.
Well, you heard the hard-hitting analysis come through perfectly clear out from Athena. Just shoot them. And so with that, we're going to toss it over to the casters for them to, kind of break that down. Take it away.
Hard to argue
Makes
with the
sense.
logic. Yes, this is real, and 2, yes, shoot gun win game. I'm excited because this series is turning out to be a banger, man.
100%. And especially I'm also scratching my head a little bit with the pick of that Clove, especially once they take the attack side right now. This double bubble that we've kind of seen tested by even Shopify Rebellion Gold earlier on in the year when Corrupt first came out. I think it was an Omen with an Astra. But a Clove's a little bit more different. Their smokes are a little bit smaller, so for that type of smoke to go for exits on top mid control or maybe even towards the A ramp, towards that A site, I don't think those smokes are big enough. So I think right now it's basically what Athena was saying. You're leveraging maybe the rest of the util around Sherrod, which is basically the what's it called again? The bubble thing. Saturate?
The bubble.
No, that's a Waylay thing. It's been a long time since I did some Clove. But anyways, the metal, there you go. It came back. It came back. So the metal to try to push down with the rest of the util to fight. I think that could be the game style or the gameplay for YFP. Because especially when you're looking at how they're setting up their defense right now, they have the Neon and Clove playing together to try to go for that combination play and then shoot back against the aggression.
There. Yeah, because when you have a second controller, you're expecting the Viper, but you're not expecting Zoriental just getting a 3K in the corner like this. What? And SRG are just not going to take this laying down. You're just going to jump up and now feed the beast of Sherrod even more. So, quite a round. I guess who cares what agent you have when you got to set up like that?
Well, question answered is that bubble from Sherrod is good enough at least to cover that A site cross right over here where Zoriental gets some free picks. Again, it seems as though SRG were trying to find some good value out of that recon dart, but with no smokes on that left side being thrown on their attack, what the heck are we doing? It doesn't get the ping. Zoriental gets easy pickings on SRG, who never checked that corner, expecting potentially that the recon was going to reach that far. And that's a very strong pistol to win for the defensive side to kick off this third map.
It's got SRG a little nervous when you have to tap the orb just to make sure you can get it, but I have Noya on the opposite side in this camera. I have just spotted Scary Shark. What can they really do about it? And the camera's even still going to be up, so... Now mid-map 2, YPX is really listening to the call of Scary Shark, who I don't imagine takes too much of a fight here. Maybe the one and leaves, and we'll be able to escape just in time. But now SRG are on the chase, collecting now both orbs of the map. And this is where these smokes are going to be coming in clutch to break up SRG, to allow the advantage to be in YFPX's favor. After being revealed, Scary Shark's going to have to reposition.
But while she's being revealed, everybody else got suppressed by the knife from Corrupt, so trying to re-hit this B site, it's going to have to come down to the next, once everybody gets their util back, the next wave. Paranoia has to hit hard right now for SRG to try to get into the site. If not, it's over.
There's a spam. SRG just taking so many injuries and Flash. No, SRG just working as a unit, but now falling like dominoes. Holy. I thought that was going to be just the early spam. I think it was enough to secure that for YFPX, and got that SRG when they had this death balls. They could have gotten more kills out of that. But yeah, pistols don't hurt very much.
Especially when the Paranoia actually did hit Corrupt in the back of the shed. And unfortunately, they tried to move as quickly as possible, but the one holding him back on that left side, that's again Scary Shark using util, using her body as well, so that they can't really push as quickly into the site, allows Corrupt to get unparanoid, if we could put it that way, and picks up easy kills with the stingers. Now SRG, lack of plants in the first 2 rounds, so the economy's not the best. You see 2 of them, sorry, with half shields. Odin on the attacker with Sarah.
Oh my god, even wild flash SRG. Don't get slaughtered. Not yet. And then that nade alone kind of resets things back to square one, and Noya continues to control the left side of the map, giving options for SRG to exit.
That was a nice try, though. Beautiful pop flash being thrown by Corrupt. But then you're trying to dance around so many players congregated on that side that they probably didn't expect that many players from SRG on the other side of that slide. Cover. Now SRG has the whole map to work with. Creeping up towards middle, the wall towards Rooster might give now the call from YFP that the hit will be happening towards his B site. So Scary Shark has to come up huge once again, but she only has a pistol.
At least it's a good game of hide and seek and seeking headshots. Wait, 2 kills with the ghost is insane. SRG not expecting that one. Now up into tower. Glowstick hopes to prevent the plant and did good enough damage that this should still be salvageable from YFPX. Now 1 position revealed. SRG is just going to play from main with Sherrod still being able to continue to smoke them off from the spike, but YPX also still have to show face. Ouch.
Right now, if they could get, it's going to be Ares versus Odin on this tap.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, and that's how you bring the Odin to the party.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh, and now the Odin's gone. Sherrod in a 1v1, but now has to act now and not really any time to win this, and Noya will be there to deny just in time, and Sherrod get another round. We're so close to clutch, but so far away from the defuse.
Beautiful, nice shot to kick things off with a tap onto Sarah. It's probably Sarah thought that while she was spamming, somebody else tapped onto the spike, so she didn't really know if somebody was really sticking it. The fact that they were able to win that round, or lose that round rather, by dropping all the weapons on the side of SRG. Look at what they carries over onto the next round now. Can't even have a strong gun round for SRG this time over. Yet for YFPX, it's full rifles with an outlaw. You're in a good spot right here for YFPX to continue the spread of your lead by 2.
Yeah, SRG are good on lower buys, but usually like stingers or specters or something, and the spam from Sherrod gets SRG a little bit injured. But now unable to keep up with the rotations and still getting away. SRG are just so hungry for the punish and the kill that it costs them a body. But although the round is kind of seemingly already in YPX's favor based on the buys,
Spike planted.
but SRG's barrier here is what allows them to plant safely. Sonic sensors at the top, right where they saw Sherrod escape. Now here's the retake off of Zoriental, off the stuns and Corrupt. Oh, I thought they had the second. Sherrod gets the rest. And man, Sherrod's always good for these numbers. They're just putting up stats galore.
And I like the idea from SRG when they were getting the wall broken down and they realized they couldn't plant for the outside of A side anymore. Plant safe inside, flip the map, and try to bring the odds into your favor as they read it correctly, because it was going to be a 3 versus 2 towards that back. But it comes down once again to Corrupt. I talked about how good of a util is being utilized by Scary Shark in the last 2 maps, but this time around it's Corrupt on this KO. Pop flash, knife, no util to counteract on the push back towards the spawn, so everybody's just sitting out in the open for Shopify trying to push back and flip that site. That YFPX was able to convert quite an easy anti-eco this time around against Shopify, who now will attempt another Odin round on to Sarah. Knife avoided at least, but look at this double walk-up.
Oh, Zoriental low punish. And Scary Shark gone too. Not even to trade in that moment. Neural theft for Noya.
Cover going out.
Trying to tell you which side is looking the weakest and how close Corrupt really is, and just barely being able to squeak out towards cover. And it doesn't matter. SRG will seek out every kill and now look to make this a flawless.
Yeah, it was Donut's clone too that saved her teammate. I think that was Mel running forward. Trades off for the kill. A 5 versus 1. Sharad's already back towards the defender spawn. So this will definitely be a 3-2 scoreline, and I just love the reaction coming back from Shopify. A great attempt, at least for YFP, to try to play these trap plays. So far, you're noticing it here, that you are trying to pop flash a lot around Corrupt and then have Zoriental move forward. This time you had the assist from a Paranoia from Scary Shark as well. And all of that was baited by Noya. Noya was doing the selfless play, moving forward. Everybody stays all the way back. So as they're trying to move forward, she still gets the kill onto the slide, and the rest of the cavalry swings up from the bottom of the spawn, and they just overtake and nullify the trapped attempt from YFP. And I think it goes back to the story of this series here, 11 Kiwi. The desk, even you've mentioned it. very strange that we're not seeing that second map being Corrode or Haven or something like that for SRG. SRG so far just wanted to play hard mode. Playing Sunset, a map that they haven't played in a very long time, finally wins it. And now you're in a comfortable territory with this type of comp and with your results that you've proven so far here this GC.
Yeah, and we thought YFPX were playing on hard mode when they don't bring out the chamber again, but you can't really question the 8 kills, 0 deaths. So maybe Myrna was onto something about just shoot them. But also being very measured on their aggression, like getting the one and then always escaping. Don't even need a teleport. Now they can be even more selfish now that they have the not dead yet ultimate, where now they can be even more aggressive and get more than just the 1 kill that they're always good for the first bloods.
This is
but a lot of mid control though.
Exactly, but this is not bad to start because the knife was avoided by SRG and they also went for a fake TP into middle. So now you're thinking, okay, we have to re-clear back towards middle, which gives a chance now for SRG to work into a weak site.
It's an open B link, nothing off the annihilation, dimensional drift to get SRG at the back, and YFPX had barely any space to work with, but a double flank could be huge. The Hunter's Fury could be backstabbed here very quickly as Sarah has to react with the Odin. It's gonna get pressured and has backup, and that's the buddy system SRG are always good at. Now Sova v Sova on the flank, which could crack SRG's defenses, but somehow the off at the front, a double kill and a collateral things. Oriental coming alive and sending SRG to the grave.
No way that was a collat in the end. I'm looking at the X's. There's one X that's darker than the other. So it seems as though like the Hunter's Fury that was utilized here by Sarah allows for Shopify to just re-pivot on the other end and play a high-low. But the issue is once they're trying to play the high-low, Donono is already at 14 HP. So double leg shot or whatever it is, you're going to get picked off. And that becomes a nice little re-clear shot by Zoriental towards the end. Picks up a rifle, gets the 3rd kill on top of that, salvages his up into the next round. And that should have been an SRG all over. At least to tie up this game. YFP definitely has different plans. Right now, Glowstick is the one playing the Odin. Lebrock right now on the Sova on this map.
And Zoriental's just having such a great map from the 3K off the pistol to that. That saves the round if the flank didn't work out either, so... Huge game for Zoriental after both Neons really struggled on Sunset, and Corrupt does get some help from Glowstick in the end. And now mid is being fought for from SRG. Mel's gonna teleport past.
Huge.
Try to split the focus from YFPX, and Sarah's still good on her own.
Because of that flash too, they don't hear the TP across. So right now, the front 2B players just have to hold their ground and let Mel find her timing. This is why we're also droning, just to try to keep the KO back towards the orbit. It seems as though Corrupt has a little bit of a read here that this flank could be happening.
And Sarah's just going to keep things pressured with the Odin. Mel, beautiful. The timing, the double, and that's all you need from the captain. Sound sensor up. This will be an easy round for SRG, and I would imagine Zoriental Sharad keep what they have. Even though they have the money, you don't want to feed the beast even more.
Agreed. Especially as you're still far away from the next cycle of ults here for the side of Shopify Rebellion, so just try to make sure that you have some still a good hold into the lead that you currently have built on this first half of the map. But again, I have to commend how that synergy that I was criticizing in the first 2 maps here for SRG looks much cleaner this time around here on Corrode. There has to be a conversation that was said here between Effie's and the team between these maps because it looks much cleaner. Look at the TP that comes across. They just hold their ground at the beginning as in those positions that I mentioned before. But as soon as she makes it back towards the elbow side, that's where the owl drone came through. That's where more utils started to get thrown towards that front B side. So you keep those crosshairs pointed on those angles so that Mel gets the best backstab as possible. So very nicely done in the end. And that's something that YFP wasn't prepared for.
And I would think that YFPX would want to reinforce mid after that altercation, and you would want to insert that op there, give it to Glowstick, but watching over B just as good too. Even getting maybe an early peek, an early pick. YFPX have been so good at those first blood departments. But now just using the smoke to deny mid, that's even better for YFPX to leave this to be inexpensive.
Got a lot of info though for YFP. So they go for a guest spam here for Glowstick right through the Wallace. And I saw a law here thrown all the way from that B-side map. Now Aldrone trades out the Paranoia, but this is still a good read for SRG if they want to continue to push towards this site. There's only one player anchoring in that spot.
Oh, just spam through the wall. Scary Shark read like a book, and you have the deadlock barrier in place. Rod's trying to break that as soon as possible. At least just now is and still smoked off, so SRG have layers to their post plant. Now the Hunter's Fury hopes to break all of those defenses up here from YFPX, and Sherrod can continue to be involved with the ult. He still needs that kill, and Donut is ruthless. And SRG were pinned, but they just bite back even harder.
And that's what you want to start seeing from your Star Duelist. One recently picked up by Shopify Rebellion Gold, their Star Duelist that they wanted to bring up here with the team to try to hoist another trophy for the side of SRG. 2 times now for GCC trying to reach their 3rd one. And it comes down to Donut this time not playing any hold angles. She actually was the one swinging out on individual fights and laser beaming YFP on that retake. And that's the type of confidence you want to see come out here from your Duelist to put up these numbers. 4 kills on the board, 3 most important ones to make sure they're able to tie up the game, and also start to instill a little bit of fear here in the boots of YFPX, because for the first time in this series, it's actually on the camp of the challengers of YFPX to call out the first time out.
I was about to say, you don't usually see YFPX sweating this early in a series like this, and they've made some really great changes to their roster, adding players who I was worried how fast they're going to be able to integrate, not having any Game Changers experience. But Corrupt was the one that recruited one of those players, so they have seen the potential of these players, and they're showing just that. Even just to go to map 3 against SRG is a feat that not a lot of teams can say they've done. And to let Corrode float, I must say that YFPX are still comfortable on this map, but this is definitely stronger in the camp of SRG. So we'll see what YFPX have decided on this timeout, with a heavier stack towards mid for sure.
I've been looking for some sort of a map control, and so far in the extremities it's being snuffed out. So thanks to these smokes, they could maybe add a little bit more of these numbers. But I think that goes back to what Doug was questioning at the beginning of this game as well, though. How do you find some information? How do you stall well enough here in this type of composition for YFPX? But to answer that as well, I feel like now with this type of composition, you already picked up 4 rounds, and the comp is basically built around, let's try to bring the aggression on the attack side. This might be a counter to like what G2 does with their double sentinel on Ascent, right? You get 4 rounds on the attack, you're comfortable on defense. Now this time, YFP 4 rounds on the defense, you should be gunning the attack.
Okay, SRG just flood in right through B, but Trod in the corner doing what they can with the hero rifle, and damage has been done, but SRG have not been stopped. And any kills YFPX have, they have to make sure that B-Link could be plausible off the drone thrown out from Glowstick, and hey, you punctured through 1. Still need to find where that gun was dropped, but man, this tower defense game is crazy with Donut at the helm.
Yeah, or what is it, TD Bloons? If you want to go back to what was it? What was the org chat back in the day? Mamba?
That's a throwback.
Doug would know. Doug would know. He's casted that team with me before in the past. That said, though, this was still an eco, so we kind of had a little bit of a garbage round for YFPX, and that timeout that they utilized previously is for this round right here. Very similar to looks, though, where they're still looking for the mid control, but your stall is now going to be Corrupt, trying to find their early info. So the knife does get 4, so they have the indication it's a 4-1 setup for SRG, and they're walking down middle. But this is where it gets difficult. How do you escape with this? Zoriental, the best you got is a wall and trying to run away, and Sarah's looking right down the barrel with the Odin.
Oh,
bye-bye.
Yeah, same smoke spot for YFPX, which you're wondering what's the point of this double bubble controller, and it's to get more forward mid positions, but YFPX haven't really benefited from that, and their stall is the smoke, which SRG have been just disrespecting or waiting out. So Annihilation, Dimensional Drift. I could easily just get SRG set up towards the back of B2 with Donut, who's Never led them astray before.
Who's next?
Sherrod has to now try and run away, and there the annihilation goes fishing off the ping. No, Sherrod dodges that, kills Mel, and I'm surprised Donut wasn't there for the punish. Didn't stay forward, but still numbers in SRG's favor. But headlock barrier set up for mid this time, and Noya gets to go exploring through mid. But Scary Shark has made it past defenses, gets found by the drone, and now is stuck between a rock and a hard place and a 1v3. And some injuries too to Scary Shark. But Sarah's not going to go anywhere because she's low HP. So Scary Shark has a chance to isolate a 1v1, but not going to have the time, but it's probably going to be about how much you can make this cost SRG at the end of the day, and just going to decide to keep their weapon instead.
Cost enough there for Donut, but you already knew it was GG in a lockdown with Scary Shark having to face against an Odin Spray and a Hunter's Fury in the book for Sarah, in case it had to come down to that. So SRG, I mean, so far looking at their attack side is what the desk has been expecting when we previewed this game, right? When he talked about the lurks onto Noya, onto Alexis, as Sentinels, as Vipers, it's always should be good for those moments. We haven't seen that on Sunset. I didn't see it too much on Lotus, but Noya had a beautiful lurk this time around on middle to try to cut the rotates across. So it definitely does feel that they're a lot more comfortable playing into these maps like the Havens and the Corrodes, especially Corrode being a newer map, and more prepared seems to be SRG on how they want to approach this map.
Same forward smoke from YFPX, but that's the whole reason Sarah buys the Odin, to just keep spamming and keep YFPX nervous. And even if she doesn't spam, SRG will just wait out the smoke, so this composition is, at least utility-wise, not giving YFPX any favors.
That's why sometimes a battle sage on the Lexus would have been nice too. You could wall yourself up and look over that smoke. That's why you probably also see some teams also run an Astra to run bigger smoke, so you really have a good deep line smoke control of the defensive side. But as you wait and go stop and see where YFP could be at, you could notice that since this timeout, we haven't seen too many attempts of trap plays on the side of YFPX.
Now YFPX threw knife early in A, so they know the only gap that's been left is in mid, and Shard just keeps cleaning up. Now holds the corner and just is trusted to anchor B solo. When Noya wants to find good timing, is going to recruit Mel with the Outlaw. Paranoia right through the close corner, and Noya just cut down by Corrupt. At least Mel trades. Shrod low, 17 HP. Oh, and Mel is caught. Something util in hand. A 4K. Somehow Sherrod just saves the day.
Yeah, Mel was looking at TP from the smoke inside, and I almost feel that as I was just praising how good the coordination was for SRG, I feel that it finally slipped for a bit this time around. Because you already had inserts on the top middle, and you needed somebody to activate. Noya was already trying to move into the B main, and she had almost the timing to go into the site. But as Mel TPs across, well, that audible cue is already there, and Sherrod's already getting ready to move into there. And as they walked into the smoke, the Paranoia was way too late. It was thrown towards the boxes, and now Noya, with the audio cue from the ult, gets shot from the side here at elbow. And they found no value on the lurk.
Ooh, Alexis hit a net on Zoriental there, so that was almost really scary. Still a close approach. SRG have not scared YFPX away entirely. A lot rides on Scary Shark. It's good. One slips by the defenses, but still an army of SRG it takes to take them down. Zoriental gets away with 2 though, and SRG are gonna have a much weaker post plant. Got their captain involved.
Smart though that Scary Shark didn't get baited by that actually decoy that slipped through. So then the rest though, as she swung out, still got caught off guard. Now they wall themselves to fake that there's nobody going to be lurking late, but it's Noya once again going behind the deadlock wall. Now the Odin has to hold true for Sarah.
Sarah can just keep spamming and now wants to conserve bullets, and it's enough. As a YFPX, well, they scrap away. And Glow Stick's been dealt with, and it's just Sherrod with the ult who's just gonna high-five SRG in the end.
Yeah, it's almost like a semi-zombie comp that you saw here from SRG. KO looking to get revived and getting information as he gets downed. And then you also have Sherrod trying to go with the not done yet as they get dropped here towards that A site. But again, the value that Noya has coming in from that late flank, even if she doesn't pick up that last kill, it was still good enough here to secure the lead for SRG, the first time in the series that they're able to find some comfortable footing moving into the second half. Although not really out of the frying pan yet. One pistol round on YFP's composition in this aggro death ball that you could potentially see here, and the value that this comp brings could already potentially tie up this game.
See how much delay Alexis can create. It's already been smoked off, so YPX defaulting in a deep smoke from SRG in mid allows this A-Link sort of mid insertion, and SRG wait while YPX farm orbs.
And a wall already came up, so might as well. You still have a lot of time to work a mid round, so take advantage of the orb, fake a presence on that side, take the recon dart towards middle, and go for the late hit towards that B side when that wall finally comes down.
Yeah, Sarah almost getting a haircut there, but SRG feeling very secure about their right side, not needing to invest, but needing to make the most out of the space that they've been giving, while YFPX have been netted by Alexis, so talk about the delay that a deadlock creates. Now, YPX have crawled their way in, and SRG dealing with the one in the smoke, and well, as a unit they cover all their bases, and Sherrod and Corrupt together with no flashes and no hope. But Sherrod looking for the ace. Oh, the kryptonite to Sherrod has been the reload. Not enough bullets to give to everybody. So close.
Such a nice try, and you would wonder what would have been if they were playing Chamber with a headhunter, because they've been so good in terms of aim for this team. But look at Donut once again being activated. Flick on that top to not get any value to Scary Shark on the top of that shed. I think that was that biggest kill that allowed SRG to really flood back into the site. Almost heroic plays to tie up this game, potentially, if Sherrod actually won that 1v1 to ace that round. You could definitely see here in this roster, there's two superstars being both Zoriental and Sherrod, the number of kills that they can bring across the department. But the supporting casts around this roster, around these two fraggers, are definitely good.
Good flash shoot to destabilize Donut. Spike down mid. Well, Glowstick doesn't have a head anymore, and oh, Mel is also picking them apart. There is no safe space for YFPX to be in. So this will be a quick anti-eco for SRG. And just speaks to the value that Alexis and the whole team have on, and just the confidence, how much better they play on a map that they know inside out.
Yeah. And then on top of that, a flawless. That's great economy. We're looking at the last two rounds too. No plants across. Now they know Donut at least has the outlaw, so you have to maybe sacrifice less utility to have full shields. We'll have to see what the buy is going to be. Look at them, 5 of them. So they are going to commit with full util on the side right now for YFPX. Actually, I was looking at the wrong side too. Is SRG on the bonus here with the half shields, but it's still a heavy investment. You're forcing full shields across the board and util, so that's why Corrupt only has a stinger to work with. Guardian 2 on one side, so the point still stands. They don't have the strongest of buys here against the bonus of SRG, just to try to survive against the outlaw of Donut, who's been on point in terms of shooting on this defense.
Because you have the Cypher, you can play a lot more passively at A, and with the Judge too, of all things from Noya. That's going to be fun later on. And the Guardian 2 for range, having Mel by your side is always a boon. YPX being denied a lot of information, especially when Glowstick is going to be your main contributor to that. And the drone got shot down, so now it's a spam fest. No one can see or hear anything, and Mel gets away with that. Numbers are equal.
That slows down that second smoke, and especially as they drop Scary Shark, they can't take mid control anymore. So the thing is you already see the fallback from Mel. So this camera is going to see players, yes, of course, but they are given a lot of space for YFP to be able to move in.
Oh, there's just so many distractions, and this judge is gonna continue to do damage. You know they're behind the box, and oh man, Noya gets overwhelmed eventually. YPX have to continue and forget about everything that's happened. Still, all the kills go YCX's favor. It's Alexis in a 1 versus 3. Spectre in hand. 49 HP, I should say. And it's gonna be a tough time, but make this expensive as you can. Nice shot from Corrupt. YFPX not letting SRG get to double digits yet.
Not converting to bonus either, which was a great start for Shopify with the early kills that they picked on middle. And the saving grace that you had this time with Sherrod. So yeah, I take it back. I don't want to know what Sherrod would have been like if they were playing Chamber with a Headhunter. That ult that they pulled up was that win con for YFP to be able to trade off each other to overtake that A site. If not, that would have been a huge stall once again from a judge of Noya on that side, which potentially could have put SRG in this double digits. Now though, lots of util. Look at this double sentinel setup over towards this B site. One shock would break it all, and Glowstick has it in his hands. And it's bouncing up.
Oh, where's that going?
And it's not breaking anything. So we're in a good spot right now on defense for SRG.
It's like flash paranoia. YPX is just gonna try and overwhelm anyone who's operating that util. There's still a barrier even active within the site, so YPX are being corralled towards the left, and Zoriental completely caught off guard by that barrier, and the neon walls from Zoriental kind of hindered themselves on their journey. And then Sarah just gets the spam with the Odin, but it's not over yet. Sherrod is extremely injured, and I don't know how this is gonna go, especially when YPX don't have a plant. It won't be safe either. It won't end by an objective. It may just end at the hands of SRG yet again in double digits. And SRG just that much closer to closing out the map 3.
And it just comes down to where you guess the setup would be here on the defensive side for B site. Because if that shock dart actually landed right at that ledge where that spam box is, where people could plant to play towards that front B spam, that was most likely 75% of that util gone. And because it's not gone, look at how that's being set up. The wall is perfect to flood everybody down towards the lane. And what can you do now? You spray in the Odin while everybody's getting lit up by that util. And you're just spamming through the shed while you have support from the other side. And there's just no way for YFP to really move into the site. You can't even trade off the way that you can or that you want to. Now you're usually good at, and that should be good with this composition. Now the second timeout already comes through, and that's the last one that they could bring here in this map, unless after this one they're able to bring a comeback here against SRG, which potentially force Effie's into another timeout. Give me a chance here for YFP to talk one more time. But if not, this is looking like SRG are about to give the chat another scare to say, don't worry chat, we had it all along, and we're gonna win another 2-1.
Yeah, SRG, I guess, I can't believe I'm even saying this, but like sometimes have slow starts. Just think about how they dropped that map against Blue Water. It was in overtime, and man, what a stressful sight if you were watching on the alternate stream that day. And you'd be stressed after seeing that SRG had to win Sunset, of all things, to even be in this position. But they have players with some of the highest clutch percentages in Game Changers for a reason. And now it's a scrap from mid. What a paranoia too from Mel, but because of the smoke, SRG just hoped to spam through off the pings from Sarah. They're not gonna have the luxury of an Odin this time, but still keeps YPX humble and away from mid, or so SRG think. And based on all the double sentinel util SRG have, they know they can just only need to pay attention to mid.
Which is surprising because they won the last round with the Odin being dropped inside that B site. So it could have been picked up, so I'm still wondering what happened to that Odin from Sarah. That said though, the clear back towards middle sees 2, and this is still a small buy hero rifle for Sherrod. Oh, YFP are looking to, it looked like they were trying to split towards that front A site first. Now it's just back into a, hey, let's pull some rotates across, fight towards middle. And maybe Sarah doesn't need an Odin after all.
Sarah is the GOAT, and just kind of pulling off, being so reliable and pulling off these solo plays. Hunter's Fury gets value, recons, Odins, and then SRG, all they have to do is clean up what was left behind. And now there's got to be a lot of stress in the YFPX camp to have to High up next round, and wait a minute. Glow stick. I don't know if they'll be able to recover that weapon, though. Alright, the ghosts. Definitely scaring them now. A lot of pressure on the new player, though, to deny as many of these weapons as possible, and eventually SRG swing out and deal with the problem. 2 rounds away before SRG get to the grand final.
And I'm loving it. And now you're seeing the confidence come back for SRG's side. I love the fact that we're also shooting bodies too for SRG. That means that the camp, when I was mentioning before, on the last few maps where the coordination was off, especially on Sunset, I think all those vibes are gone, and it's back into the good old championship look.
This is a nice spot.
Shopify Rebellion Gold that we know that they could carry here. And it's looking
Yes, this should do.
like the cleanest half that we could see so far here, outside of the bonus round that they could convert, but they also were going into that bonus round on a 5v3 with the nice picks that they had earlier on. This could have been over already. Now Odin back on the attack side, this time in Odin for glow stick, and unfortunately the bullet trails through the smoke. It's Sharada to pick that up with the Guardian.
Yeah, Sharad was the last victim, or the first victim last round, and now they get their revenge, but not before YPX still getting pretty tagged up by the spam from SRG, so still not good.
The thing is, the smoke just dissipated, and then Donut just saw the rotate over on this B side, so she's gonna instantly rotate across and try to help out here.
Oh, once this neon smoke drops, so Donut gets one. I thought that was gonna be a collab too, but YPX can set up camp and be able to pick up some weapons and cover everything up. You need to try and draw out as many ultimates as you can from SRG, but you know, they're all dead now, so not gonna be the case. SRG, even if they drop this, should still have a really good next round coming up. And it looks like that'll be just a save.
And it's right. I mean, Sarah will still be able to buy into the next round, but with the money that you have across the board here, maybe just securing another Odin into the round, making sure that you're trying to cycle as much as you could into your advantage, right? You're about to go into the next round with Donut almost into an ult, but at least 3 available for Alexis, Sarah, and Noya specifically.
Cover going out.
And also saving up weapons, forcing out orbs on the side of YFP, forcing out buys even on their side where they can't really afford it. And look at Scary Shot moving to the next round. Of course, you'll get a buy from one of her teammates, but you gotta play the long game right now for YFP. Trying to knock out some weapons on the defensive side when SRG has won 4 out of the last 5. I don't think it was the best of decisions to try to hunt down these kills unless they really wanted to get rid of the op.
This doesn't feel like YPX have a lot of good options, a lot of good decisions to make when you're facing 2 sentinels that cover everything at B. A has been really troublesome for YPX, and they keep trying to test mid, and then they keep getting sprayed down, so YPX, maybe they've been given hope that sometimes Sharad can get that first blood in mid, and now Zoriento misses their chance to strike at Alexis, and the buddy system from SRG could overwhelm them. Hunter's Fury and Annihilation, and Mel collects, passes go. And YPX still have to get the spike back, so this is not a situation you can escape easily. Unless Sarah just gets zoned off by the drone.
Yeah, and the overheal disappears, so Sharad's also going to be very low on HP. Very winnable, and we almost saw this from that minimap miles away, that they were trying to go for that info from Rooster and the trap play with the Hunter's Fury net. And you can't escape out of that one. You're not playing a Yoru. You're forced to remove that net from your hands, and they'll get some beautiful picks.
Sharada's gonna go in, has the spike, has the ult, and least amount of HP. Has to be bait, has to inspire this team.
Oh, it's so
SRG
close.
have trips right in the way. Not able to shoot through the wall, though. Sarah just gets ready to do just that, but YPX have repositioned. Dimensional drift from Dodo Nut.
Oh.
Sharad does not care at all. Will not be haunted by this ghost. This is very winnable for YFPX, but Noya and Dodonut lock in when it matters the most. 2 versus 2.
Oh my God.
And SRG find the shot that matters. And it's Glow Stick now with no help to pull this Hunter's Fury. It just has to be the Odin. What a flick! And what a Red Bull clutch by Glow Stick!
Yeah, I know that Brock's in the chat right now. He's probably grinning ear to ear after that little flick that we just saw from Glow Stick with the Odin on the post plan. But man, it looked almost so doable here on the side of SRG. But converting right now with 3 versus 5 on the attack, you'll take that for sure in terms of confidence builder for YFP. But look at those shots that we just saw from Dodonut. Despite not getting value for her teammates with the dimensional drift, because great heads up play for YFP to just shoot behind the Yoru to get those picks, she still got 2 of her own, which gave them a huge advantage. They had to come down for a huge clutch on the side of Glowstick to be able to win that round. And this is exactly what we were mentioning before. Now they've won enough to break the bank for SRG, so SRG is forced to go on a timeout, and they now have a chance for YFPX to take advantage of their opponent's timeout to talk things through, as they have economy advantage, ult advantage as well.
Yeah, and Shopify knew how important that round was, and to invest a dimensional drift, Hunter's Fury, etc. That was a risk that we're willing to take, and now it gives an opening for YFPX to come back. Now they have an Odin of their own, Glowstick, to try and press back into mid or against any opposition of SRG who like to spam through their smokes. So this is going to be a pretty do or die for YFPX to try and build some kind of momentum from this point. Now this push-up from SRG just through A's. Will gamble wrong, and that means an open sight for YFPX, and you know the kill trips are there for Noya. Is just gonna stay safe around mid. Hey, YFPX even threw out the Hunter's Fury just in case.
Spike planted.
Now SRG, at least with that A push, they're gonna maybe link up with Noya, maybe have a chance to flank, because YFPX don't have a Sentinel that can get that info, so it has to be the eyes of Glowstick and the Odin that rings true. Well, Dota not making contact first, and no flash to kind of destabilize Glowstick. Well, 10 HP will be enough to scare them away. Now SRG creep in, but tower control is going to be a tough position for SRG to dispatch. And Scary Shark's on the ground and has the news, and it's YFPX that are up to 9.
Glowstick still survives with that 10 HP remaining, so falling back, letting somebody else pick up that space that was given away. I love the rotates back from YFP to make sure that they don't give up too much space for SRG to retake here towards that B site. Works out here for their end, and we need 2 more rounds to tie up this game. So Shopify Rebellion still in a pretty decent position to try to close this out. You're looking at ult cycles once again on the advantage side of YFPX, because Zoriental is 1 away from theirs. The rest are still quite far away outside of Noria's neural theft, with again another landmine of trips and traps into the B site, and an Odin being played from the top middle of Sarah once again to support.
You don't want this Neon ult to trick you into, you have to play fast, you have to play aggressive, because with the double Sentinel setups from SRG, none of these rounds have been fast for YFPX because of that.
Here.
You really want that mid control, a way to cut through the defenses of SRG. That's just going to be a no man's land when Sarah has the Odin and she's propped up there.
Even avoided the owl drone. Right now, though, Donut places a TP, but doesn't want to continue to walk forward, and finally finds that confidence for it. So she can still lock that down, but here's that hit towards B.
Oh, Noya is tagged up. What a trade from Sarah. But Trod layers up, and YFPX take this 1 step at a time. And next is Noya. That at least YFPX know she's there. They'll try to cut through A. Mel does what she can to limit them with the smoke and the teleport. Scary Shark has been punished on that before. Thinking about Lotus. That's been the play, and Mel was on it. Now this is not going to be safe for Glowstick. Wait. She is the real threat here, but SRG still have numbers. Glowstick will collect 1 more, but SRG also collect match point, 1 away from the grand final.
Jesus, that was an insane shot by Glowstick though onto Dodonut. And I almost feel like I was questioning, why the hell is Scary Shark TPing out in the open? But then I realized she was playing it for Glowstick, because Glowstick could be in these clutch scenarios that they've converted a couple of rounds ago, but had so many great opportunities this series to almost win out some scenarios. I think even won a 1 versus 4 on Lotus earlier on, when we've mentioned that the position that they had here on the retakes and holding on that C site. But still, SRG wins the round with 1 player alive in the last one, so look at their buy. Still a chance for YFP to fight back. Odin being sprayed towards that top, but Guardians, will it be enough here to close out the series?
Just unnecessary HP to lose. No one's shooting the recon, and SRG break the win streak, the momentum that YFPX desperately needed to get back into this game. Now things are dire. Just a shotgun to the dome. Sherrod is always there for trades, but gets discovered. In the buddy system, SRG as a team, they fall, but they rise, and it's Corrupt with the flash out and a quicker shot towards Sarah. Seeing the backup though, Corrupt looks for a better position away from the barrier. Now, I don't know if Alexis knows Corrupt made it through, and Corrupt may not get the assist, but hey, there's Scary Shark showing up when it matters. It's just Noya left in a 1 versus 3. YFPX within arm's reach of SRG.
And this is now going to get decided potentially in the last round of regulation because the economy is busted now for SRG. I'm pretty sure they also still have 1 timeout left, so it might be called for FEs. There you go for that last round. So this is gamble stack into your pistol, try to figure out what you could do here with the util that you have. But if you're looking at it, unfortunately, there's not too much that's allowing for you to go for like a C's util combination and try to go for a trap play in your lowest of buys. So this conversation is now going to have to once again come down to that round number 24. Can we min-max at least an orb here onto potentially Donut or Alexis? Fight towards that A main side to try to pick up that orb, because it has been kind of quiet for YFP's side when they're defaulting at the beginning of these rounds. They're using a lot of middle/B side. So if you just want to sacrifice yourselves to fight towards that front A site to try to get at least a dimensional drift or the annihilation for that round number 24 to add a little bit more to the plate of what you could carry here into the last round of this potential series. If not, it's overtime for Corrode.
Sherrod has to be set up for success here and has to contribute exactly that. And what more could you ask for a new player to come in and to drop, what, they're almost 30 kills against the best Game Changers team here? Yeah. This would be such a heavy loss for them, because that is a significant amount of work, especially on the Globe of all things. So
look at this.
Set them up with the orb too.
All 3 of them that I mentioned before, who's going to get the orb, all 3 of them are pushing out towards that A main, and they'll give it to Alexis. So if it was going to be Alexis falling and they still hold up that space, somebody else is going to pick up that orb, and you just want to try to min-max on that side. So great conversations by FEs to kick things off, and now the gamble stack is still pretty decent. Look at the TP across. It's 3 players over on that B site.
Now the drone gets pretty deep into the site. The neon walls are up. YFPX race to the back. They race to just wipe out all of SRG. I mean, this round was over in the blink of an eye, and a flawless one at that.
That was
gonna come down to the last round of regulation. Jeez, this is as close as it gets.
Yeah. And again, expected that it was going to be a mold down here from YFP into the site, especially from that owl drone spotting so much in the slide, even seeing one towards that shed. Because again, if you're focusing so many players over on that A side just to pick up an orb, you don't have too much to work with here on that B site to stall outside of maybe Noya's utility, but here you're playing on a Nico round. So now Annihilation available. Glowstick has their Hunter's Fury too, and they're looking to aim it straight towards the A side, at least for a recon dart for info, but a wall gets thrown immediately. Nice first blood.
That's huge. And SRG continue to keep mid in their control. Deadlock barrier stands in YPX's way, so they'll have to knock at the door pretty hard. And then Mel gets set up at the back to cover the right side of the site, and YPX could try to pivot out of this, but the drone's going to see that coming, and it did not spot YPX, but Sarah will still be ready to strike through YPX's rotation. They do smoke it off, so Sarah will just have to listen in.
I think Sherrod being selfless and running through the smoke, making sure here that even if they get caught by the Annihilation, they could res and then use a Hunter's Sphere out behind that just to try to counteract would be kind of fire to see. But YFP are just going to scroll through, sneak through the smoke.
Oh, the Annihilation! Oh, that's not good. YPX will do their best
no.
to trade. Alexis is gone. Sarah pressures them back. Shock. And YPX, they funnel in to the sideline of Sarah. Dono with the second with the up. And it's just Sherrod against the world. And with the ult, they're back. 74 HP. Backstab and stab through the heart as SRG still advance to the grand final.
And Donut is the one that's able to get that pick with a right-click classic, the most important one of that round, to give a chance here and seal the deal for Shopify Rebellion Gold. Closing up the series in not necessarily SRG fashion. I love the fact right now, Lemon Kiwi, that we're moving now into stage 2 of this year in 2025, that a lot of these teams are so close with each other right now, and Game Changers. Think about EMEA as well, where G2, the dominant powerhouse on that side, are not the most dominant team over on the EMEA side. So I love the competition that we're seeing so far, and this will definitely be a tough matchup for whoever has to face off against YFPX in the lower finals.
There is so many SRG rivals in that lower bracket. I mean, WADA and KIRI Magenta still have to face off. I'm glad this match ended. There's like thundering outside. I'm sorry. But the real storm was in this match. And like I said, WADA, KIRI Magenta are down in that lower bracket. They face off next, and YFPX faces the winner of that. So I feel like SRG are guaranteed a rematch of some sort for that grand final to see if they can take yet another GC championship. And with GCC, the actual world championship on the line, this is an important tournament for everybody, and we have an important interview coming up with someone from SRG to tell us all about these matches and what they look forward to in that final. So we'll see you there.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Who's gonna stop me? Get it in road. Living the life I will keep on control. Giving it up to my people stand tall. You know the deal, I will give it my all.
Underrepresented on the move. Really wanna start me, let me through.
Take a risk, take a ride with me. Wanna flip the society. Underdog, overlooked. Underestimated, I don't lose. Take a risk, take a ride with me. On the edge, looking down from a cliff.
Who gives you wings?
My gosh, now I did it. Now I'm muted. Unbelievable.
No way.
I learned from
I'm
Myrna.
next.
I learned from the best. Yeah,
That's
Dan
me.
is next. We did it again. We had another wild comeback at the end. We didn't think they were going to be able to pull it off. We thought it was happening, and then lo and behold, Shopify were able to close the door. Pardon the muted mishap. I'm Doug. With me on the desk is Dan and Athena, and we were gifted with another wild map on Corrode. Myrna, I don't know that I expected this to go this way.
For sure. I mean, at the beginning, the way that Shopify was playing, it just looked a lot more like the Shopify that we've seen before, just with a lot more cracks, with YFP kind of being that super aggressive, getting a lot of those picks and being really good at trading. But alas, as Dan had said at the beginning, the comp fell short. It felt like YFP's comp gave so much space for Shopify to work, and it worked out amazingly for them. They found a lot of the holes. They ran through the util. They knew that YFP, they were going to struggle not having enough util to get through those choke points, and they really set up really well for it for Shopify.
Out of all the maps that we saw today as well, it is the first time that Shopify Rebellion end with an advantage going into the second half. They also are able to convert that pistol in that second round too. And it just all works out so well for them when they have the lead, when they're a little bit more comfortable. Like you said, Doug, though, towards the end, there was kind of a comeback happening for this side of YFP, but it was just mainly what they were doing at the beginning that was so good. When they were going for this B hit, YFP were initially trying to hold into the side, trying to anchor this side, then they were trying to play for the retake, and it seems like nothing was working the way that they wanted to. They tried exploring the map as well, and it was shot down over and over again, and that's what ultimately gave not only the advantage but the win to the side of Shopify.
And I feel like some of that also came from the last game too, Dan, where they were flooding in so well on Sunset, and they brought that into this next map on Corrode. Their retakes were so good with the floods. They were able to kind of retake. Even if Noya was set up on site, she was delaying for so long that everyone was there to help. And we did manage to see a little bit of a more aggressive Shopify, which we really like. 15 first kills. That looks a little bit more like the YFP stat that we expect to see. But Shopify, they were doing a lot more aggressive stuff. Even having Dodonet on the op, setting her up on that operator was really good. Just overall Shopify, they had a lot of these plans set up, and it looked so good structurally. Even when it came down to like that mid trap with the Sova ult, where Mel just pushed down mid and managed to get two. Just overall, that was the Shopify, the cleaner Shopify that we were expecting to see.
But also, in that same note, I really like what we saw from YFP. We always talk about, obviously, a Shopify Rebellion that is the favorite going into every single game changes that we had in North America. But YFP is one of the first teams that we see this year that is able to push this out of Shopify Rebellion a little bit more. I mean, it really forces Mel to go through these adaptations as the rounds go by. And YFP, that even if they're not able to win today, it is one of the most likely candidates to make it to the grand finals in 2 days and go for this rematch.
True. I think they actually have such a good, solid foundation here as a team to be the next favorites. I think too, I mean, we talked about the comp, but Sherrod, they still had 30 kills at the end of this game. They played phenomenally. So just a quick shout out to Sherrod. But again, SR just showing why they're on top once again with that structure and with the team play that they have.
Yeah, I think there was a lot to be excited about for YFP, and obviously they pushed it. They pushed Shopify as far as they possibly could off of the backs of the heroics from Sherrod, but it was not enough. I am being told that we have Mel standing by for the Verizon post-match interview, so we'll get them into the conversation. Mel, another banger. This time you got pushed though. You got pushed a little bit here, starting off all the way in map 1. Walk me through that series for you.
Yeah, I mean, that was an insanely fun series. GG, well played, genuinely, to YFPX. They really did push us. You guys all saw it. The comeback was required from us. It wasn't something that was like, it'd be kind of cool if we had a comeback. No, we needed to do it in order to win. They really pushed us to our limits. So shout out to them. I thought they played well today. And we also knew kind of going to this game, it's matches like this that are the most difficult because it's a team that has nothing to lose and us that has everything to lose, right? So these matches are always the hardest, you know, mentally and in game as well. Both teams are out there trying their best, and I'm glad we came out on top today.
Tell me a little bit about Effie's and how he gets involved in conversations in situations such as this, where, I mean, this is a little bit of uncommon territory for you guys in GC when you're getting pushed the way that you had. When Effie's gets involved in the conversation, how much of that is more strategic versus, you know, checking with mental and things like this?
Yeah, Effie's is an all-rounder kind of coach. He helps with like the strategy, like the prep, the team dynamic, like talking to players that aren't even related to strategy, just kind of getting their confidence up. And Wyatt Veer, as you guys probably know, I'm sorry, I just called him by his first name. He helps a lot with the prep, like the actual like Valorant like strategy and stuff like that. And so when those two kind of combine, it helps a lot. These tack timeouts were really good from them today. I thought they were really helpful, and you know, they were keeping us in the game and making sure like we knew we were confident enough that we had the skill to close these games out, even when it got a little dicey. I think today the word is composure and resilience from us for sure. My teammates really came through.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody watching that series would disagree with you at all. Mel, you've been really a household name in Valorant since the launch of the game. I would love to get your thoughts on this, because it feels like this year in particular, it feels like there's a lot more parity in the scene than really ever before. I think teams feel a lot more competitive, but obviously from your seat, I would love to hear your thoughts on that. Would you say that's the case? And if so, why?
Yeah, I would agree with that statement pretty wholeheartedly. I think the NAGC team, or not team, hello, the NAGC scene is underrated in the sense that people just kind of see a lot of pug teams and they don't see a lot of signed orgs, and they probably assume that it's not really a developed region. But if you actually watch the games, I'm sure everyone here that's watching these games, you can kind of see what kind of Valorant's being played. Like there's players that have played challengers that are on these teams. Like we're to Corrupt, we're to Scary Shark, we're to Bob, right? These are players that bring a lot to their teams in terms of like tangibles, statistics, and intangibles. I think it's actually it's a pretty difficult scene, and I'm pretty grateful to have these games like this get this close against these teams, because they really test us before, hopefully, the international. I think it's way better to get through this stuff now and figure it out, thankfully, due to how good our scene is, than later on at the international.
Sure. Mel, last question for you, and then I'm going to go ahead and let you go. I understand you and Lexi have been working on a little something as far as content goes, so I just wanted to give you a chance to kind of shout it out, talk about, you know, what's going on, and plug that thing.
The long-awaited, we have a podcast, Lexi and I, that's Alexis, the DuoQ podcast, where we talk Valorant, but we talk about everything. We just yap. So anyone that's like even tangentially a Valorant enjoyer, you will enjoy it. Please do subscribe to the DuoQ podcast, leave a like, leave a comment. And besides that, I love my team. Everyone came in together and had such clutch plays. I just love them to death.
What real quick, where do we find this podcast?
Oh, this podcast. Sorry, see, I'm new to this, okay? Twitter.com/DuoQpod. And then on YouTube, if you type DuoQ Valorant, DuoQ Podcast Valorant, it'll come up, thankfully, to the search engine. Like we're kind of cool now. So yeah, just find us a DuoQ Podcast on Twitter and YouTube. You can't miss it. We have cute thumbnails, and Effie's is in the latest episode. So go tap in and make fun of them.
Go sub, go watch the episodes, go engage with the content. Mel, congratulations, both on what's happening in your life outside of the server and in it as well. Excited to see the rest of your tournament run. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. Take care.
You good? Well, that's one series in the books, and it was a banger. As we talked about at the beginning, promised we had Odin clutches, we had OTs, we had a little bit of everything in between. And the good thing is, for those of you who have enjoyed the last couple of hours, there's more to come. We're going to throw it to a very quick break. When we return, more Valorant action. We'll see you guys on the other side. Oh, welcome back to the second match of Valorant Game Changers North America presented by Verizon. Dan Myrna with me on the desk. It was a banger. We still have one more to go. And, you know, we talked about it a little bit at the beginning of the show. We kind of wet everyone's proverbial whistle on kind of what to expect as we think about this second series. But now we have a little bit more time to dig in and get a little bit more specific on what's before us. And before we get really into the nuts and the bolts, we got to talk about the stakes, because Dan, this match down there at the bottom of your screen is huge.
Yeah, we talk about matches in the lower bracket, and we talk about the teams don't want to get eliminated, you want to stay alive, you want to make it to the grand finals, but this one this has even more stakes for WADA. As we mentioned before, they made it to the grand finals in stage 1, so they have a good amount of points. But in order to make it to LCQ, and at least to have a chance to make it to the LCQ, they need to win this match. If not, they are 100% out, whether it is obviously making it to the grand final and winning that grand final, or making it through points, because it would either go to the side of Shopify Rebellion Gold, or it would go to YFP.
Myrna, as you, a previous player who's been through a lot of these situations, I mean, what does that do to a player's mental? How much of that weight do you carry into the server?
Yeah, it's definitely hard. I think on the outside, you always feel a little bit of the extra pressure going into it, because you know it's do or die, especially when it comes to, you don't want to put yourself in a position where you're preying on the downfall of another team, because that's completely out of your control. So you want to hold on to the things you can control, and you want to perform as a team and make sure you put your best foot forward. And I think for WADA, that's definitely something that they will be feeling today. But that being said, I feel WADA out of all these teams has some of the best mental out there. So I wouldn't feel like it's going to pressure them too much. I don't feel like it's going to affect their actual gameplay. I only think it might have a little bit of an effect on their composure. But other than that, I think these players are good to go. If anything, it's a little fire under them to kind of have that passion to play into this game.
Well, let's go ahead and introduce that WADA team then, because this is a team that are no strangers to late tournament runs. You think about their stage 1 performance, you think about how, maybe not as a team even, but some of the players have become very prolific in the scene. You think about Starbound, you think about Juna, literally, these are heavy hitters down the entire roster, Dan.
Absolutely. I mean, we talk about those players that have a little bit more of LAN experience, that have already been to that GC International in Starbound and Power Pixel. But you also look at these pieces that they were able to put together towards the beginning of the year and how successful they have been. We talk about always these Game Changers teams that, they play one stage together, they play a few matches together. Sometimes the team is not able to, stay in the way that they want to. But here for WADA, they've stayed together for quite some time since kickoff, winning kickoff as well, when Shopify Rebellion were not part of that tournament, into making it to the grand finals for stage 1, and now trying to make it as well from that lower bracket once again to the grand finals, and ideally to that LCQ.
Yeah, and I feel like for Starbound too, they have that connection with their coach as well. They have that coach, King Fred, who previously both these players were on FlyQuest. We have that synergy, we have the understanding of how to play together, and they have that kind of feeling where the coach is always knowing how the skill ceiling, of Starbound, and seeing how well they play, and just seeing how Starbound has kind of blossomed as a player too has been amazing. I mean, this player has just done so much. Granted, they're only doing this on Chamber for the most part, but Starbound just playing phenomenal. And this last map that they had against Blue Otter was actually genuinely insane to watch. They had a crazy comeback. You can see at the bottom here, that timeline looks kind of wild. And just overall, WADA, they had so much composure, and they relied on each other as a team so well.
Yeah, Dan, I casted this series yesterday, and it was certainly one of the longest matches I've ever casted.
Sure.
But also, the emotional roller coaster and the whiplash that viewers went through on this series, and how it necessarily played out. I mean, this was just 24 hours ago. Absolutely insane. And I think a lot of it, we'll take a look here in a second, a lot of it was because of the chamber play in particular.
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, WADA has been playing with this chamber in every single map for quite some time. I mean, especially when you started to see other teams in VCT at that top tier 1 level play and add that chamber into their compositions. You think of a map like Ascent, for example. I saw the WADA players saying, oh, they were playing the WADA composition. They were doing it before anybody else was doing it. So I think it's really cool that they're able to not only keep this going, but also do it in a way that it's allowing them to, you know, make these comebacks happen. Because it's not only this one that we're looking at in Lotus. In that first opening match that they had for the main event against YFP, both of their maps of Lotus and Sunset, they started down 4-8, which was the same case for this map of Lotus against Blue Otter, and then they've been able to make those comebacks happen. So it's been great to see WADA, but I want to see them honestly make it to the grand finals once again because they've been so good throughout the year.
Well, we gotta, and if you guys take a look at the bottom of your screen here, you see round 18 was when things kind of turned. And Athena, I know there were a couple of things you wanted to talk about that round in particular. So let's take a look at the anatomy of a comeback here and what you saw, what stood out for you specifically.
Heck yeah, dude. Round 18 was crazy. We're going to jump into this. Already, WADA has executed onto that C site. They've taken that map control. They've run everyone off the site. They've gotten those kills. But now, they're up numbers. It's 3v2. And the call here to walk towards B, clearing all of that site, knowing that there's a huge gap here. Getting that plant down on A, this was an insane call from WADA. This really was a testament to the mid-round IGLing coming out from here. They managed to get that spike down. And again, if you guys are not listening, that was 5-12. They came back all the way back from 5-12 into that overtime to eventually win the round and win the map against Blue Otter, who is the only team other than today in YFP at that point to have taken a map off of Shopify. It was an insane comeback. The amount of resilience that you have to have during this is insane. And every single person on that team had a really good performance. And it just looked so good. It was such a delight to watch. I'm sure it was a little tiring to cast, Doug, but like it was still so fun for me as a viewer to kind of see it all happening.
Look, fortunately, I get paid by the word. And so that being extended certainly helped things out. And then, you know, we also got to remember. It does. That's why, we also got to remember that it led into a stop on map 2. So obviously a lot to be excited for on the side of WADA. They seem to play better when their backs are against the ropes. Speaking of backs against the ropes, we got to talk about the opposition on the other side of the proverbial stage, and that is KIRI Magenta, another team who has been down here from the beginning. From round 1, they take an early dip down after losing 0-2 to YFP, and it's been a gauntlet ever since. And they now find themselves knocking on the door of the lower final if they can convert.
It's a tough one for sure. I mean, but it's some of the players that we've seen not only at the beginning of the year, but now for years now. You think about Bunny B, and you know, this is an iconic Game Changers player, to be honest, that is continuing or trying to make this lower bracket run be effective until the end for KIRI Magenta. We talk about YFP, we talk about WADA, but this is a team that has been able to step up when it comes down to the stage 2, and that's why we get to see not only them getting a few of these wins, but win against teams that maybe we expected to be the favorites, like 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I think too, like when it came to 100 Thieves, everyone thought that they were just going to be a lot more cool, a lot more calm and collected, but really KIRI, they put a wrench in those gears, and the way that they did it was they ended up having these amazing openers by Bunny B. They went so aggressive and were getting so many of those first picks for KIRI. It was insane. The openers, I don't remember the exact stat. I think Dan, you mentioned it.
14 and 6.
14 to 6 first kills to first deaths. It was crazy. That just set up the round for KIRI, and you don't see that kind of aggression that often. We talked a lot about aggression on the chambers, but with the Yoru, now that's a different kind of beast.
Yeah, Bunny B, we've known for so long just playing this duelist role, playing a little bit of the race as well, but on this Yoru, like you mentioned, looked incredible. And most of those first kills came from that first map of Haven when KIRI Magenta, they had a 10-2 lead, and then there was a little bit of a comeback taking place for 100 Thieves, and ultimately leaving Bunny B with a 9-1 first kills, first stats. I mean, it's just so insane to see. That is exactly what I'm expecting to see today. And Buddy, like we mentioned, just iconic player, very good, very confident, and that is what you need in this lower bracket, especially when you know the other team for WADA, as we mentioned before, might be a little bit more nervous. They have a lot more to lose, more than just getting eliminated.
Again, they are no strangers to late tournament runs like this, though. And I think as we talk about Bunny B and the firepower that comes with that Yoru, there is going to be duelists on the other side of the stage who can put up just as good of numbers. And Myrna, we talk about some of these player head-to-heads, and oftentimes we talk about the IGLs, but this matchup in particular is not duelist to duelist necessarily, but I think this is where all eyes are going.
Yeah, actually, Dan mentioned this before, but we have the one trick chamber versus the one trick clove, and both these players are insane at what they do. I don't want to take away from Terror because they did play ISO also. They played that and they were insane on ISO as well. Or wait, no, sorry, that was Kurosu. I'm lying. I take that back.
Yeah, just
insane on this. I'm so sorry. It is only one player, one champion, one agent. But either way, they're still doing so much for their team. It's one of those things where you feel like, well, maybe eventually at some point you can counter it. No, not against these players. Dude, they're being so aggressive. They're getting those picks. They're doing it differently every single round to the point where teams can generally not adapt. They can't fully predict what's about to happen. So really, really well played, and it's going to be down to these duelists kind of fighting over each other, fighting to see who kind of gets on top for those picks.
Well, I mean, even with some of these like pocket picks that we're expecting, there are GC players who we were talking about in stage 1 who said things like, yeah, we know where Starbound's going to be, we're just going to run them down, thinking that they had the Q. But Dan, that still didn't work.
Yeah, that was never the case. The only team that was able to stop Starbound was obviously Shopify Rebellion Gold. But I mean, you said one trick, Athena. I was trying to find any other way to describe this player.
I said one trick, honestly, not you.
Honestly, yeah. I mean, it's very true, and it's just one of those that for Starbound, obviously incredible in the chamber. But when you see the clove, you're like, surely this is gonna fail at some point. Surely they're gonna change at some point, and it just keeps being successful over and over again. So even if they don't have that long of a story compared to what we've been able to see for Starbound, I'm very excited to see Terror on this clove, and if they're going to continue playing it, because I'm always a clove doubter, but when it's successful, I'm like, you know what? It's fine. This is fine. This works. All right.
You would think it doesn't work, or you would think it shouldn't work, and we even just saw a clove, just a little bit ago, and ultimately fell a little short, and not necessarily just because of the clove. But let's take a look at the maps. Let's take a look at what's going on here. We've got Bind, Haven, and then if needed, we are heading to Corrode again as the decider for the second series in a row. Initial thoughts, feelings, and general musings regarding the map select, Myrna.
Yes, my musing is that Bind is going to be very, very fun to watch. I think both these teams, they're so good at kind of defaulting getting those early picks, especially when you're sending Starbound with the Chamber and the Clove just coming back to life over and over again. But Bind is one of those maps where it's all about that quick mid-round plays. Once you have that default, once you have that map control, deciding what to do, especially when you have those TPs, especially when you have a lot of that information. And then when you get those numbers, making sure that you're adapting. And we've seen WADA, that one clip from earlier, they make a lot of good calls when it comes to the mid-round. And for KIRI here, are they going to be able to kind of hold that up? It is WADA's pick, so they have to be able to adapt and kind of quickly come up with things on the fly here.
For this main event, we haven't seen this map of Bind just yet for any of these two teams, but WADA, when they were playing it on the Swiss stage, it was the 13-3 where they completely dominated as of recent, and part of it was, of course, Starbound that has been looking incredible on this chamber. And out of all the maps that you can expect the chamber to be a little bit more successful, this is definitely one of those where they get away with it just a bit more when they're playing towards long as well, and towards heaven. They have a very clear understanding on how not only they're gonna position Starbound to get the opening, but also if they have to TP back, what is the plan after that?
Yeah, and I think that's something that KIRI are going to have to solve, and surely knowing that they're playing against Starbound, knowing the agent that Starbound is known for, there are protocols and their ideas to how to get around that. So let's take a look at Agent Select and see if there's anything surprising on the side of WADA. No, Not at all. We are going to have Starbound on the chamber. Really standard comps on that side, but on the other side, double duelist and Clove.
Yeah, I jumped the gun earlier when I was talking about the ISO. It was Kurosu, and I was so excited about it that I literally just thought Terra was playing it. But the reason why is because Kurosu on ISO was literally a beast in their last game on Corrode. So I think bringing it into Bind is going to be super interesting. The double duelist setup, a lot of aggressive plays, but I'm just a little bit worried that they don't have enough util to kind of counter what's happening on the WADA side.
I'm very excited because this is not the typical comps that you get to see in this map of mine, and that just only sets us up for a little bit of chaos between the two. And I know we talked about the chamber, we talked about the ISO as well, but somebody that I want to be paying attention to is Arya, or Femboy, as you see on the race for WADA. Has been an incredible player. We saw a lot of insane plays, not only in the past couple days, but also in stage 1 and before. And I feel like if you get a good start, especially on this race and Bind, you have a good potential to have something going for WADA early on.
Elimination is on the line. We know where we're headed. We know what agents will be played. So all that's left to do is throw it over to your casters. So hang on to your butts. It's Mimi and Ender.
I don't exactly know if I'm hanging on, but we are very ready to get this series underway. Had a little bit of a nice appetizer with the Shopify YFP X series going on before this, but now with tournament lives on the line, Mimi, KIRI Magenta and WADA have it all to play for.
Yeah, two teams here. I don't think you would have really expected either to be in this position, but for very different reasons. WADA has been second best team all year, made the final in stage 1, won kickoff when Shopify Rebellion wasn't attending. But for KIRI, this is a brand new roster who is rocked up to Game Changers with some big changes from how you'd seen them before, and have already taken down a signed team to make it here.
Yeah, taking down 100 Thieves just yesterday was very impressive to watch. I think surprised a lot of people, quite frankly, with the players on that roster. But KIRI Magenta have been making a little bit of a name for themselves. Here on Bind, though, it's pretty unique styles across the board. Double Sentinel for WADA versus the ISO Yoru, some Sky action for KIRI Magenta as well. And already looking at this B-side early on.
And what an interesting start to the round for KIRI. They just have 3 players sitting in spawn, ready to insta-rotate off noise, and well, that noise has been made early.
Yep, early burst out into the side, and a flash from Cal Sushi, but goes down instantly. The rest of KIRI Magenta weren't quite here, but now Terror, she's made her way into the back of sight, now into the smoke and down. WADA have struck first. And if this elbow fight goes their way, this round is going to be all but over. These 2 players from KIRI Magenta just waiting, biding their time, seeing if they can find some angle. Their player back in spawn is walled off by the deadlocks. There's just no way forward but to take this fight, which Power Pixel is going to shut down beautifully. 3 kills on the round, and it is all over for KIRI Magenta. WADA take the pistol.
Lovely 4K to start from Power Pixel. I'm a little disappointed by how early Cal went through the smoke there. The rest of their teammates were so quick on that rotation, seeing as they started the round in spawn. So Cal wanted to try and flood in really quickly with that flash, but ends up going before the rest of the team is really there. And instead of this nice 4-player flood that KIRI could have had, it turned into kind of a stumble where all 4 players go through one at a time and get cut down completely.
Yeah, I think I understand the idea of wanting to quickly flood, right? Because once deadlock utility like the wall comes down, you need someone on the site. Retakes are going to be miserable, but you are right. There were more players just a few seconds away, and the timing ends up sort of biting them there. Little cute teleport down long from Bunny Bee, but I don't think it's going to exactly matter. Not with Starbound in the server. 2 kills already.
And something you should be watching as we make our way through this entire series as a whole for the side of WADA has got to just be that chamber for Starbound. They're such a pivotal piece of what this team can do on the attack side, often alone on the lurks trying to make something happen. On the defense, also oftentimes alone, but providing so much impact to this team with the operator. A lot of how their macro is called is just based off having that chamber in play, because they're playing it literally every match.
Yeah, and you know, the attack macro has to be a little bit interesting, not having a Viper into the mix of things. Looking could be a little bit harder unless you just fight your way through. As Kurosu goes 1-1 before falling. We're gonna have to keep our eyes on that as the series moves on forwards. A little bit of damage done, but wanted to keep things fairly clean for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about the smokes. It is really interesting to see KIRI on the majority of their maps playing solo Clove. Obviously, if you're just used to ranked where that is super common, not so much at this level. Biggest drawback of Clove is those super short smoke timings compared to your Omen, your Astra, your Brim, all those other agents. Clove, they have the shortest smoke duration, and they only have the 2 on a pretty long refresh, so it's a lot harder to kind of make the execute happen, get what you need in time when you only have those smokes.
Yeah, so with the worst smokes on the Clove over there, with no Vipers into the mix of things, it seems like we're playing very honest Valorant. You're going to see your opponent, and it's going to be all about taking these early fights. We've got so many good tools at taking the early fights with the Chamber, of course.
And let's say that is exactly the kind of Valorant that KIRI want to play. If you watch their 100 Thieves series, their entire game plan was just run at you. This team is so aggressive. They are so confident. On their attack side, you are not going to see them default a lot. You are not going to see them play the macro game a lot. They are all about showcasing their incredible individual skill and just playing together.
So when I was looking at the series, I was thinking it was going to be so much about the opening fights, which go Femboy's way right there. Just diving up into Hookah, a quick little crunch through the teleport as Cal gets 1 kill, pushed back by the Satchel, and the teammates have arrived. KIRI Magenta very much in this site, and this time Cal has the support they need. It'll be 3 on the round, and KIRI get there first.
Yeah, very clean in that one to get their anti-eco. Go back to your point. First kill's going to be pretty important today.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I think obviously you talked a lot about the play style of the two teams, but you also just look at the agents into the mix as well. Chamber always looking to take these early fights versus Yoru, Clove, ISO. Like, you're going to see very consistently these opening duels impacting the rounds heavily.
Yeah, and I think that is really doubly so for KIRI, because when they do lose the opening kills, their comp is one that it is at its best when they're setting the pace, when they're getting to go, go, go. But as soon as you're the ones fighting into them, or they're at a disadvantage and don't really have the numbers to make those plays, you really start to see how much utility they're lacking in making the sacrifices to play double duels. But a
little refight with the flash. There we go. Cal follows in behind, and it's a bit of a mess there. 3 players go down from KIRI. WADA have a slight edge, but haven't decided to advance into the site just yet. Worried about a little bit potential of a stack, and now this has allowed both Kurosu and Terror to come on in. But here is the operator lying in wait. Now the shield for Koro, but with the wall going down right in their face, there's just no way back in.
Yeah, completely locked out in a little cubby here. Trying to find any opportunity, but WADA already have
They can't even run to the left.
Established. Yeah,
they are completely stuck. They're jailed. That is crazy. And now netted as well. Now the smoke comes down and Starbound is waiting. That is just criminal.
Brutal stuff. Starbound does such a great job, not just on those initial angles. Normally when you talk about a chamber, you're looking on defense at how they're posting up towards a long angle at the start of the rounds, on the attack side, how they're holding down an extremity as well. But I think Starbound does really well at having that second layer, an off angle, much deeper into the rounds with the second wave of their teleport gate. And they're always finding value in these mid rounds, just getting that perfect off angle to continue to have impact even once they're pushed off an initial line.
So I guess the question is then, how do KIRI find some success in the mid rounds? Because it's clear they don't want to play for retake. They don't want to get into the situation where they're walled off, mollied off, smoked off. That's no fun at all, but these fights are going to be so hard, especially with Koro walking straight into Starbound. I don't think Koro's going to be expected in the corner, and that barrel is exposed. The kill goes Koro's way in the mid round, but quickly held for with a couple players outside shower.
I mean, Christy, the answer to your question is that they just do whatever they want. This is a team that will walk around, they will test you on every angle, and Terror has an opportunity to do it again.
Stepping forward, though, with just the Sheriff, and even if that kill didn't come down, WADA still had the pinch ready to go, so it'll only really be Bunny B with an operator in tow. The chance to get something done here. It takes their time, but that first shot doesn't connect. And now with the Shorty as the secondary, some misdirection caused by Kalasushi on the other side. There might be a shot yet for KIRI. As the spike goes down, control of lamps goes WADA's way. Kalasushi flashes through the smoke. Has barreled down into the site, but no one's there.
So much util.
Yeah, the utility making it impossible to get back into lamps. Now, no kills found into showers. And the clock continuing to wind down. Even then, you look at the extra layers WADA are gonna have. There's Deadlock ultimate to apprehend, take down Kalasushi, if it's even going to be necessary. WADA just hold their ground firmly, and Bunny B with this operator isn't gonna have much of a shot.
no chance anymore. Gonna just fall back and try and keep that gun alive. For WADA, they do a solid job there of trying to contain on the aggression. Get someone caught off guard initially. That was Starbound, who fell to the walk-up. But once they realize that that's a threat, everyone is on full alert to call that freeze and wait for the re-aggression. And that's exactly how you have to play against KIRI. It's what we were talking about in the pre-round. Once they lose their initial idea, once they can't take a fight on their own terms, with their composition, they're basically forced to just walk around the map and try and find a fight. And they're very good. A lot of the times they're going to succeed with that, but you just have to be very thorough, very conservative in how you play, and be continually ready to punish that.
Absolutely. I think we saw a little bit of that taste. Even if you haven't seen the tape of KIRI playing Bind recently, you saw them doing similar things on Haven, going for the mid walks, looking for opportunities to get back in. Is now little kidnap 1v1. It's Koro versus Starbound. Duel the Century, and it's going to go Starbound's way. As Femboy lights up the site, it is over.
That's outlandish. That was the off player. That's the dream if you're an ISO, to get the player who doesn't have the right gun to win out in your ultimate. No, they just pull out the Sheriff, win it anyway with the 2-tap.
Yeah, can we talk about how Starbound has a Sheriff on top of the actual just bullets in the Headhunter?
I literally think that they bought it because ISO Alt was the
player standing.
Like, was just ready for that possibility.
So what? WADA won this round, even though they have money. They won it off of 2 Sheriff kills and 2 Judge kills. Did I get that right?
No, you're right.
Okay.
That
makes sense.
Though. Yeah.
And don't worry, they didn't have to use any ults except for the Nightfall, so they can go ahead and use those. Maybe not on the anti-eco, but they're just continuing to get every advantage.
I will credit the reaction. I love that Femboy, off of seeing that ISO Ult get used, is immediately double satcheling out Hookah to wrap around into long, be ready to punish the ISO body if their teammate lost that fight, or just to kill the players who are holding there in the same area.
And even then, Femboy had to get a couple of kills, because it wasn't like KIRI were just leaving Koro, without any kind of protection. No, there were players there ready to guard their teammates back.
Time to jump.
WADA were just a little bit better.
PowerPixel has been getting control into showers pretty much every round here. You see pretty bold, even just holding on to the spike in that space. But this is exactly what you're waiting for. They have Sheriffs. This is a team that loves to fight. Wait for them to make a move.
It's a little bit weird that they haven't stepped forward yet. It's been this default utility from Power towards Showers with the Haunt and a Prowler to see if there's going to be anyone stepping up after that initial Haunt goes down.
Closed.
And even now, KIRI are trying to feign a little bit of presence there with the clone. 2 players step in from behind it. And what did I realize? Actually, there might just be an empty lamps, and with this Judge, good luck getting back into the area. Now, planting the spike won't be so simple. Even with smokes left on the ground, 2 players hanging out inside showers would have been able to stop that, so what did I do? Call the teleport. First time we're seeing them pivot out of that. They leave Femboy over here, but it's only a Judge to be reclaimed on the other side.
Good net. That'll buy some time to get into this B site, but down numbers, WADA are going to have to make a choice. Did they stick around on site or maybe fight up elbow?
Yeah, it's got to be the fight for elbow with the teleport coming on the other side. As this fight falls apart, and now the dimensional drift is wasted as everyone falls down. The wall back towards spawn, a consistent problem. KIRI Magenta have no way to get back in. Now Bunny B gets shut down. Yeah, 1 kill's all you're going to get, but it doesn't amount to anything. KIRI just have not found anything since they shut down WADA on the anti-bonus.
Looked like they had a chance this round to choose to invest an ult in it, but it's all for naught, and that hurts even more. That Yoru ult with this composition, it's a comp with not a lot of power ults. You really only have that ISO ult, which checks notes. They lost to a Sheriff in last time.
Yeah.
And the Yoru ult, normally when you play Bind, you've got like a Brim Orbital Strike, you've got all these tools to like at least have like that blue shell mechanic to come back. Not with this comp. It just has to be kills.
Yeah, it's very, very unforgiving. And now, as the first time out of the game is called down 6-1, not only do KIRI have to figure out, okay, how do we actually just win a normal round of Valorant, but you're also looking that, okay, you have very few ultimates to play with yourself. There's 4 on the other side. Mimi, where do you even begin with the time you have here?
Yeah, I think it's really tough for KIRI. I would like to see them try and put a bit more emphasis on going back to pick these WADA lurkers on the extremities. I think PowerPixel has been alone showers a lot, or often like a player walking in towards long later. But what WADA is doing is just defaulting for like the first 30, 40 seconds, and not even with a ton of info, just trying to snap these execs. I think the idea of playing more into the retake is the right idea, but what I think they've been lacking is that they're not holding on to long or to showers, so when players are flooding in, there's no one that's already in sight to flood into, and they get cut down as they're coming through these smokes.
Yeah, you can play retake, but you can't play retake from spawn where you're just going to get stalled out by the deadlock for all of eternity, right?
You need some kind of space. You need a foothold to get back through those smokes. Normally it's fighting for showers, fighting for long. And let's see what they're going to do out of the timeout. Put a couple players in hookah and set up there.
Yeah, maybe even start using that teleport a little bit more, start threatening flanks. I think KIRI might be doing just that this round, as now that showstopper comes on out. Femboy on a rampage, and KIRI have no space. It's exactly what you're talking about, Mimi. They just don't have it.
Yeah, unfortunately for all, I'm saying stick around on site, hold your ground. You just can't against a Raze ult. They've
But look at the mini-map,
it's a fake.
It's just a macro masterclass right now. Full fake onto the side, KIRI fight on it entirely, and now the wall back for spawn.
Yeah, and this is where it gets so hard, because you break that wall, and then you get a little further up, and then there's going to be deadlock sensors, and then there's going to be a brim mauling. I think the only hope has to come from Cal's flank.
Yep, on the flank right now, but Juna turns around at exactly the right moment. There'll be a bit of revive out of Terror. Kurosu follows up on that and can on a kill. All of a sudden, KIRI have made their way onto the site. WADA pushed back, but here come the ultimates. Laning down on the site. The first one comes in. A molly on top of it. Clock continuing to tick away. If Juna gets one kill here, that might just be enough. Astralis now in a 1-on-3. Pressure still not onto the spike. Hold on, what's going on? The molly only just went down, and now the kidnap. It's disgusting, and WADA claimed the round for Red Bull Clutch.
They didn't even need the deadlock ult in the end. WADA just too clean with that. And it goes back to the incredible macro and to the layers that they set up there. They have the deadlock wall in CT. You're fighting towards U-Haul control, and oh, hello, there's a sensor. There's two players holding there. KIRI wins that fight, but by the time they're even getting into the vicinity of the spike, it's already only like 20 seconds left on the spike, and just a bit of brim ult, enough to win that.
And like you were saying, everything came down to that fight between Cal and Juna on the flank, right? Because if Cal wins that fight, you take out all of that post-plant utility. It stops WADA being able to play it, but Juna just turning around, getting that kill, just locked up the round for the team.
And now kind of a tougher half buy for some of these players, but Bunny be able to get that operator online. How much impact can they have? Doesn't look like a ton this round. Posted toward showers.
Auto might be the best shot in hookah, but a nice two-piece out of Astralis. Says absolutely no way. Terror stuck now onto the side. of Smoke goes down, but so does she. Once again, playing this B retake simulator with a little bit of pressure coming in from Koro's teleport, but now Starbound is back to the side. A little quick scope makes quick work of that play. And Koro has to look down at the wasteland that is this B site. 4 players dropped and make that a 5th. 3 on the round for Starbound.
KIRI have picked a composition where they want to fight, fight, fight. They want to dictate every element of every round and get to swing together. Unfortunately, they are playing Bind, and as a defender, it is one of the maps where it is the hardest to find your own agency. Sure, you can fight for long, sure you can fight for showers, but beyond that, it is so hard to actually be the ones proactively making the play because it is such an advantageous map to just run execs. And WADA looks so good in those execs. They're cutting down KIRI as they try and flood, and they have snowballed this to an 8-1.
Yeah, a little eco now for KIRI, stepping up into both the middle lanes of the map, now finding Juna. It's a little bit of chip damage, but holds her ground for the time being. The rest of the team has snuck up into showers. Seems like WADA have found a lot of the right just macro responses to all of these aggressive pieces. Now players come running straight into the Judge.
My favorite macro response, the Judge.
Could it just be a Judge Ace? No, maybe not, as Power Pixel gets a couple of kills. It'll be the full house for those two.
Yeah, all right. Easy round for WADA there. And
can we just say,
9-1.
what a bounce back from WADA, right? After dropping into the lowers, a team that had been number 2 all year long, just making it look like no contest now.
I mean, for sure. The surprise of this tournament has been YFP. Both of these teams fell victim to YFP to get knocked down to the lower bracket here, but for WADA, the game yesterday was tough. There was a world where they lost that to Blue Water. There was some really back and forth rounds throughout that, but they closed it out 2-0, and now here they are, dominating the way you would have expected.
This is their map pick, but showing exactly why they wanted that one. As I believe that Deadlock net just captured 3 players in Octagon, so even trying to go for these forward fights like you wanted to see, not exactly going their way. Cal gets one through the smoke. That'll be nice, taking out some of the entry power, but now this refight has not been working. Seen this a couple times so far this game, the 2 for 3. KIRI Magenta just not quite getting the advantage, and now with 2 players speeding along on the flank, even tagged up by Starbound's tripwire, WADA should be prepared for this.
Yeah, they already have that sensor for the dropout. Here, the ISO shield, they're ready.
Who's gonna find it? Koro strikes first, now a 2-on-2 and the 1-on-1. Koro. And they find it versus Starbound. This time it goes their way. And back onto the site now, Juna. In a 1-on-2. Doesn't know where that second player is just yet. Sard catching behind her back, and now Terror dives into the site. 2 kills. And the round for KIRI.
So finally the streak broken. Redemption for Kurosu in the ultimate. Manages to get the kill up against Starbound and save a round after it had been going so poorly for so long for this squad. Honestly, not a lot changed there. They still lost the fight towards long. They still ended up in a disadvantaged late retake. The difference is that this time the KIRI individuals actually managed to find their impact. These are the kind of rounds that they've been winning all tournament. Huge credit to Kurosu. The question is now, how much momentum can they build back after that round? Because it comes so late in the half.
Yeah, maybe you get yourself the little 9-3, maybe you want a pistol. Can build something off of that. I am curious to see what Bunnybee can do with the operator in hand. Been a little while since we've seen that come into the fore. Bunnybee stepping straight out and again gets the tag. Astralis is playing an unreal game.
Yes, but Bunnybee, did they have a gate crash up? I have to assume there was one, and chooses to stick around and dives for it instead. That is a rough way to start your round after winning the previous for KIRI.
Just all the utility catching up these KIRI players that want to go for the walk forwards and now expecting the reaggress. WADA have exactly the right read. Kill goes Cal's way this time, but a little spray transfer 1-2 punch from June and Astralis opens up the site once again.
And it's a familiar position. KIRI go for something proactive. They try and catch WADA off guard, but WADA ready for it.
Wall, sensor, the patterns continue, Mimi. These players can't go anywhere.
Well, they've broken step 1, but this is still going to be hard.
Yeah, the sensor and, of course, the operator. You thought the utility was bad until you meet Starbound. Ultimate doesn't connect, but Autumn will fall just the same. WADA stumble for a moment, but it's just a speed bump as they close out this half 10-2.
A 10-2 is just wonderful for WADA. You could not ask for too much better for them. They looked perfect throughout. They froze at the right times in these rounds. And punished KIRI when they were going for the rewalk. So when they went for the executes, it looked well drilled. The trading was on point. Starbound was hitting. This is WADA that is the second best team in Game Changers, playing the way that you expect them to and trying to stay alive. Remember the stakes of this one. You lose today and you lose that on your opportunity completely of making it to the LCQ, of making it to Korea. That's such a huge goal for all of these players, I think, especially for PowerPixel and for Starbound, who have done it before, to have that opportunity again.
Well, this pistol round could just seal the fate of this first map. Early wall to try and divide up Terror again. I just love the way Astralis is piloting the Deadlock with this utility, continually stuffing anything KIRI is trying to do, but at the same time, KIRI were actually working 3 players down into long. WADA don't have so much defense here, although June is hovering back in spawn to be able to quickly rotate over, so Autumn starts creeping forward. It'll be a contact look at first. PowerPixel, the first we found, and now with the swings coming around on the side, Bunny collects on one. It's given time for WADA to bring players back into the site. It's not so clean just yet. As another kill goes Bunnybee's way, all of a sudden KIRI might have found a little bit of hope into the site. 3 kills for them. And now the spike to be planted. Couple of teleports as well, canceling on the plant. KIRI trying to take their time, play numbers, and regroup me.
Yeah, the net will stall things out, but still, this plant will come down. It's a 4-on-2, and all the hopes of this for WADA seem to rest in the hands of Starbound, who's already worked their way into the elbow.
Yeah, only 2 bullets here for the chamber. First one goes wide, and now full information of where these 2 players are. 1-for-1, and now a switch to the frenzy. It'll be KIRI taking this pistol round and starting something here in the second half.
When you look at this composition for KIRI, you see attack side. They're going to be great on the executes. Bunnybee and Kurosu, they want to be fighting up together and double diving as these duelists. But they needed to win a pistol round to even have an opportunity to show us that. Now they've achieved the necessary step. The next step, win this anti-eco cleanly, then you can start talking about building something more out of this half.
That goes there.
Will be 5 guns on the table for KIRI. Not trying to take any chances.
I think the other reason why winning pistol is so important is that it stops Starbound from getting an early operator online. That's such a huge win condition for defense for WADA, and it's going to be at least till round 4, most likely, that Starbound's going to have that one. So, as they die early here again, they're not going to have that in.
Yeah. And that op is a little twofold too, because it's the money and the kill you get from kills and from defusing, but it's also going to be
Sound sensor up.
Chance to get the chamber op online with some kills, so getting shut down early on is nice.
From Astralis, you were lauding some of the usage there, but they've had some like tricky sensor setups. There it is, and it's a kill.
That's crazy! Up in the ceiling, just stuns from above. It'll just be a 1-for-1, so we don't have to hold their breath too much, as Juno is also going to fall, but that is pretty fun to see some of the geometry there like you're talking about.
Yeah, a little TikTok deadlock action. Why did I have 2 left? I'll take a walk on the flank, but Kurosu's holding this.
Are you just Dr. Seuss? Like, TikTok on the deadlock on the walk?
No,
like you're dropping bars.
No, I didn't even mean that as a thing. It just happened to work out that way.
Why is this round close? A little high-low, will be shut down. Power
It's
Pixel
not
got 2 kills though.
It was
Power
a
Pixel got 2 kills
2v1.
with the sheriff. Yeah.
It was a 2v1. And you were talking about Dr. Seuss. No reverence anymore for the eco rounds. Sad.
So sad. We got to go full serious mode on the 10-3 eco now. I will say, Mimi, because of those sheriff kills, you mock me. You mock their value, their importance, the lack of reverence. Well, KIRI, they didn't have anyone save last round, and now they've lost 3 of those guns.
No.
In a round they were hoping to be able to convert.
Yeah, their bonus round kind of stinks. 2 Guardians and an Outlaw.
Doesn't get much worse than that.
Bunnybee is teleported into their death.
Yeah, it does get worse than that, because now Bunnybee is dead.
Yep.
And that was one of the actual guns. I think that might have been
At least it's
Outlaw.
been put in a recoverable position, except you have to walk into the Outlaw from Starbound.
Sure.
That makes it a bit more difficult.
Good for you, 1 player on your team has 50 armor. Bad for you, that's the player on A. But a good flash will get the crossover. And nobody actually went to pick up the Outlaw. KIRI are just continuing to barrel on forward. Of course, Power Pixel is going to be here. So now that goes unclaimed, and I think KIRI might want to teleport, but if they do so, there is a judge waiting for them in the shower.
Yeah, this is a bit of a nightmare situation. It's interesting to me, for how much WADA are like massive op users, they oftentimes are putting a little money on the Starbound and not like absolutely maxing every penny to get them the op. Anyways, they've got the Outlaw this round, and that'll be about as effective against this bot.
Buying his ante here, knowing there's not going to be armor on the other side means 3 kills, and if you're able to just farm kills with the Outlaw, that of course means you're just going to get your ult online. We're just 2 orbs off of that one, so shouldn't be too long before Starbound can click into that.
So KIRI, the 2 sheriff kills you're talking about at the end of the round, the bad buy into this means now instead of getting to mount maybe a 5 to 10 comeback, something like that, they're down 11-4. They have a must-win gun round ahead of them. What is the approach? You think it's just going to be fast, fast, fast. They're always going to be a team that loves executing. But their 2 biggest issues, I think, are A, figuring out where the deadlock setup is, and B, figuring out how to push Starbound off the line. Because there is at least 1 player who will be one shot to that Outlaw.
It's just hard to play fast with this composition. No Raze into the mix, so it's all about these closer range fights. Using a clone to distract something.
Over there.
The flash is online, but so far, KIRI just taking their time. They can't rush this, not with the judge on the other side of the smoke. Now the clone takes out the first stun, pulls a swing on the left-hand side. Bunnybee is in there, but no one's waiting for the judge! Femboy with 3! And WADA just lock down showers. No chance now as Autumn realizes the spike is trapped away. Has to go on a long journey against this whole
all the way.
deep line from Starbound. Takes that and puts WADA on map point.
It's counterintuitive, but despite having this double duelist comp, they don't actually have a lot of tools to like get through chokes. All they really have is the dog from the sky and the Yoru TP. And Yoru TP is not like Ray's Satchel or something like that where you can like always easily make it through. No, you're super vulnerable when you're committing that and can only use it in certain moments. So I think what WADA are doing here of trying to play up, play close on smokes, abuse the judge, is actually super good into a comp like this.
Yep, and the only way for KIRI to play quick is when they have those duelists with the ultimate, which they do this round. They just don't have the money. Now trying to spread out the map a little bit more. Actually, yeah, that did grab a player. Okay, Power Pixel on the other side, but takes out Koro. Looked a little bit silly, and it will be 1-for-1, but this is given time for WADA to bring everyone back over to the site, maybe.
That it has good spam for Starbound, but already with that Yoru ult, they're going to have a refight into this one, but no one really there to follow up.
They're teleporting away, but there's a wall in showers. Only now that wall gets broken. Bunnybee does get a couple of kills, and this is actually giving KIRI quite a chance into the round. Astralis just on the edge of this smoke. No one looking at her. That'll be 2. And that hope is ripped away by the Sentinel. WADA with a statement in map 1.
Yeah, what a win to start this one for WADA. This is a team that had high hopes, high expectations, and fell victim to YFP, knocked down way earlier than most would have expected to this lower bracket, but reaffirming their dominance in map 1 of this. Their opponent brought kind of a weird Clove double duelist comp, but their attack side looked on point with their macro. On defense, they were looking good as well at shutting down, and now an opportunity to knock their opponent out in 2.
Yep, on the other side of this break, we're going to see if KIRI can come up with something. That wasn't their map pick, but maybe they'll have better luck on the next.
Well, if the first series of the day was watching two teams clash and play good against good, the second series has been a complete masterclass on how to have one team completely dismantle the other from beginning to end. If you are just joining us, you missed the first map and it could have been an email, to be honest. 13-4. It was a stomp from beginning to end. Dan, initial thoughts on that map?
Well, I mean, it just happened so fast. Like you're saying, maybe you're right. It could have been an email. I just feel like it's a WADA that went into this map very confident. We talked about how the other side for KIRI Magenta, they had never played this map before. So we had a little bit of, we had our questions about what they were going to be able to do, how this ISO was going to work out. And then it was just complete domination, to be honest, for this side of WADA. This is honestly the WADA that we expected, the WADA that we've seen throughout the year. Of course, led by Starbound on this chamber, but everybody was just playing so well, feeling so comfortable, and that's why they get this 13-4 win.
And I think also, too, it came down to a lot of these kind of trap plays that they had set up on their defense and on their attack, being able to take a lot of that map control, both with the chamber and with those players playing together. PowerPixel doing really well, getting a lot of those information, and a lot of those prowlers getting really good use to make space for Femboy to kind of come in and take the site. Both Sentinels on the Deadlock and the Chamber both doing in work, getting that map control. It looked a little reminiscent of what we see a lot from teams like Shopify, where they have those two Sentinels working the map really slow on a map like Haven. And so seeing WADA do that and also depend on a lot of their first kills, it looked so good.
Yeah, it's exactly what you're saying. You see in the first kills, especially 11 going the way of WADA, and that actually doesn't mean a lot, because towards the beginning, before we went into the series, before we went into the map, we were talking about Bunnybee and how good they are at finding these openings and how good they've been before. So something that WADA was doing consistently was shutting down this Yoru, whether it was with the operator, whether it was a little bit of a set play that they had with KIRI Magenta, whatever it was, Bunnybee felt like was never comfortable. They couldn't really build any sort of economy to work with, and WADA were just doing whatever they wanted, honestly.
Yeah, and you can see on the scoreboard, Dan, you mentioned this earlier, every single player had put in the work on the WADA side. It was just so dominant, so confident. I really think this one boiled down to what you said, which was not playing this map, KIRI, not having those reps on bind, and it just looked a little out of place. I was a little bit excited about the double duelist, but they just could not get those openings at all. They were completely shut down. But going into the next map with that momentum, I think WADA should be looking good.
Fun little trivia tidbit and nugget. The WADA map that they played on Lotus in their first series yesterday was twice as long as the series they just played right now. 17 to the 34 rounds that they played against Blue Otter. So certainly a change of pace as far as this series is going. But you know, Myrna, you started to talk about this a little bit, and we'll take a look at the maps, but I'd love to have you expand on that a little bit more as we turn our attention over to the second map. You mentioned that they maybe are going to be in a more comfortable position. Why is that?
Well, earlier I had spoken a little bit about the Sentinels kind of getting those lurk plays in, and I feel like WADA have such a good ping pong happening right now between that chamber and between that Deadlock. I don't know exactly what their comp is. Dan is probably better than me at that, but I think for chamber on this Haven too, being able to get those opening frags, being able on that defense side to hold down that long A, to be able to hold down that long C, and also playing on top of B side. There's just so many spots for Starbound to be and to hold for their team, and to even be aggressive with the pushes and the walking down mid, that it just feels like they've rounded out their defense, and they've also applied those same concepts to attack, where they're going for the early aggressions. They're going for a lot of that map control. And it doesn't matter what time or what setup they're running, or where they are, or what side even they're playing. They're doing such a good job of just asserting themselves every single place on this map, even if they're just setting up trap plays.
KIRI Magenta, when they were playing this map yesterday, they had a 10-2 lead and they almost lost it. It was a 13-10 win that they're finally able to close out, but they are playing this kind of old at this point. Double duelist composition with the ISO and the Yoru, and of course that clove that we talked about is kind of that one trick that Terra has been going for. But I do agree with what you're saying. I feel like the composition here for WADA and the things that they have been doing, not only with the chamber but also with the Astra for the post plants, is actually very, very good. I feel like Juna usually goes, it's kind of not a player that we talked about as much compared to, of course, Starbound, for example, Power Pixels, well, that has some moments, but Juna has been incredible. And on this Astra that we don't get to see as often for teams in a map like this one, the post plans can be so strong, and also the openings when you have this chamber also to help you out a little bit.
I think too for WADA here, or sorry, for KIRI here going into this map, they need to just forget about what just happened. You know, like that was just a warm-up game. You know what I'm saying? Like nothing really crazy happened. They were just warming up. They don't play Bind that much. It's fine. They need to go into Haven with a lot more confidence. They need to kind of put it obviously all on the line, because this is an elimination map, and WADA, we've talked about the stakes. They really need this win in order to go forward and make sure they secure their LCQ or even their championship. So it's gonna be super, super interesting. But KIRI, I mean, this is, Mel mentioned it earlier too. It's one of those things where you have a team that has everything to lose versus nothing to lose. So KIRI, they should take that momentum for themselves to go and try to put in a lot there.
Yeah, I think the nice thing about getting beat the way they just did was that you can brush it off pretty quickly, pretty easily, because it was just kind of a blur and a beating, and you move on to the next just like that. So we'll take a look at Agents as we turn our attention over to Haven and start to think about some of these comps. They're back to I'm pretty sure it's the exact same comp they were just running. They've got everything looks the same, and does that instill confidence in your eyes, Dan, or what does that do to you?
Yeah, for sure. For WADA, I feel very confident that they're going to be looking good on this map. I mentioned it before. Not only you have Starbound to start off for a few of these rounds and to get those openings, as they were doing before when they were playing against Blue Otter in this same map, but you also have those late rounds guaranteed by Juna, who is very good at not only staying alive until the end of the round, but also supporting the team when is needed on this specific agent. So WADA, they seem confident, they have some momentum, and of course you want to talk about KIRI Magenta and what they can do with this comp, but I mean, I'm just a little worried because of that almost, the way that they almost lost that map against 100 Thieves.
No. Listen up. We've seen terror stats on Clove. We're good to go. We've seen the ISO Kurosu go crazy. We're good to go. I think you know what? All troll aside, I agree with you 100%. I think utilize it's a little hard. However, KIRI Magenta, they're relying on comfort picks, which I think when you're in a position like this can definitely do you no wrong. These players, they haven't had the chance to kind of prove themselves from that first map. And so going into this, those comfort picks, it might just be the wild card that they need to push forward, get those frags, and kind of put themselves and solidify themselves back on top.
Well, they're sticking to a lot of the same composition on the side of KIRI Magenta, the Sky in place of the Sova from the comp we just saw really a couple of minutes ago. And we'll see if the results are a little bit different. We're throwing it back to Mimi and Ender for the call. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Doug. All right, game number 2 ready to get kicking off here. KIRI Magenta got absolutely smacked in the opener, but Mimi, we've seen what they can do on a map like Haven. The Dust didn't seem so hopeful, maybe a little bit, but what are you thinking?
Slightly more hopeful than the Dust, but not extremely hopeful. I think that the comp that they're running, that they also ran on map 1, it's rough on bind, right? Like you don't have a lot of tools to get out of chokes. It's pretty rough on defense. But the Yoru ISO on Haven is a proven thing. You're going to have a lot more long-range fights. You're going to get a lot more benefit from the fast rotates from that Yoru. There's going to be a lot more opportunity to farm up your ultimates. This is a better map for their comp. This is a map where they're comfortable on historically, and it's a map where they actually get to start on the attack side and dictate their own pace. And those things, to me, feel like a recipe to maybe get back in this series.
Well, let's see who will set the tone here in the pistol. WADA stacked up 4 players up in mid. Starbound just gets a kill from up top site, teleports on through. So Bunny Bee's not going to be a factor into this round. And it looks like KIRI are walking straight into the trap. A nice shot from Cal will take Starbound down to 17 HP, but this crossfire, I just don't know how you're going to expect it. I don't know if Koro saw a player on the turn there, but it looks like KIRI are calling out of this one.
Enough to get suspicious, now backing away and walking back towards garage. There'll be fast rotates from those players through B, but there's not actually going to be anyone to anchor on site, but they don't want to go site.
I like this little walk up here. Astralis is going to see some players. Call in support from the rest of her team. They're starbound, and Astralis will drop that. Opens up the C site. WADA are still here and ready to play. Choosing to actually take control of mid. Push on through, don't worry about their flanks, but this fight in ceiling could be everything.
Yeah, look at Kurosu, walked all the way up, now chooses to back away just a bit. KIRI, they have to pick an avenue and they have to fight into it. They'll choose CT.
I mean, these players are coming in loud, right? You know, we got a dart into the back site. WADA look like they're on the attack side of things, and that dart does tag. Terra now a little bit low. Counter dart on the other side. KIRI turning around to fight back into it, but it's Juna to take the first kill. Now Terra gets up into it. 3 kills. And on to a one-on-one Terror to try and keep it alive. What is that? Headshot out of nowhere. And KIRI strike first.
Okay, Terror just does it single-handedly, tapping away towards long for 3. The overheal is so powerful on that pistol rounds, up to 150 health and hitting those shots almost instantly. That's the round you wanted for KIRI. This is a team that is built off individual prowess. The way they beat 100 Thieves was running them over with individual excellence. And Terror getting a 4K on the pistol. There's not a better way to start.
And you know, it can be easy to snowball when everything's going well, when you're, you know, cruising versus 100 Thieves yesterday, but it's hard to pick yourself back up after what happened to them in map number 1. I think having a big round already on the pistol here is exactly what Terror needed. Now just keeping things calm, clean as they work up into the A site. Outlaw in Bunny B's hand isn't going to quite find the mark, and actually WADA with this site smoke have given time to flood 4 players into the site. It's not so simple, and these kills are starting to come in. The classics, the sheriffs, the gunplay from KIRI is not showing up. It is once again just Terror try and bail her team out of the round. But now that spike left out in the open. Harry's in the other hand, Terror with 3, and now Terror all on her own. WADA come right back in with vengeance.
An excellent attempt from Terror, but not even she can do it alone. Tried to get every kill necessary for the team yet again. No one else has a kill except Kalsushi right now on KIRI. But for WADA, it was just really great fundamentals from them. Just hanging out together backside, swinging in as 2, and for KIRI, the fundamentals not quite as good there. And from the highest of highs, bouncing back after a terrible map 1, getting an incredible pistol round, to now back down to the lowest of lows.
And you are now looking at Starbound to go for this walk down on mid. Doesn't quite track the head. Peeking over the box.
By the way, Terror has bought full armor classic this round. Interesting.
It's a choice. It's a choice to be sure. 1,400 creds should be good enough to still buy a gun.
Here's the thing, they swing an Outlaw, live from the first shot, and then just double think with the classic.
Or you live from the first shot, so then you overheal because you're playing Clove. That's what my silly brain is telling me to do.
Yeah.
But you know
but
what?
then you die to the Outlaw if you don't buy full
Let's
armor.
worry about that after the kill comes in, if it comes in. Right now, Starbound is a little bit low, suppressed a tad, but Power Pixel's going to come in on the support now, just hanging out inside the smoke, switching guns. It doesn't exactly matter. Cal's just jumping around getting kills. And Terror finding a way to get active now, pushing back towards spawn, rifle in hand, overheal to 130.
They don't know that Juna's still on site.
Juna's position is just checkmate instantly into the round. Terror now swarms, the overheal runs out, and WADA advance.
That was a TDM-ass round. I don't even know what was happening there. It just full run it down onto the site. Classic full armor jumping into his smoke. Die, immediately res, and try and keep on going. I'm shocked that they almost win it. Credit to KIRI, but in all of that chaos, they lose track of the Astra, who had been sitting in this corner the entire time, and Juna is able to swiftly put an end to the pandemonium. So now, guns for both sides, and crucially for WADA, an op coming up pretty early for Starbound.
Yeah, that op is going to be top site over on C. No one really headed that direction right now from KIRI, just opening things up a little bit more reservedly. onto the A side of the map. I think now KIRI, the early info they've gotten is WADA have done a lot of stacking of sites, of quick flooding on in. Right. So KIRI want to play a slower round and gather some info before committing forward.
Good timing on the drone back through mid. That's not going to see anything. And with a forward player posted on C, you start to get suspicious about something going on towards the A side.
As soon as you see nothing on B and the off has that, like, they have to be on A. And it's really just WADA choosing to play full retake. They could have rotated over if they wanted. Exactly, as you're saying. So, KIRI will get in no problem. I think WADA continue to play the stacked style, hoping they can walk on in.
You don't have the Sobol, Tristy. Update.
What is that? Just through a smoke?
Yep. I think so.
A little bit silly. And it looks like Koro wants to continue playing forward. There is a flank coming in on the other side. But if Terror just locks this... What is that spam? Through the floor on stairs out of Femboy. We're getting real nerdy with it. And somehow that's managed to break the crossfire. Although without the threat of the flank, WADA does chances to get back into the site. Continue to get a little bit worse and worse and worse. Starbound doesn't have a target just yet. Now Astral is turning around, but it's a little bit too late. Koro takes 2. Now this operator making a mad dash back towards spawn will be taken out.
I think that this comp is very good into the operator. Because either you're hitting into Starbound site and then you have a ISO wall, you have an ISO shield. All of these tools are very good to deal with an opper stuck on a line. Or you're hard hitting the other site, and the way that they play their post plants, no utility. Literally just crossfire and fight up. Run towards spawn, take a fight, do whatever you want. And those are also such debilitating kind of ways of playing to deal with someone who is offing. And for WADA, I think the big thing of this half is figuring out how Starbound can still find value with that weapon they rely on so much.
Well, again, over towards C, this time 2 players right behind them. Koro to face up first. Good flash. We'll push off the angle, and now Bunny's actually up into this. It's getting ulted away. It's a bit of a mess. Pandemonium breaking out on site. Juna trying to hold it down, but falls almost instantly. The flood continues. A flash and now an entrance from Femboy. Spike has yet to be planted. Cal put over into the corner, shut on down. Femboy has just snatched this round back for WADA. We'll have to do it all. Isolated, now teleporting back. Cutting through. A chance now to threaten from multiple different angles. Where is Koro going to be expecting this from? Right now, looking the wrong direction with plenty of time to work with. 50 seconds remain on the clock. A little bit of a push wall to try and guarantee the plant, but doesn't. Expect the safety.
Spike planted.
It finally goes down, and there's nowhere else to go. Femboy took that chance to slip back into the site and get 4 kills and the round.
So well played by Femboy there to win out with this Red Bull clutch. Manages to get back into backside, gets 2 kills there, then immediately is TPing out, but doesn't rush into making the next step of that play. So patient to know that their opponent has to stick around on that site, has to be the one to put the onus on themselves. And Punch is the perfect moment to pounce and win out in that 1-versus-1. Huge credit to them. A player who is always going to be stepping up for WADA. And winning out in the rounds where I think you saw the highest highs and the lowest lows of KIRI simultaneously, where they're so good at fighting together and swinging into backside, and then they're up, and they're still swinging one by one, and someone like Femboy can just completely flip the round.
Yeah, using those fast rotates, making use of the Yoru. You know, when I was coming into this map in particular, I was expecting it to be the Bunny Bee show. It was yesterday versus 100 Thieves, right? 9-1 in opening duels taken on this map of Haven versus the signed squad, but so far Bunny Bee yet to even find the first. They've been such a strong player, regardless of roster they've played on for a few years, but gonna have to dig a little bit deeper if KIRI are gonna make a dent here against WADA.
Yeah, on KIRI, I think Bunny Bee has to be the player with the biggest legacy. You look all the way back to like 2022 Game Changers when they were playing with Exet in those early years, making it deep, making it into top 4s, top 3s, way back when. And it's been kind of off and on with a lot of different teams for Bunny Bee, still trying to find that next step and getting really close here. A win in this game could be into top 3.
Boy gets a little bit of information on the drone through, and Pixel's gonna use that very nicely. KIRI didn't have much of anything working into this round. No surprises there, but WADA continue to
30
just
seconds
sort of
left.
suffocate them round and round. Nice shot out of Cal, but yeah, just the one.
Nothing else will come of it. So WADA go up 4-2. KIRI, they found some success with some of these faster rounds, with getting into some of these opening kills. Round 5, they nearly won it just on that quick C hit, but fall apart right towards the very end. So now I think a question of consistency, because a lot of what WADA is doing has just been leaving Starbound solo on one site, and then kind of playing a lot of the time, a lot of players towards mid as fast rotate, and being pretty willing to give a bit of space, play into that retake. So if you're KIRI, what do you do? A quick default towards A. They found a lot of success here, but this time the op is posted.
KIRI can solve some problems with bodies and utility, but this cage about to drop. The fight here will be everything, and quite drag the crossover fast enough. Doesn't matter, because the second shot is going to go their way. And instantly, KIRI,
right here.
Tail get out of the A lobby space, now headed up into B. Acting with a little bit of speed here. And Juna will let them, because there's a Hunter's Fury on the other side, making it real messy on site. Autumn has slowed up the utility combo of Chamber and Sova. Nets a kill. And now the walls start to close on in. KIRI, no, they can't plant the spike. No, they need to garner some amount of space somewhere, need to do something. And that fight is going to come as this smoke dissipates.
I cannot.
But it's going to come straight into Starbound once again. KIRI taking their time.
Spike
The
planted.
spike goes down. And now the swing. Koro gets the first, taken down immediately. Cal on the swing as well. Now that'll be a couple. All of a sudden, KIRI have some kind of purchase. Back into the site. Cal having a bit of a round, but that's just going to be it. The heads turn to terror. Someone's got to be a hero, but KIRI just can't get the player to step up when they need it. Femboy again secures the round.
It's WADA to win that round out in the very nick of time, but I did like a lot of the changes for KIRI. They show that same A default that they've done in a lot of previous rounds, and instead quickly show a pivot back into this B side. Once they have that space, instead of immediately running it down, they call a freeze, wait, and re-clear A link, and that fight was so successful. I think where the mistake happens is from taking that space A link, they very quickly rush to try and turn and fight the players coming back through C link into the site. I would have liked to see them stick around a little longer in A-Link and try and play the time for a bit. Instead, they end up taking the duel, and it's some great trades out of WADA to keep in control and win the round regardless.
Yeah, you know, it does seem like KIRI are a little bit scared to play a spread approach on the map because of the threat of the operator on the other side, so just investing round after round a whole lot of utility into A, even the push wall, the drone now. The kill contract plucks away Power Pixel. And Koro's gonna need this one, gonna need this to get back into the site. It does not go their way. Still, look at this, traded out, Femboy inside the smoke, teleports away, Juna back into the site now. What a dodge, just distraction, deception, layer upon layer. As each player takes their moment to get back into the site. This puts Cal in an awkward position. Ghosts in the walls. Where's the next person gonna come from?
WADA can just wait, let the spike get planted, then come back in together. They are at a huge advantage here.
This angle from Autumn doesn't pay off. And Cal again stuck on an island, pinged up, taken down. WADA. Here, just continue this march.
They're doing such a good job of staying calm under the pressure that KIRI applies. This is a team that they're always going fast. They are so debilitating to play against. You saw 100 Thieves completely crumbled when faced with what this team was bringing to bear on their attack sides. But WADA are very willing to slow things down. They have the mechanical skill to be willing, as these execs are coming in, to contest into them, to find those gaps. KIRI does not have perfect team play. They do not always swing together. What they have is impeccable mechanics and incredible aggression, but if you are willing to find those gaps, if you are up to their level and willing to fight them as they come in, you can expose them for those mistakes, and that's exactly what WADA are doing.
And frankly, if there is someone that can just go up forward and challenge round to round like Starbound's Chamber, that level of confidence makes it so hard for KIRI to play. How's Bunny B gonna do this? Bunny B has to get this kill, but it's not there. The quick pull of the trigger out of Starbound. And now as Astralis and Juna continue into the site, this round ends before it even really began.
That is just a statement of what the game is at present moment. An attempt at the Yoru ult shotgun play. Starbound pulls out the chamber pistol and immediately eviscerates them. 7-2. KIRI gonna call another timeout. This is where it gets difficult for a team like this. It has been on this miraculous run that no one really thought was gonna make it this far to begin with. But now you come up against an opponent who, they're the ones stealing the momentum. They're the ones dictating the pace of the game. And down 7-2 on their attack side, you honestly think that they have to win out if they want a real hope to come back here on Haven.
Does certainly feel that way. A team that finds so much success on the attack side, but it's hard for me because I feel like there needs to be some level of added confidence from KIRI. Like the ability to, even if there is that threat of the chamber op, to play the map a little bit more and allow their solo players to go on a walk. Sure, one player might die, but the rest of your team, as soon as you figure out where the chamber is going to be, maybe then you can try and take a little bit more space, take the fights away from where Starbound is. It's not like Starbound is the only problem, by the way. It's just these early round fights are sort of forcing KIRI to play in a way where they're all bundled together and really playing their hand, showing exactly what they're trying to do in the round.
And normally when a team is in this position, I'll think about it and be like, okay, let's see them slow things down. Let's see them go into a default there, take their time a bit more. But I really don't think that with the way that this team plays, that they are going to be as good in those kind of positions. I think they have to be trying to take some kind of fight, trying to make some kind of play. What is the play?
All right, well, 1-3-1 to start things off, so it is trying to get a little bit more information. At the same time, a creep forward on A long from Starbound's off. And KIRI really poking their way into Garage. Already the wall broken. A lot of problems to be dealt with. This drone gonna get marginal information of a Clove in mid.
First time this game, really, that you're seeing this Vice util actually get pressured.
There's a big
Most
problem,
of the time
Mimi.
it's just been up for free.
Callie used the drone up into Garage, so now there's no good way to clear out this close corner where the judge is being held from Femboy. No one's even looking at it. No patience at all, so it'll just be a 1-for-1. Maybe this could be a way back in the round for KIRI. Terror has to march on forward, find something on the site where a teleport back is shut down. WADA continue to hold their own. The kill count just rises and rises and rises, and this round dwindles away.
And that's got to be so crushing, to take your time out, to try and reset, to have your moment,
30
and then
seconds left.
immediately you don't clear Cubby, you lose a player to the judge, and there's a perfect crossfire waiting for you as you actually enter the site. Autumn's left alone, but Starbound holding the exit out from this corner. This one is over. WADA 8-2 already.
I think this just sort of shows the class of WADA obviously dominating into the game, where if you don't match WADA on just a baseline level of strong Valorant fundamentals, they are going to run away with these rounds. Like, players just aren't going to give you an opportunity. Here, I think even Femboy pulls the trigger a little bit early. It is what it is, but then the fights continue to come in. WADA seemingly always have two more players ready to support fights that you just wouldn't expect them to be in those spots.
And it's because KIRI has been quite readable for WADA. When they see players, normally when they see that ISO or that Yoru, they're so quick to send rotates in to have 2-3 players ready to trade on out. WADA has just been a step ahead in the macro on this map. They were definitely a step ahead on Bind as well.
Okay. Well, Autumn has a bit of an insert on A short. KIRI are trying to play the full map. It's a refreshing sight to see. And now with a smoke to guard the advance from Bunny B, KIRI might have actually figured something out. Yuna could have heard that. The worst possible timing. What is going on? Bunny B still wins the fight. And this player on C-side is low. Bunny B is somehow winning all of these. And this has given KIRI a real chance into the round. Even as the lurk goes down, Terra's here onto the site. Koro pops the shield. Femboy gets 2 kills. Where's that even happening? This round is an absolute mess. Pandemonium as now walking straight into Power's crosshair. Bunny B goes down, and out of nowhere, Koro finds theirself in a 1-on-3. 2 players to face, and 1 to fall in Koro this round. I don't know what I just witnessed.
That's what I have to say about that run. What just happened? We start that run immediately. Bunny B is literally full walking all the way up B with just a close smoke on the right side to protect. Gets caught off guard on a bad timing. There's a whip on the other side. Bunny B gets this kill, spins around for a second, And then somehow Femboy does that. Okay. Yeah.
I appreciate production not
normal.
showing the replay of the 20 bullets there that found their way into the wall. Tech pause is...
and that round broke someone's computer.
Well, it broke my brain. So
Yeah.
it could just be that the little men up in there have to start working on the repairs. Making sure the gears are all spinning properly, but...
Little, like, are you imagining, like, they're repairing, or that they, like, walk in the wheel and spin it?
Well, I imagine, like, bikers. You know that episode of Black Mirror where they're just biking? Like,
Sure. Like,
for
they're,
no
like, trying
reason?
to build the, like, calories or whatever. Or not the calories,
They're not
like,
even
the points.
they're getting points, but for no
Yeah.
possible reason. I have a lot of little guys up in my head that are doing that. They're trying to get
Okay.
points and get their, like, in-game, purchases going, but... Yeah,
no, being
they're
in
gonna
the
have to get
wheel
to
has
work.
got to be cool. When I was in France for Champs, took a little day trip, went to Mont Saint-Michel, which is the thing that Corrode is based off of. So I went to Corrode, Valorant viewers, but in Corrode, they
Wait,
had
they
this...
built Corrode in real life?
Yes, they built Corrode in real
For
life.
Champs?
And they actually did it in the 1500s. It's crazy. I didn't know Valorant existed back then.
That's crazy.
But they had this, it's like on top of a mountain because it's like Corrode, but it's on an island. So how do you bring stuff up there that's heavy? Well, no, you don't carry it up the steps. You build a giant wheel hooked up to a rope, and then you put your stuff on a sled, and you have a man walk in the wheel to slowly winch it up.
Wait,
And-
he's just, like, hamstering?
Yes, they had a human
Yo.
hamster wheel that's like 500 years old in Corrode to bring stuff up.
That's fire.
I thought that was sick. And I was just there and I was like, you know what? Part of me thinks it would be a simpler time to be the wheel man.
Honestly. Do you think that's how NRG trained up their Corrode to be as good as it is? Did they have to, like, be
They had
hamster
Brock
men?
walking in the wheel with an Odin for
Yeah.
8 hours a day. It might be.
That's crazy. Well, I'm trying to get some information to see if what's going on here, but for
What's
the
the
meantime,
vibe
we're just enjoying what we got going down on Haven. It would be nice actually if we could just switch and start showing Corrode, and then
Yeah.
you could just keep talking about Corrode IRL, which apparently exists.
Yeah, it was crazy because I didn't realize that that's what Corrode was based off of, but I knew it was like a cool place to go. So I pulled up and I was like, oh my god, that's like
Mimi, we got news that it was a broken mouse. So I think it was actually a mouse wheel, and the mouse got so tired from walking in the wheel that it literally broke. And only now we've gotten a replacement mouse, or the mouse just, got to nap for 5 minutes, and we're ready to play again.
Scanning ahead.
Cool, here we go. Already, the ult gonna get popped, and a peek down short.
Are they so dead, though? That is the question we will be answering in the final round of the half. 9-2, it certainly seems that way, although a few bullets will take Femboy low. Information is all Starbound needs. We'll walk in on this spot for a while.
A walk in towards Garage on the other side, but with the forward posted chamber, WADA are very comfortable to rotate heavy back towards this side of the map.
Wall gets tripped, and check out where Juna is actually, sneaking over into Rabbit. Has tried to play here a few times and has more support behind her, right? With Femboy playing on B side, even Power Pixel could start to get involved, and KIRI, they failed to clear their corners before, and now going straight on in once again. This player falls, 2 already on the round for WADA. Doesn't even matter if there's players on the A side, Starbound is here. Ready to shut them down. Lineup's getting ready. Bunny B secures 1 kill and continues walking forward despite back into Link. Trying to catch a timing before the Visult comes down, and now all the ultimates trading in. Kalsushi trying to find something down in short. First kill goes their way, now dropping out of heaven. Femboy gets another. Cal maybe the last bastion of hope on side of this site. Biding their time as Autumn comes in for support. And brings it all onto the one, but Autumn is so low.
Exactly where
And needs this round for KIRI to have a shot into the next half. No bullets in the chamber. Juna has to get back onto the spike. Another fake, and it's gonna pay off. Juna takes WADA up to another 10-2 half.
Another chaotic round. The KIRI players, knowing that Visult is coming, are so desperate to try and swing towards spawn to get ahead on their opportunity, but still almost make it happen. Big credit to Cal. The Sobolt to get a pick on the player's CT not only gets 1 kill, but keeps her teammates alive there for that bit longer. But not to be in the end. it goes all the way back to those first 2 kills. The Chamber finding a pick, the walk up into an off angle. Second time this half where someone has just walked into an off angle and gone completely unchecked. It's 10-2 now. This is a tour de force really for WADA, trying to close this second map out cleanly.
One last moment for KIRI to take a breather. And we're in this exact same position back on bind. Couldn't quite turn it around even after the pistol. This time going to have to go a little bit deeper if they want their year to continue.
And maybe a little fake action, put some pressure with the Yoru and the Sova towards the C site, but KIRI knows they're fighting up.
Wow, big old fight. Even gets the shield refreshed. Koro caught on a reload.
Shut down.
Gonna take a little bit of extra time, but the tracking through the wall is there. And KIRI, you know him, you love him. These rounds are wild and they never stop the charge. Maybe defense is exactly where they feel most comfortable. Koro's already got 3 onto the round. Has full control of the spike, and as players continue to start challenging into Femboy, there's just too many directions to keep covered. KIRI will take the pistol.
Yeah, it turns out they're better on defense. Just literally run it down on every part of the map together, and it'll work out.
It's just that easy.
Yep. 2 players push through long, check. 1 player is pushing through seawall, that's happening, check. Rest of the team is walking up mid. Yep. Samash, it's perfect. I mean, that is a really nice round to build the confidence back up. But I do feel like I was selling the same thing. The pistol round of this one, the second half of the first one. They're always able to get like this one round that reminds you who they are. The question now is, can they build some actual consistency behind it? And can they win a clean anti-eco, which will give them a chance at the bonus?
The truth is, KIRI have only won a rifle round in this map. They're gonna have to show a whole lot more than we've seen so far. Good shot out of Terror, just tracking through the smoke. The rest of KIRI make their way into the site, so barring a complete disaster and barring just mowing them down long, KIRI are going to be able to take this one. Now it's about making it as clean as possible. That Ares from Autumn doing some damage.
Yeah, it was a bit of an interesting time that they decided to go for. Got a couple of guns and then kind of a random smattering of other stuff, getting the Ares into the mix. But this is going to be a good bonus round. You've got 2 real rifles. You've got a Guardian to boot. There's an opportunity for KIRI to make something of this. You're going to expect something aggressive here if you're WADA, but KIRI are going to do it anyway, because that is how they win. And when you're playing ISO Yoru, if you're KIRI and Game Changers, if you're Fnatic, it doesn't matter. Running down A and fighting here is the best with this comp, so of course they're running for it.
I'm going to tell you a story of the Cal Sushi Guardian. The Cal Guardian was always the most deadly gun in their hands back on Teddy Tactics. If there's going to be a way to win, it's going to be through that or maybe Bunny Bee barreling it down short. These fights are there and Cal is going to end up falling. This flank won't even pay off with the tripwire unless Autumn holds for a moment. Can catch on the opposite side. No, just causing some distraction on the other side. Challenges them forward. Says, come straight into my Ares. Exactly the position Autumn wants. And with all these footsteps being heard as well, trying to call the rest of the team back over towards the C side of the map. Hold on now, Autumn, turn around. These players are coming back outside a garage. What is Autumn seeing? Nothing. Just seeing the pavement now. As Bunny can't do much more than 1 kill. Terror's not going to be able to do anything either. Those shots just not there. A bonus, a hope, but nothing to be found for KIRI.
You were selling me a good story with the Cal Guardian, and it looked like there could be some promise for that fight towards A, but not to be. WADA trade out just that bit better on this round. It nearly got weird with Bunny Bee finding that gap with the Stinger. But it really was just all isolated kills, isolated moments. That's been the story of this entire series. Now for KIRI, last chance in the game. Last chance in Game Changers this year. If you lose today, you don't have another chance. And they only have a couple rounds to go before that fate awaits them.
Not even their usual aggro selves apart from Koro. But being hard held this time, he's going to find that kill. And now the fight out of garage window. All of a sudden, KIRI have hit their marks, traded back quickly.
Spike down,
but the spike's still a problem. Has to be claimed. No pressure out from door. So the only way forward is to deal with this window player. To take out Terror.
Player standing.
And that's just not going to happen. Easier said than done.
give Terra a Guardian every round, and they seem to hit a clip. Very nice 3K to keep KIRI through. But a weird round also. That was a real quick one for WADA. They tried to just send it up towards Garage after that initial engagement going their way over towards A long. But KIRI managed to stay in it, and that's going to be a reset on the economy. So something's starting to happen for KIRI. But as I look at their defense, the more you're going to see this, especially with just this Clove. Normally in this kind of comp, you have like the Omen, who's a pretty good C anchor. The Clove also just wants to fight. So they are going to have to keep walking. They're going to have to keep trying to find these opportunities. And that means every player on this team has to be at the peak of confidence.
Oh wow, Koro wants the duel. Has the better gun. Pulls Juna onto the other side, but Juna played that so nicely. Quick shot to break the shield, then swings on a second for the headshot. It's brought this into a 2-on-3 now. Power with the gun in hand, Power with a chance to do some serious damage. And Juna, who started off the round with the kill, finds herself placed in a 1-on-2. Picks up a stinger, but likes her odds with the 1-tap. This time, not going to go her way. Terror keeps it moving.
That's such a big risk to take, ripping the ISO ultimate in that position, basically forcing Cal to completely cover you there. You're in such an isolated position, stuck in that corner. I wonder if the mental picture was that it was just like a lurker over there, off seeing the Cypher cage and just hoping to get the easy pick. Either way, trades out. It worked.
Yeah, I think the dream is there. You get the kill quickly in the kill contract, and then you have 2 players actually fighting on short before you go forward. Doesn't exactly work when
but
you...
even then, it takes like 5 seconds to get out, even when you get the kill.
I don't disagree with you. It's tough right now for KIRI trying to find some kind of answer. Now with the attack up from Starbound. Koro has been so effective on this second half. This time though, a drone in their face, the undercut to cancel. Shield already primed. Koro wants to take this fight. Koro's just gonna face up into 4 players here, doesn't even care. Gets the first. Holds their ground as Autumn creeps out of Garage. KIRI might actually have tapped into something special here. WADA under a serious amount of pressure as the re-clear comes down, but Cal is there now. Fight back into mid. WADA have found a way to get back towards the C site.
But through that all, KIRI stick around. They lose their players after being at an initially huge advantage, and now C site open for the taking. Starbound will be able to get this spike down.
There are 4 ults for 4 players ready to go. Cal with the chance to even delay the plant and give an opportunity for Terror to slip through this smoke. Terror will have a second lease on life and is going to need it. Now though, with the pressure, using the Hunter's Fury like it's with the Your ultimate. That's 4 kills on the round now for Juna. And with the reposition up into Garage window, there is so much darkness on the map. Cal has no clue where these players could be. Knows they're not close at the very least. But only has so much time to work with. Has to be perfect on the shots. An operator down on long. Baits out the Astra, but doesn't catch the proper timing. Now Volned as well. Taking the timing on the reload, that's exactly the right idea, but the shots aren't there! WADA 1 away from the lower final.
Match point. And KIRI got to be kicking themselves after that round. They were so close to taking control. They find the opening fights that they wanted, but their willingness to fight, their need to get every kill becomes their undoing later in that round. Failing to trade out towards short, losing a player back into mid. And throughout this chaos, the common thread of the game has been WADA's experience, their team played together, and just their confidence to not care that KIRI is swinging every angle have kept them alive. They're showing why there was a tier gap on paper between these teams.
And on an individual level as well, we talk so much about Starbound or whoever on WADA. Juna having an absolutely stellar map so far. 20 kills. Has the Astra, as a matter of course, and so many of those in those late round clutch situations.
So a drone towards long from WADA. KIRI play a little more passive this time, but still a couple players in positions to take fights. A judge posted up in short.
Who's next?
I like the judges' odds versus the op here. Starbound taking the wider line. Starbound might just have that as the camera's clicked into. It's devastating. Now WADA with a numbers advantage. KIRI's year hangs in the balance. And it'll hang on by a thread. 3 players all isolated. One by one they fall. It's just Bunny B and Cal. And it's gonna have to be done without any guns to shorty now. But it's only gonna be a 1-for-1. Cal being asked to do so much here. And WADA can already feel that lower bracket. Feel that run. Ready for a chance against YFP. Cal strikes first. Brings it down lower, but the clock is ticking. It's starting to become impossible. Astralis shuts it down. And WADA will go forward to the lower final.
It's what you would have expected to see for WADA to survive in this lower bracket. They got upset by YFP, the standout team of this tournament, but they keep an opportunity to prove why they've been so good all year. The champions of kickoff when Shopify didn't attend, the runner-up in stage 1. They want that opportunity to represent North America in Korea. They want to be able to fight for that in the LCQ if they can't win the whole thing. And if it takes running this lower bracket, that's exactly what they'll do. Lower round 3. That's what's secured for this team. One more match to go before that next step to stay alive and really make this run a reality.
Yeah, you know what? They needed the statement win today. They want to feel good heading into that rematch versus YFP. And this time, it'll be in a best of 5. And that is very familiar territory for WADA. You all want to stick around because on the other side of this, we're going to have an interview and the desk is going to break down this series. We'll see you later.
WADA make a statement. They completely dismantle KIRI and advance to the lower finals. I'm Doug. On the desk with me is Myrna and Dan. And, you know, we talked a little bit about it after map 1 and, you know, kind of joked around about how that could have been an email and such a dominant performance. But holy smokes, it really carried into the next map too, Myrna.
Yeah, it really felt like we just saw them shut it down. They did their homework. Yeah. They knew how to play together. They were putting in the numbers. Every single player did such a good job overall. We saw multiple multi-frags from each one of these players. They were able to hold down their sights. They knew how to retake and go off of their util. This was just a masterclass from WADA these past 2 maps and really looked like nothing could stop them or slow them down.
Yeah, I don't really know. You take a look at this film and you think about WADA and the performance that they put up and you go, yeah, it's kind of hard to dial in on something that maybe they could have done better or something that could have been exposed because, Dan, that was probably one of the more complete maps we've seen out of them. Well, maybe a series. Let me say that differently. One of the most complete series we've seen out of them.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, of course, towards the beginning, honestly, it felt like it was going to be just as one-sided as the first map was. They got a little close towards the end. I feel like there was some sort of answer that KIRI, Magenta were able to find, but nonetheless, it was WADA that we talked about from the beginning. They are one of the favorite teams that we have in GC and have been one of the favorites. And with this, they are in a really good position for whatever is going to be the future for them if they make it to LCQ or not. They needed to get this win to still have a chance, make sure that YFP doesn't get enough points to really pass them. So with this, they're only relying on either them winning the whole thing or Shopify Rebellion winning the whole thing. Whatever that happens, they're gonna go as the first seed directly to GC, or they're going to go to Brazil as for that LCQ. So WADA feeling pretty good and very happy because they've been able to be so consistent throughout the year. Of course, it's not over, but with this sort of dominant result that they were able to have in these 2 maps, it's a good sign of what they can do next.
Yeah, and I think we were all surprised when they got knocked down to that lower bracket, but they've just proved over and over again that there's a reason why they made it to the grand finals last time, and there's a reason why they're here today. And I think such a stellar performance from every single one of these players. I mean, if you look at the scoreboard right now, 20-12, 20-12, 15-11. You don't normally see these kind of numbers every single time consistently on a team, but WADA, they've managed to do that in both of these maps. And of course, Starbound on top did such a phenomenal job in both of these maps. We don't have the exact stats here, but their stats were crazy. Starbound, we talked about them leading the rest of the team, making sure WADA got a lot of those opening picks with that chamber, playing aggressively, getting the map control, and not needing that much support behind them. It's just such a good series played by Starbound. There's a reason we always shout them out, but overall, WADA, they did such a good job together.
In general, whether it's, you know, at the very top of champions or in game changers or in challengers, there's always questions when you see a player that is playing the same agent over and over again, but Starbound once again answers the reason why they decide to play with this chamber every single time. Ends up plus 18 here, 37 and 19 for the whole series, and then 10 and 4 first kills, first deaths. So that, I mean, tells you the whole story that is not only this series, but has been throughout the stage 2, throughout stage 1. The reason why they won kickoff as well, and it has been this chamber being the difference maker. So absolutely deserved not only to get the MVP, but to continue fighting in this tournament, see how far they can get now.
Yeah, not too shabby of a performance, pedestrian, some might say, on just how unreal Starbound was. We've got Astrala standing by for the Verizon post-match interview, so we'll bring him into the conversation. I think there's a lot of reason to be excited. There's a lot of reason to celebrate. Astrala, it's a pleasure to formally chat with you. Congratulations on the big win. Walk me through what made today so dominant, because you guys look unstoppable.
Hi. Probably like 6 hours of VOD reviewing, like every single game ever that we ever did, every game they did, and like not even like in a like burnout kind of way, just in a like watching for fun and being like, oh, that's easy, like don't be dramatic, let's just win. That's about it.
Well, what would you say? So, and I mean, maybe this is a testament to the VODs that you guys were watching and the work that you were putting in, but the WADA that we saw today feels a little different from the WADA that I casted yesterday. What was there something that maybe in mentality or in conversation leading into the series today that was like an intentional shift from yesterday?
Absolutely. I guess we were kind of quiet, kind of bummed out. The idea of not being on top like we imagined, like I guess everyone imagined the typical run that was expected. It kind of like shut us down really hard, but like we can't shut down now. It's either like if you're out for now, you're out for the rest of the year. You're done. All of our hard work is meaningless. Like we have to lock in. So like if you got to be fake, you got to be super hype. If you got to scream and piss off your neighbors, like that's what we got to do to get the vibes up. It's definitely just we're a lot happier. Like we were just playing our game, not like there's one there, like not freaking out, not being bummed. We kept going between both. Like that was a big problem. We were either super like or like just eye roll bummed. So we just found a good middle, like our usual play like practice.
And I think it showed today in a tremendous way. I think if I'm not mistaken, KIRI won 10 rounds in total over the two series or over the two maps that they played against you guys. I'd love to get your thoughts on this. I mean, I think you've got 3 teams left now. There's the LCQ situation going on this year where you're fighting for points and you're jockeying for position and, this, that, and the other. How much of your personally, how much of your mindset is around the point situation? How much of it is you trying to just focus on taking it a series at a time and letting things play out as they will? And how do you do that well?
I mean, ironically, I've been on a team that's like, I keep saying anything and it's like the wrong thing to say. It's like, focus on Brazil, let's get that out of the way first. Or it's like, no, not Brazil, Korea. Like, and it's just like, we keep going back and forth. I'm not gonna lie. It's like, we do know and are aware of the points. We're taking it step by step, like qualify for Brazil first, go as far as we can. And then once we call for Brazil, then Korea kind of thing. We're trying to get there. So yes, we are very aware of the points, making sure that maybe we try our hardest. We know what's at stake instead of scaring us.
Your next matchup is against YFP in the lower finals, a team that you're familiar with. You guys have danced a couple of times. I think when you think about this matchup and just how many times you guys have played, really just in this year alone, is there something that they do exceptionally well that has proven to be challenging for you guys in the past?
I guess it's the way they play the map. The way they play the map is very slow, gets out of Yuto, but safe to say, I think we figured it out. So it's probably should be a lot easier. We're not going to get caught off guard this time.
And then last thing for you, and then I'll go ahead and let you go. I imagine you need to hit a sign WADA. Insane that hasn't happened yet. If I were to give you the floor right now to lobby and jockey, I mean, it's all yours.
I mean, yeah, sign WADA, like what? Like pretty high chance we're like gonna be in Brazil or like Korea, and like I don't know, that's a pretty big deal. It's not just a little thing, you feel me? We have been working really hard. Imagine how hard we could work if we didn't have to practice at 9 p.m. because people have jobs. Like imagine we could have so much potential to be so much better, and we've done so much with what little we have all this time. Like we really just need that little bit of a push, and I swear you won't regret it. Like investing in this that this team has.
I mean, WADA has had one of the wildest years I think we've seen in recent GC history. And speaking me personally, it's been a ton of fun to watch. Charles, again, congratulations on the win today. Super excited to see how the rest of the tournament goes for you. We're going to go ahead and let you celebrate with the team. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Boy, yeah, hit the sign WADA. Hashtag it, whatever you got to do. I mean, it is insane the year they've put together and how, I mean, Charles said it and was honestly very humble in how it was said, because it's true. Like, they're very likely going into an international. They've had success upon success throughout the entire year.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
Yeah, I mean, not every team can say that they were able to win kickoff, that they made it to the grand finals as well in stage 1, and now that they're in top 3 minimum for stage 2 heading into whether it's going to be Brazil or Korea. I mean, this is a team that has been incredible. I mean, you see it individually, you see the history, the experience that some of the players have, you see the new additions that are players that we're still getting to know a little bit more this year, and it's such a perfect combination of a team. And on top of that, something that I want to mention is their coach, King Fred, has the opportunity to maybe go to Brazil twice. He's currently on his way there for Ascension with Winthrop University, and he's also coaching this WADA team. So that is wild, by the way. I've never seen a coach that is doing, coaching 2 teams and also being successful for both of the teams. That also deserves a lot of praise. But I mean, generally super excited for this WADA team. I hope they make it far.
Also, when you kind of strip it down to its core, at the end of the day, having a team that, like Australia said, playing at 9 p.m. at night, everyone has a job, gathering and taking their time off of it, work and school and making sure they're setting it up, it's passion. That's what it is. It's pure passion for the game, pure passion for competing. And that's something that a lot of people really, really don't have a lot of the time. So seeing a team that perseveres and is constantly putting their best foot forward, doing it together, not even signed, I think that's just one of the biggest things too. So important to have that kind of fortitude. And WADA, they did such a good job and are doing so good at staying together and having that passion for the game.
Let's passion our way over to the bracket because we only have a couple of teams left. We've got YFP and WADA waiting to dance in the lower final. And, I had the conversation with Astralis just a little bit ago. They are familiar with one another. These are no strangers on the dance floor. I'm really excited to see how this series plays out.
I am very excited too. I mean, we talked about WADA, everything that we saw today and how dominant they looked, but also a YFP that has been making a lot of really good improvements. Even today, it seems like they were about to win against Shopify Rebellion Gold, and it was just a few rounds and a few moments that were the difference maker for Shopify Rebellion to already be set in the grand final. So YFP is looking amazing. WADA has been looking amazing since the beginning of the year, and any of them can take it and move to the final.
Yeah, and I think what's super important too about this next game is that the points are on the line again. WADA, they managed to push past and make it to this point, but they have to beat out YFP. If YFP is out at this point of the stage, if WADA win tomorrow, they are guaranteed at least LCQ. However, if they do fall to YFP, they still have a chance to win the entire event and make it to that finals, putting Shopify into that LCQ instead. So for WADA's best interest, winning tomorrow is going to be super important. The stakes are super high because they cannot guarantee it for themselves unless they knock out YFP.
Yeah, we only have these 3 teams left, and the one that has the most pressure, as you're mentioning a little bit, Athena, is going to be YFP, because this is, out of the 3 teams that we have left, the only team that cannot make it through points anymore because WADA won today. So they have, for YFP to make it internationally, they have to win not only tomorrow, but also win the grand final, whether it's going to be against, going against Shopify Rebellion. It is the only chance that they have to make it. And for the other side, you're going to have Shopify Rebellion that is either going to get the number 1 spot and WADA is going to go through points, or the other way around.
So there you have it, folks. The 3 teams that remain, you know what the conditions and the stakes are for all of them if they want to make it through to Brazil, or ideally skip Brazil and head over to Korea. That's going to do it for us tonight. We had some bangers and then we had some stops along the way. Friendly reminder to tune in tomorrow at 2 p.m. Pacific time, 5 p.m. Eastern, because we have one more match for you guys. We just talked about it in the lower final and then the grand finals on Sunday. You're not going to want to miss it. The 2025 year of Game Changers is coming to a close, and the best of the story is yet to be written. From Dan, Murder, and myself, thanks so much for joining us. We will see you all tomorrow. Have a good night.
Game Changers, it's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back. I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。